Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1324. Lu Qianjua's mouth was dry. He had lived for so many years, but this was the first time he felt that a youth was so difficult to deal with. Beside him, Lian Xian sighed, "What a pity. If only he had joined my sword sect." Lu Qianjua's eyes lit up when he heard Lian Xian's words. Lu Yin becoming the champion would have a huge impact on the entire universe. He wasn't a random cultivator, and he had many interests behind him. It could be said that the moment he became the champion, the interests that he represented would undergo a fundamental transformation. In the past, he could still be considered a junior, but now, no one dared to treat him as such. He was only a hunter, and once he broke through to the Enlighter realm, his power would soar once more. He might even be able to fight against an emissary. The more one thought about him, the more panicked they became. No matter how the outside world reacted to Lu Yin becoming the champion, everyone on Mount Supreme had already left. Only one person could stay, and that was Lu Yin. The head judge appeared and announced that the top 10 had been confirmed. They were Lu Yin, Shangqing, Qiushi, Xia Jiuyo, Abikong, Yao Xian, Wu Taibai, Yuhua Mavis, Wang Yi, and Drunkard. The top 10 had all received a notice from the head judge to head to the Neoverse realm of glory within a set time. The Hall of Honor would then lead them to their destiny. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Could the destiny be in the Neoverse? That made sense, as that was where the essence of the fifth mainland lay. "Child, feel Mount Supreme," the head judge's voice traveled to Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin was confused. Feel Mount Supreme. What did that mean? His perspective inexplicably changed, and what he saw was completely different from before. He saw planets orbiting in front of him, as well as an ant-like spacecraft in the distance. There was also the head judge whose face he couldn't see. This perspective. A statue. Lu Yin lowered his head and looked at the statue beneath his feet in shock. That's right, his perspective had overlapped with the statue's. Wasn't that a statue? How could this be? At the same time, in the Neoverse realm of glory, several people were visiting Elder Chan. These were the elders from the Hall of Honor who had tried to stop He Wuxian during the astral storm. They had all survived for a long time and had protected the storm. Now, they were all gathered before Elder Chan. "Elder Chan, are you really going to give Mount Supreme to that child?" "Shangqing should have taken it," one of the elders spoke up. Grandpa Chan remained calm. "The reward for the champion of the sovereign competition is Mount Supreme. Do you want the Hall of Honor to break our promise? We can change it to another reward. Mount Supreme is very important, and Shangqing was raised by the Hall of Honor. We can give it to him, but this Lu Yin." The person paused for a moment, and another elder continued, "This child's power is unknown, and he looks sinister. He was even captured by the Neo-Human Alliance before, so he can't be trusted. This child should be using Death Qi. As long as he cultivates Death Qi, he'll be easily controlled by the Spectre race." "Elder Chan, please reconsider," the elder said. Elder Chan exhaled and looked at the others. "Do you all think that the Spectre race can control him given his current state?" The few elders looked at each other and looked at Elder Chan in confusion. Elder Chan smiled. "I wonder if any of you have heard of the legendary Grim Reaper." In the Interverse Chaos Flow Zone, Lu Yin was at a loss. How was he able to overlap with Mount Supreme statue's perspective? This was a statue, a stone, not a human. He had never used the die's 6 pips before. At that moment, he had a new feeling. His perspective returned to the statue, and he subconsciously swayed. Mount Supreme was swaying, and he could control it. A small dot appeared in front of him, and it was the head inquisitor shrouded in darkness. When he saw that it was the head inquisitor, Lu Yin hurriedly shifted his perspective back to his own body and bowed. Junior Lu Yin greets the head inquisitor. The top 10 have been determined, and you will receive an opportunity. As for the champion of the sovereign tournament, the Hall of Honor has another reward, which is this Mount Supreme, the head inquisitor said. Lu Yin had already guessed what was going on the moment he switched his perspective back to the statue. Senior, may I ask what's so special about this Mount Supreme? The head inquisitor's tone was calm. Mount Supreme is one of the Hall of Honor's most precious treasures. It is abnormally sturdy and can change in size. It can also rely on the activation of star energy to create a protective force that can resist external attacks. The more star energy there is, the stronger the defensive force. In theory, it can reach 1,000,000. Lu Yin was shocked. 1,000,000. His breathing quickened. It was actually a treasure with a power level of 1,000,000. It was unbelievable. No wonder it was the Hall of Honor's most precious treasure. No wonder it was the champion's reward. He looked down excitedly and crouched down to caress the statue. This was truly a treasure. He had already automatically ignored the head inquisitor's words about how star energy determined the defensive force. This Mount Supreme had undergone the sovereign tournament, and no matter how strong the contestants were, they would only be able to shatter the surface. The deepest slash had been made by Go Lien in his Grim Reaper form, but that was still only the surface of the mountain. It could be big or small, and it would be a good weapon for smashing people, let alone protecting them. Shrink the mountain and take it away, the head inquisitor said as he looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin bowed again, sensing the head inquisitor's good intentions. This mysterious head inquisitor seemed to take good care of him. Even though they had only met twice, Lu Yin still felt that way. Lu Yin switched his perspective back to the statue and began to slowly understand how to control the mountain. After all, Mount Supreme was the Hall of Honor's most precious treasure. Even the elders didn't want it to fall into the hands of outsiders, so controlling it naturally wouldn't be easy. After a few days, Lu Yin was only able to shrink it to the size of a planet, which was still too big for him. According to the head inquisitor's request, he had to shrink the mountain to a size that could be stored in a cosmic ring. This wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. However, the head inquisitor didn't seem to want to leave if he couldn't do it. Lu Yin had no choice but to continue trying. Outside the mountain, the contestants left one after another. Many wanted to bid farewell to Lu Yin, but they couldn't contact him. Xiao Luo left quickly, afraid of being targeted by the Xiao family. There were too many people participating in the sovereign tournament, and everyone had their own grudges. He had to leave as soon as possible in this chaotic environment. The Mavis family also left. Ascension Mavis had entered the top 10 and proved her strength, but she was still unwilling to accept her defeat to Wu Taibai and Lu Yin. Little Black and Xiao Bai were also taken away, and Qian Zhou hitched a ride on Eternal Sky Island. Gu Xiao also left, but before he left, he announced that Lu Yin was his brother. Those who knew him and those who didn't all left. Half a month later, the once majestic Mount Supreme had shrunk to the size of a spacecraft. The live streamers had long since been banned, so they could only watch it for themselves and not broadcast it to the rest of the universe. This was a miraculous scene. The enormous Mount Supreme could contain many stars, and it was like a colossus that stood tall in space. Even an idiot would know that this was something good, and it was definitely a power vessel. At this moment, the irrelevant people in space were being chased away by Chaos God Mountain and the Great Eastern Alliance. After a few days, Lu Yin finally managed to shrink the mountain to a size that could be stored in a cosmic ring. When he looked up, the head inquisitor had already left. He felt that it was a pity, as he had actually wanted to get closer to the head inquisitor. The surrounding space was dark, and only the members of the Great Eastern Alliance and the cultivators of Chaos God Mountain could be seen. Congratulations, Alliance Leader, for becoming a paragon. You are invincible in the universe. Thousands of cultivators from the Great Eastern Alliance bowed, their voices echoing in all directions. Congratulations, Alliance Leader, for becoming a paragon. You are invincible in the universe. Congratulations, Alliance Leader, for becoming a paragon. You are invincible in the universe. Lu Yin waved a hand and looked around. Let's return to the Great Eastern Alliance. Yes, Alliance Leader. Before leaving, Chaos God Mountain's master, Tsang Zhou, saw Lu Yin and sighed emotionally. When I was your age, I was only a cruiser. The geniuses of this generation have surpassed their predecessors. Lu Yin and Tsang Zhou faced each other and smiled. Since Senior was able to reach this point, then you are the ultimate victor. Tsang Zhou smiled. You're implying something, kid. Lu Yin shrugged. Many people think that no matter how glorious my achievements are, once I die, all that will be left behind will be a legend. Tsang Zhou looked at Lu Yin. Die? That's not a good word to use. You've already matured, and even if this old man wanted to do anything to you, it wouldn't be easy. Senior, you praise me too much. I know my own abilities, and I'm not strong enough to fight against an emissary, much less a powerhouse like Senior. Tsang Zhou frowned. There's no point in beating around the bush, so I'll just get straight to the point. He then stared into Lu Yin's eyes. How big do you want your Great Eastern Alliance to be? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he met Tsang Zhou's gaze in silence. Tsang Zhou's brows rose. You can't answer. Or have you not thought it through? Then let's change the question. What do you want from this universe? Lu Yin smiled. Senior, aren't you thinking too highly of this junior? With this junior's current abilities, do I even have the qualifications to talk about the universe? Tsang Zhou shook his head and sighed. Others are indeed not qualified. Even Shangqing, the #1 disciple of the Hall of Honor, isn't qualified, but you're different. You have the ability, ambition, methods, and innate talent. Now that you've become the champion and become a paragon, you will receive the Hall of Honor's unreserved support. If you succeed in the future, you might even have a chance to reach the progenitor realm. A future progenitor. This status is enough for everyone to take seriously. Even if you're only a hunter right now, your cultivation doesn't represent yourself. When he heard Tsang Zhou's words, Lu Yin knew that if he did not give a definite answer today, then he might become a target that everyone would ostracize in the future. After all, a future progenitor was not yet a progenitor, and no one was willing to have their own interests threatened, even if they were a progenitor. Even ants knew how to resist, and Lu Yin was far from being able to view these people as ants. They were worried about Lu Yin's ambitions, and Tsang Zhou was probing him. If Lu Yin really did have the ambition to unify the innerverse and outerverse, then what awaited him would be the innerverse enmity. No matter how much support the Hall of Honor gave him, it would be difficult for him to take even a single step forward. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1325. The Hall of Honor was the master of the Fifth Mainland, but it was not the ruler. Even the Hall of Honor could not rule the Fifth Mainland, let alone him. Tsang Zhou didn't just represent Chaos God Mountain. It also represented the Sword Sect, Lingling Clan, and other major powers. After thinking about it, Lu Yin smiled. Senior, I can only say that I'm righteous to my friends, but I'm merciless to my enemies. Tsang Zhou's gaze was deep. Be clear. This old man isn't very cultured. I won't take the initiative to provoke anyone. Is that enough? Lu Yin asked. Tsang Zhou frowned. Is that so? He clearly didn't believe it. The reason why the Outerverse was unified was to deal with the Sixth Mainland's invasion. This junior wants to better protect the Outerverse. Senior, you should be aware that this junior did not go overboard with the Outerverse. I only dealt with the people who were in my way. As for the Innerverse, the Blaze Realm is this junior's enemy, and the so-called Gateway Plan was also devised by the Blaze Realm. Wouldn't it be too cowardly for this junior to not deal with such a person? Don't you have any plans for the Innerverse? Tsang Zhou asked. Lu Yin answered sincerely, yes. Tsang Zhou raised his eyebrows. Lu Yin sighed. The Outerverse has already been gifted to the Sixth Mainland. I want to find a place in the Innerverse for the people of the Outerverse to live. Tsang Zhou wasn't surprised by Lu Yin's response. The Hall of Honor has definitely taken this into consideration. You don't have to worry too much. Lu Yin nodded. That's right. Ever since I stepped onto the path of cultivation, I've been restricted by many parties, especially the Day-Night clan. There are many things that I'm only doing to protect myself, so please don't misunderstand. Tsang Zhou felt that Lu Yin's words were somewhat exaggerated, but he couldn't refute them. He couldn't be so sure that Lu Yin wanted to unify the Innerverse and Outerverse, right? If that was the case, then why would he even bother asking? Lu Yin's words made him feel slightly more at ease. The Blaze Realm and the Day-Night clan were both Lu Yin's enemies, so there was nothing wrong with dealing with them. Tsang Zhou inexplicably smiled, as he realized that he had gone crazy. This brat in front of him was just a hunter. Even if he had a chance to become a progenitor in the future, that was still too far away. The Innerverse was so vast, so how could it possibly be unified by this brat? Even the Hall of Honor could not do such a thing. Cosmic Ocean and the Neoverse would not allow such a thing to happen. The more Tsang Zhou thought about it, the more ridiculous it felt. Tsang Zhou mocked himself. Lu Yin's victory had disrupted his mental state, as well as that of Lu Qinjue and the others. In reality, they had all overestimated Lu Yin, as he was still a child. Tsang Zhou looked up and saw Lu Yin's bright eyes and sincere smile. He then asked, "There's one question that you haven't answered. What do you want from this universe?" Lu Yin thought about it and then smiled brilliantly. "I like money. The more, the better." Tsang Zhou was stunned. He had thought of many answers, but this was the only one that hadn't crossed his mind. Right, his investigation of Lu Yin had indeed mentioned that he loved money and had an insatiable thirst for it. Could it be true? Back then, Starsabil asked me a question: how can I become stronger? Lu Yin raised his head as he reminisced. Tsang Zhou's eyes lit up, as he had been asked this question before. Starsabil was not the first generation's answer. How did you answer? He was very curious. Lu Yin smiled. Earn more money, and you'll become stronger. That's what I said. Tsang Zhou pursed his lips, clearly stunned. When Starsabil had asked Lu Yin this question, only the two of them, Hai Dashao, and the Sea King had known. Hai Dashao had felt embarrassed, so he had not told anyone. The Sea King naturally did not tell anyone, so Lu Yin's answer had not spread. Tsang Zhou he had a strange feeling, and the way he looked at Lu Yin had changed. Back at Sword Mountain, Lu Yin had spoken with them and threatened them, which had temporarily disrupted the portal plan. At that time, Tsang Zhou had admired Lu Yin, and this had been the source of Tsang Zhou's uneasiness after Lu Yin had become the champion of the Sovereign Tournament, which had led to this conversation. But why did it feel like the atmosphere had changed? How could the Master of Chaos God Mountain have anything to do with money? Although the portal plan had disrupted the Great Eastern Alliance for the benefit of the Outerverse, these benefits were for the entire Chaos God Mountain. Tsang Zhou had never lacked resources, and he had never personally participated in matters of money. Now, he was actually talking about money with a junior. Should he give Lu Yin a greeting gift? After all, this was a child. Zhang Zhou was speechless. Ahem, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Zhang Zhou coughed, clearly not knowing how to continue the conversation. Lu Yin bowed. Take care, senior. Zhang Zhou left, and Lu Yin watched his back as the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Although he had become the champion, these old fellows from the Innerverse had become even more fearful of him and did not dare to deal with the Great Eastern Alliance. It was impossible for him to advance any further. These fellows were all watching him closely. If he moved, he would receive the attention of the entire Innerverse, the Cosmic Sea, and even the Neoverse. Right, there was also the Sixth Mainland. Most of the people from the Great Eastern Alliance had left, and only Wendy Yushan and a few others followed Lu Yin to the Blaze Realm. This was Wendy Yushan's first time going to the Blaze Realm. When they boarded the spacecraft, Ku Wei hurriedly welcomed them. Seventh bro, you're too amazing. Seventh bro, you're invincible. Lu Yin casually brushed him aside, as he could not be bothered to waste his breath on this guy. In front of him, Duan Dayknight slowly bowed. Congratulations, Alliance leader. Lu Yin nodded and looked at Wendy Yushan and Zhou Dayknight. The two did not say anything. Lu Yin felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. Seventh bro, there was someone called Wuda who wanted to interview you, but I kicked him away. What kind of joke is that? A mere explorer actually wants to interview seventh bro. What a joke. Ku Wei was Lu Yin's loyal lackey, and he immediately stepped forward to show off his achievements. Right, there was also someone called Zijing, but I kicked her away as well, Ku Wei continued. Lu Yin was stunned, and he looked at Ku Wei with an unfriendly gaze. Ku Wei panicked. What's wrong? Zijing is the boss of Starlink Network, Lu Yin said. Ku Wei's mouth fell open. That doesn't make sense. Where is she? Lu Yin felt a headache coming on, as he really wanted to work with Starlink Network. Ku Wei's lips twitched. She left. Before she left, she said that if seventh bro is free, you should go visit her. Lu Yin felt helpless. Don't offend anyone in the future, or I'll leave you on Xenu Star forever. Ku Wei hurriedly promised that he would not do so. Everyone left, and Lu Yin had originally wanted to chat with Xia Luo and the others. What about the bets? How was it? Did you get your money back? Lu Yin thought about the 100 million star essence that he had bet, and he immediately asked about it, as this was the matter that concerned him the most. Ku Wei's face turned ugly at the mention of this. I couldn't contact the bets. Lu Yin raised his brows. What did you say? Why couldn't you contact them? That was such a huge bet, and everyone was watching it. Did they run away? Ku Wei replied, the people who stayed behind were just scapegoats, and they didn't know anything when I asked them. That was such a huge bet, but they didn't even get a single cent in the end. That was 100 million star essence, which was the same as swallowing everything. No, it was 1 billion. It was a billion. Even for the 7 quarts, this was a huge number. Lu Yin's face darkened, and it was terrifying. Ku Wei was even more terrified. Seventh bro, are you alright? Lu Yin's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. 1 billion star essence had been swallowed just like that. How was that possible? Fortunately, Lu Yin had a backup plan, but he didn't know how much he would be able to recover. Lu Yin hoped that Lu Yin didn't catch him. Otherwise, no matter who was behind the scenes, they wouldn't be able to escape. He now had the confidence to do so, and even if the person behind the scenes was someone as powerful as the old man, Lu Yin was confident that he could make that person spit out all the money he had lost. The spacecraft headed towards the Blaze Realm. The Sovereign Tournament had finally come to an end, and Lu Yin had become a legend. He had defeated everyone by himself, withstanding countless attacks, secret techniques, and battle techniques, but he had still won in the end. There was no suspense about his victory, and it could be said that this story would be passed down for countless years to come. There was a spacecraft filled with all sorts of instruments, and everyone was busy. Many screens were playing a loop of Lu Yin's final battle after he had used the Reaper transformation. Quick, we have to get ahead of everyone else and edit all of Lu Yin's battles and broadcast them on the network. Hurry up, everyone's fighting for time. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Suddenly, Lu Yin's battle scenes disappeared from the screen, leaving behind a string of numbers that everyone was familiar with. It had been banned from the network. What's going on? Where's the footage? Hurry up and broadcast it. What's going on now? Bro, it's not good. It's been banned from the Interstellar network. What does that mean? It means that all videos of Lu Yin's battles have been banned. It's not just Lu Yin. All of the top 10's battles have been banned as well. Quick, copy the rest of the videos. It's useless. With Interstellar Network's capabilities, it doesn't matter where you copy it, it'll be banned as soon as it touches the network. It's useless. How can this be? What's going on? Similar scenes were happening everywhere in the universe. No matter where you were, as long as you were connected to the network, all of the top 10's battles would be banned. The top 10 represented the future of the universe, and if nothing unexpected happened, they would all be the strongest in the universe in the future. How could their battle videos be circulated so easily? This was a rule set before the Sovereign Tournament. No one wanted to be constantly studied. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1326. By the way, I'm curious. How did you break through Z's life energy? Wendy thought about it and was about to speak when Lu Yin interrupted her. It seems that my guess was right. You have some hidden strength, but it's not enough for you to challenge Z. You don't have to tell me. Wendy looked at him, backtrack. Lu Yin was confused. What do you mean? Wendy Yushan sat down across from him, her long hair cascading down her back. She was naturally beautiful, and without a sword in hand, she exuded a graceful beauty. My innate gift is called backtrack. Isn't it healing? Lu Yin was confused. Wendy answered, backtrack means to turn back time. Lu Yin's expression changed in shock. Turn back time. You can turn back time. Wendy Yushan remained calm. I've always displayed my healing innate gift in front of others, but it's not healing. It's just turning back time around an injury to what it was before. Lu Yin was in disbelief. Time was one of the mysteries of the universe, and even with his current status, he had never heard of anyone being able to control time. Mr. Mu, He Wuxian, and the others seemed to have stopped time when they appeared, but he didn't know if that was true or if the void had been frozen. Wendy Yushan, someone he was very familiar with, was saying that she could control time. She had to be kidding. Are you serious? Lu Yin asked again. Wendy Yushan was very cold, and she treated everyone the same way. However, to Lu Yin, she still added, under the premise that there are no external influences, I can rewind time to a certain extent. That's why this innate gift is best used for healing. It's not very useful in battle, and I can't rewind time to a specific person either. I might be able to do it in the future, but I can't do it now. Lu Yin finally understood. It was no wonder why Wendy Yushan was able to ignore life energy. As long as Wendy Yushan retraced everything in her path, she wouldn't even need to break through life energy because she wouldn't even be able to come into contact with it. However, from an outsider's point of view, she would be able to break through life energy. Time was actually involved. He looked at Wendy Yushan, his eyes full of shock. This was even more shocking than a secret technique. If news of this spread, she would receive as much attention as he did. Who else knows about your innate gift besides me? Lu Yin asked. Wendy Yushan glanced at him. No one. Where's your father? He couldn't help but ask. Wendy Yushan looked at him. You still think he's alive? Lu Yin did not reply. Wendy Yushan fell silent as well. A refreshing fragrance wafted into Lu Yin's nose. He looked at Wendy Yushan's graceful figure, her long black hair, and her beautiful face, and he felt an indescribable impulse. At this moment, Wendy Yushan seemed exceptionally attractive for some reason. Suddenly, a voice sounded out. Seventh bro, we've entered the Ascension Flow Zone. The Sun family has sent an invitation, and they would like to invite Seventh bro for a chat. Lu Yin's thoughts were interrupted by Ku Wei, and that inexplicable impulse disappeared. He glanced at Wendy Yushan, who kept staring at him. He felt a little guilty. Well, I'm going out for a bit. Wendy Yushan nodded. Be careful. The Sun family might not have good intentions. Don't worry, I know. He then walked out of the spacecraft. In front of them was a huge spacecraft that was many times larger than the one that Lu Yin was on. It was made of wood instead of metal, and it looked like a toy that had been magnified countless times. This was the Sun family spacecraft. The Sun family's mechanical techniques were well known throughout the universe. Their battles, daily necessities, and even their spacecraft and planets were all related to mechanical techniques. The Sun family's influence in the universe was not small, and many powers relied on mechanical techniques to complete certain tasks. This was especially true when it came to exploring ancient tombs. Lu Yin's relationship with the Sun family went without saying. They had always been enemies, especially in the outerverse. The Sun family had forced Lu Yin to reveal his cards to Elder Nuohua, and they had long since become mortal enemies. In outer space, a group of people approached them. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance and an elegant temperament. He smiled as he approached Lu Yin. Alliance Master Lu, I'm Sun Baitao, the head of the Sun family. I'm here to invite Alliance Master Lu into the Sun family for a chat. Lu Yin looked at Sun Baitao. This person was Sun Jiong's father, and the two looked very similar. Lu Yin looked past Sun Baitao and saw Sun Jiong behind him. Sun Jiong's face was pale, and he looked like he had been severely injured. He had also participated in the Sovereign Tournament, and he had been struck by the aftermath of Lu Qianmu's fifth sword. His left arm had been severed, but fortunately, he had managed to preserve his life. Sun family head, I don't think your family has anything to discuss with me, Lu Yin said bluntly. Lu Yin's words angered an elder behind Sun Baitao. Alliance Master Lu, this is the Heaven Ascension Flow Zone. As the host, my Sun family has invited Alliance Master Lu for a chat, but Alliance Master Lu doesn't give us any face. Isn't that too arrogant? Sun Baitao immediately reprimanded, Sun Yi, shut up. Lu Yin's sharp gaze swept over the elder. I'm talking to your family head. When did you have the right to interrupt? As soon as he finished speaking, the elder felt a boundless darkness in outer space. His brain suddenly trembled, and he couldn't help but vomit blood as he fell to the ground. Sun Baitao hurriedly stood in front of Sun Yi. Alliance Master Lu, let's talk things over. Please show mercy. This was nightfall, and the elder could not block it with his enlightened strength. He only had a power level of around 200,000, and such a person could not even enter the top 10 of the Sovereign Tournament. Sun Jiong stared at Lu Yin in horror, a fear that came from the bottom of his heart. Lu Yin did not continue attacking, and he retracted his spiritual force. He had only wanted to teach the elder a lesson, and he did not plan on doing anything else to him. Otherwise, he would have used the day-night's tribute, and the elder would have died without a doubt. The elder panted heavily, as if he had just been fished out of water. As an elder of the Sun family, he had always been immersed in the study of mechanisms and did not pay much attention to the outside world. Even during the sovereign tournament, he had only watched and sighed in amazement. He did not have a direct understanding of the top 10. Because he had a good relationship with Sun Jiong, he had heard of the grudge between Lu Yin and Sun Jiong, as well as the entire Sun family. That was why he had wanted to teach Lu Yin a lesson, but now, he understood. Amir Jr. had almost killed an enlighter with a power level of over 200,000 without even moving. He would never be able to forget that fear for the rest of his life. Was this the strength of the younger generation sovereigns? He had truly grown old, and now, he was even afraid of a junior. Sun Jiong was rather well behaved, and he lowered his head without saying a word. He did not even dare to look at Lu Yin. Sun Baitao apologized to Lu Yin. "Thank you for showing mercy, Alliance Master Lu. Elder Sun Yi is always in seclusion studying mechanisms, so he does not understand the outside world. Please do not be angry." Lu Yin's expression softened, as Sun Yi was just a passerby to him. That was right, an enlighter was just a passerby to Lu Yin, so it did not matter. "Patriarch Sun, why are you here? It can't be just to reminisce, right?" "I already said that I have nothing to discuss with your Sun family," Lu Yin said coldly. With his current status, there was no need for him to give the Sun family any face. Sun Baitao smiled apologetically. "My son, Sun Jiong, and Alliance Master Lu have some misunderstandings. My Sun family has set up a banquet and would like to invite Alliance Master Lu to come and personally apologize." Sun Jiong walked out from behind Lu Yin and knelt down without hesitation. "Alliance Master Lu, this lowly one was blind. Please forgive me." Lu Yin raised a brow and looked at Sun Baitao. He could only see kindness and a trace of hope in Sun Baitao's eyes. Actually, with Lu Yin's current status and future accomplishments, it was normal for any power to express goodwill. Even Zhang Zhou from Chaos God Mountain had marveled at Lu Yin's abilities and treated him as an equal. However, the Sun family was different. This family was a traitor to the Fifth Mainland. "Please do us the honor, Alliance Master Lu. The Sun family will be eternally grateful." Sun Baitao slowly bowed. As the patriarch of the Sun family, Sun Baitao was a powerhouse with a power level of over 400,000. It was not easy for him to do this. Lu Yin nodded. "All right, Patriarch Sun. Please lead the way." Sun Baitao was delighted. "Alliance Master Lu, please. Please." The Sun family's banquet was not held on the main planet, but rather in the machine-like spacecraft in front of them. According to Sun Baitao's introduction, this spacecraft was the pride of the Sun family, and only the most distinguished guests could enter. Lu Yin's expression was calm, and he even smiled from time to time. Sun Baitao was even more enthusiastic, and a group of people from the Sun family waited on him. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the banquet. On Lu Yin's spacecraft, Ku Wei was grumbling. Seventh Bro had not brought him to the banquet, and he had lost his chance to perform. Wendy Yushan frowned as she looked at the Sun family spacecraft in the distance. She was also aware of the grudge between Lu Yin and the Sun family, but she did not know what Lu Yin was thinking. The Sun family's machineries were renowned, and Lu Yin was very curious. When Sun Baitao heard this, he immediately had the family's disciples spar and perform, satisfying all of Lu Yin's requests. At the same time, he arranged for two beautiful women to sit beside Lu Yin. If Lu Yin wanted to, he only had to open his mouth to eat, and Sun Baitao did not need to do anything else. Lu Yin was not used to this. Patriarch Sun, with the Sun family's fine control of the machineries, it shouldn't be difficult for them to increase their control of star energy. Who in the history of the Sun family has the most profound control of star energy? To what extent did they achieve it? Sun Baitao replied, Alliance leader Lu, you're too kind. The Sun family does indeed use their star energy in different combinations, and they can use it in different ways. However, this is just a clever way of using it, and it's different from controlling star energy. In the history of the Sun family, the person with the most profound control of star energy was an elder from 7,000 years ago. His control of star energy reached the world realm, and that's already the limit. Oh. Is it that difficult to break through to the profound creation realm? Lu Yin was curious. He had never taken the initiative to cultivate his control of star energy. His ability to control star energy to the world realm was partly due to luck, as well as comprehension. During the Supreme Tournament, Drunkard's battle had broadened Lu Yin's horizons. Drunkard's ability to absorb everything into a world of star energy had reached an unimaginable level. He was truly like a god, and Lu Yin had been very envious of Drunkard. If only he could raise his control of star energy to the profound creation realm. Sun Baitao sighed. The profound creation realm is a legendary realm that has nothing to do with strength. Instead, it has to do with comprehension, innate talent, and luck. My Sun family does not have such good fortune. In the entire universe, there should be no more than 5 people who have reached the profound creation realm in terms of star energy control. Of the younger generation, only the 10 arbiters, Drunkard, has reached that level. If our control of star energy can reach the profound creation realm, then our Sun family will definitely reach greater heights and not just be limited to the Ascension Flow Zone. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1327. When he heard Sun Baitao's words, Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The Sun family doesn't want to limit themselves to Heaven Ascension Flow Zone. Sun Baitao was stunned and then laughed dryly. Everyone wants to advance. It's human nature. Yes, it's human nature. Lu Yin smiled and nodded. To the side, the girls that Sun Baitao had arranged for leaned closer and closer to Lu Yin, almost burying themselves in his embrace. Lu Yin could not take it and had the 2 girls leave. The 2 girls were disappointed, and they looked at Lu Yin plaintively before leaving. It was a gaze that could melt anything. The atmosphere of the banquet was rather harmonious. Lu Yin was curious about the machinery technique, the Sun family, and even Heaven Ascension Flow Zone, and Sun Baitao told him everything he knew. Half a day later, Sun Jiong arrived in front of Lu Yin and bowed respectfully. I was rash and offended Alliance Master Lu. Please forgive me. I'll punish myself by drinking 3 cups. He was about to drink the wine that had been prepared when Lu Yin suddenly stopped him and smiled. Brother Sun, there's no need for that. I'm not a petty person. Let's forget our past grudges. Sun Jiong was grateful. His left arm had been severed by Lu Tianmu's 5th sword, and he would not be able to reattach it anytime soon. He looked rather weak. Alliance Master Lu is magnanimous. I was blind, so I must punish myself. Lu Yin replied, Brother Sun's actions make me seem petty. If Brother Sun wants to drink, I'll drink with you. He then poured himself a cup. Sun Jiong hurriedly said, Thank you, Alliance Master Lu. He then finished the wine in his cup. Lu Yin finished it in 1 gulp as well. When he saw Lu Yin finish the wine, Sun Baitao's smile grew even brighter. Alliance Master Lu is magnanimous. I, Sun Baitao, toast to Alliance Master Lu as well. Lu Yin did not refuse anyone. After a few cups, Lu Yin's body swayed, and he immediately supported himself on the table while shaking his head vigorously. Sun Baitao and Sun Jiong exchanged glances when they saw Lu Yin's reaction. Sun Jiong's eyes flashed with resentment, but he nodded and slowly left. Alliance Master Lu, what's wrong? Sun Baitao asked with concern. Lu Yin was puzzled. Family head Sun, what wine is this? It actually made me drunk. Sun Baitao smiled. This is a good wine that my Sun clan has specially prepared for you. Do you like it? Lu Yin looked at Sun Baitao in confusion. What do you mean? Sun Baitao laughed. At the banquet, Elder Sun Yi and the rest of the Sun family laughed. Alliance Master Lu, I've always wanted to ask you a question. Do you still remember Sun Qianye? Sun Baitao asked. Lu Yin shook his head again. The Sun family that I killed. Sun Baitao's eyes narrowed. That's right. Does Alliance Master Lu know why he attacked you? What did you learn from him? Lu Yin and Sun Baitao exchanged glances. What should I know? For example, the paper in that gun, that list of names, Sun Baitao said slowly, his tone cold. As he spoke, an enormous aura with a power level of over 400,000 descended. Star energy whizzed past, enveloping not only the Sun family spacecraft but also the surrounding space. In the distance, Duan Day-Night and the others' expressions changed. Not good. An enlighter has sealed off the region. Wendy Yushan clenched her fists and looked at the Sun family spacecraft. The others looked panicked. The terrifying power that sealed off the starry sky made them feel powerless. This was not a power that they could resist. Around them, spacecraft after spacecraft appeared, all from the Sun family, and they surrounded the group. Within the Sun family spacecraft, Lu Yin lowered his head. List? What list? Sun Baitao approached Lu Yin and reached out. Still trying to act. Just as he was about to approach Lu Yin, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. He had arrived at a place that he had once visited, longed for, and yearned for, Mount Glory. This was the heart of the Hall of Honor, and all of the upper echelons of the Hall of Honor were gathered here. This was the Glory Realm. When he had first arrived at the Glory Realm, Sun Baitao had been nothing more than an ant that anyone could step on, even if he had been the Sun family's patriarch at the time. Now, he had become the master of Mount Glory. In front of him, 9 people were kneeling in a row. They were the 9 directors that he had looked up to in the past. In the distance, various great worlds prostrated themselves at his feet. He had become the master of Mount Glory and the master of the entire universe. Sun Baitao's breathing quickened as he laughed heartily. He had finally succeeded. He had joined the technocracy and climbed up the 6th mainland's branch, becoming the person with the highest status in the 5th mainland. From now on, his Sun family would dominate the Neoverse. The Hall of Honor, the Sirius sect, the Innerverse Sword sect, and the Day-Night clan would all have to act according to his whims. Maniacal laughter echoed throughout the Glory Realm. Suddenly, the top of Sun Baitao's head split open as a hand descended and slammed him into the ground. Sun Baitao's body pierced through a great world and smashed into the ground. Sun Baitao spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he watched the enormous hand descend once more. He resisted, and the star energy around him gathered together to form a strange weapon that blasted towards the hand. This was his strongest attack, and even an emissary would be shocked by it. However, it was useless, and he was still smashed into the ground by the hand. Once, twice, and again. Pfft. Within the Sun family spacecraft, Sun Baitao's hand was only a few centimeters away from Lu Yin, but he was unable to advance any further. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body collapsed to the ground. The surrounding Sun family members were shocked. What was going on? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he stood up and moved his hand. Sun Yi, who had been about to attack, was sent flying. He crashed into the side of the spacecraft and fell into outer space, his body torn apart. He had been struck by an empty palm, and there was no way he could have survived. A hole appeared in the spacecraft, and a powerful suction force sucked away all of the tables and chairs in the banquet. The members of the Sun family looked at Lu Yin in horror, their faces pale and filled with despair. Sun Baitao coughed up another mouthful of blood, and his vision grew blurry. He had endured the Day-Night's tribute and been struck by the Night King's sky-splitting technique dozens of times. His spiritual force had long since crumbled, and the injuries he had sustained from the Day-Night's tribute would appear in his real body. Although Sun Baitao's power level exceeded 400,000, his spiritual force was still weaker than Qiu Shi and the others. A single Day-Night's tribute was enough to cripple him. This was the difference between geniuses and ordinary people. Even if his power level exceeded 400,000, his flaws were still too great. Qiu Shi, Xia Jiuyou, and the others were not as strong as Sun Baitao, but these elite geniuses did not have any obvious flaws. For example, Qiu Shi's physical strength was not as strong as the Star Devourer or Feather Mavis, but she was still able to resist. Another example was Jiu Hao. His spiritual force could not compare to Yao Xian, Lu Yin, and the others, but he would not be easily knocked unconscious or severely injured. Sun Baitao was different. He had a body full of power, but his flaws were too obvious. If he participated in the sovereign tournament, it would be difficult for him to even enter the top 10. Yao Xian's spiritual force, Feather Mavis strength, Xia Jiuyou's blade intent, and so on were enough to deal a fatal blow to him. The top 10 powerhouses of the younger generation all had power levels that even envoys would be shocked by. He looked down at Sun Baitao, who gritted his teeth and looked up at Lu Yin. "You weren't poisoned." Lu Yin's lips curled up. "Where did you get the confidence to think that I would have been poisoned?" Sun Baitao's face paled, and he slowly stood up. "How could that be? Were you prepared? Who betrayed us?" Lu Yin laughed. "It looks like you're very confident in your ability to poison others. Do you remember the battle at Night King Planet? Night King Zhenwu poisoned me as well, and it's impossible to guard against such methods. I've suffered once, so why would I suffer a second time?" Sun Baitao despaired. He had poisoned the two women, and as long as they touched Lu Yin would definitely be poisoned. As a precaution, he had even poisoned the chair. Normally, it would be impossible to avoid, but this person had actually been able to. "How did you know that I would poison you? If you didn't poison me, then how would you deal with me?" Lu Yin retorted. Sun Baitao suddenly attacked, and the star energy in his palm transformed into a strange combination as he slammed his palm towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes, and his pupils transformed into runes that weakened the attack. At the same time, he raised his hand and unleashed an emptiness palm. Bang! There was a loud explosion, and the spacecraft was torn apart. The surrounding Sun family members were all affected and turned into dust. Sun Baitao had displayed strength with a power level of over 400,000, but it was only enough to withstand a single attack from the emptiness palm. Lu Yin had used the Yin evolution scripture to weaken Sun Baitao's attack from over 400,000 to less than 400,000. Every single attack from the emptiness palm had a power level of over 300,000. The two palms collided, and Sun Baitao borrowed the force of Lu Yin's palm in an attempt to escape. As for the Sun family, he didn't even care about his own son, Sun Zhong. Lu Yin sneered. Sun Baitao really was heartless. As he thought about it, the star chessboard appeared beneath his feet. Outer space was the board, and people were the chess pieces. The spacecraft was the chess piece, and Sun Baitao was also a chess piece. Sun Baitao's vision changed again, and he appeared directly in front of Lu Yin. Most importantly, his back was still facing Lu Yin. Lu Yin's emptiness palm was so fast that Sun Baitao could not react in time. His back was in intense pain, and his bones were instantly shattered. His entire body was bent over, and he no longer resembled a human. From the surroundings, beams of light shot towards Lu Yin from the Sun family spacecraft. Lu Yin snorted and released his domain, which enveloped outer space and disintegrated all of the incoming attacks. His powerful domain was enough to defeat an ordinary enlighter, let alone these Sun family spacecraft. Wendy Yushan, Ku Wei, and the others walked out from outer space and attacked the surrounding spacecraft. This was the Ascension Flow Zone, and although the Sun family had many cultivators, they did not have many experts. They were not a match for Ku Wei and the others. Lu Yin could not be bothered with these small fries, and his body flashed as he appeared in front of Sun Baitao. Sun Baitao had been smashed into a barren planet by Lu Yin's emptiness palm. There were only gray rocks around him that were completely devoid of life, and lava flowed within the earth. Sun Baitao fell into the ground and could not move at all. Lu Yin walked up to him. When the banquet started, you did not mention a single word about Sun Qianye or the name list. I knew that something was wrong. You took the risk of killing me just because of a name list that I might know about. That's impossible. You should be very clear about the power behind me. Even if I succeeded, the Sun family would never be able to establish itself on the fifth mainland. Sun Baitao kept coughing up blood as he stared at Lu Yin with unwillingness. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1328. You're risking your family's destruction to assassinate me. Who gave you a guarantee? This guarantee is enough for your Sun family to survive and reach heights that you've never been able to reach before. Who gave you this guarantee? Lu Yin barked as he stared at Sun Baitao. If you don't tell me, I'll immediately destroy the entire Sun family. Sun Baitao smiled bitterly. If I tell you, won't you act against the Sun family? Lu Yin, I know you very well. The innerverse and outerverse are connected, and news of Sun Qianye's death spread to the family. I knew that you would act against my family one day. You haven't acted yet because you're not ready. Once you're ready, my family won't be able to escape. Now that I've failed to kill you, my family will definitely be destroyed by you. There's no other way. Lu Yin continued, as long as you tell me who ordered you to kill me, I can leave a trace of your Sun family's bloodline. At the very least, it can be passed down. Sun Baitao laughed. Do I need you to leave me with any bloodline? The moment I decided to deal with you, I was already fully prepared. I didn't rely on luck to survive until now. Lu Yin frowned. You don't want to live anymore. Sun Baitao shook his head helplessly. Everyone wants to live, but I'm destined not to. You joined the technocracy so that your family can advance further, right? Lu Yin asked. Sun Baitao closed his eyes. So what you said at the banquet was just your probing. Lu Yin, you're very meticulous, and I couldn't even tell how you avoided being poisoned. You're indeed the master of the outerverse. But remember, the more brilliant your performance is, the more people will want your life. You'll follow in my family's footsteps sooner or later. Lu Yin's expression changed. Not good. Self-destruction. There was a loud explosion as the planet shattered. In the distance, Wendy Yushan and the rest looked over worriedly. Lu Yin stood in outer space with an ugly expression on his face. He had originally wanted to obtain Sun Baitao's cosmic ring, but he hadn't expected the guy to be so straightforward and self-destruct. Even if he obtained the ring, it would be useless. Who had ordered the Sun family to act? Someone who knew that the Sun family had enmity with Lu Yin and could not wait to act. That person had even guaranteed the Sun family's safety and ignored the Great Eastern Alliance, Leon's Armada, and even the Hall of Honor. Who could it be? Wait, the Hall of Honor. A thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind, and he looked towards the west. Sun Baitao was dead, and the surrounding Sun family spacecraft had been destroyed. Sun Jiong was captured and brought to Lu Yin. Within the spacecraft, Lu Yin sat quietly while Ku Wei stood behind him. In front of him was Sun Jiong, who was kneeling on the ground. Sun Jiong's face was pale, and his head was bowed in fear as he trembled. Wasn't Lu Yin poisoned? How could he be fine? He thought that the outcome was already decided, but it turned out like this. Raise your head, Lu Yin said slowly. Sun Jiong's body trembled. Raise your head. Didn't you hear what the alliance leader said? Ku Wei shouted. Even Lu Yin was shocked. Sun Jiong's body trembled even more violently, and he raised his head in fear to meet Lu Yin's cold, calm eyes. Who told your Sun family to assassinate me? Or, let me rephrase my question. Has the Sun family received any important figures recently? Sun Jiong was terrified. No, I don't know. I don't know anything. Father told me to invite you to a banquet in the name of an apology. I don't know anything else. Lu Yin was amused. You didn't know that I'd be poisoned. Sun Jiong opened his mouth and wanted to lie, but when he saw Lu Yin's cold gaze, even though he was smiling, it was a smile that made Sun Jiong despair. Father told me, but I don't know who ordered it. I thought it was because of that list, but I really don't know anything else. Lu Yin stared at Sun Jiong, but there was nothing else in his eyes besides fear and despair. Lu Yin sighed. Hand over all of the Sun family's resources and everything you own. If I do that, will I be able to live? Sun Jiong's voice trembled. Ku Wei barked, you still want to negotiate. Sun Jiong trembled in fear, but he gritted his teeth and stared at Lu Yin resolutely. I'll hand over everything of the Sun family, but you have to promise not to kill me. How dare you? Ku Wei barked again, fully displaying his power as a hindrance. Lu Yin raised a hand and stopped Ku Wei. Fine, I won't kill you. Sun Jiong panted heavily. Not you, but all of you, including everyone related to you. Lu Yin's face sank. Sun Jiong hurriedly said, I'm the only one who can open all of the Sun family's resources. There are more than 200 million star essence there, as well as all sorts of precious treasures. I only have one condition, and that is that no one related to you, Alliance Master Lu, can attack me. That includes using money to hire assassins. Lu Yin was stunned. The Sun family had more money than the Blaze Realm. After thinking about it for a while, he understood. The Blaze Realm was split into 3 parts, and the Blazing Mist Flow Zone had many disciples, so their expenses were naturally higher. The Sun family's expenses were much lower, and they also sold items that were created using the mechanism technique. Their income was not much worse than the Blaze Realms, so the remaining resources they had naturally surpassed the Blaze Realms. 200 million star essence. That was an enormous amount of wealth. At that moment, another piece of news arrived. A direct descendant of the Sun family, Sun Jiong's brother, had died. He had not been killed by Lu Yin's subordinates, but rather had died mysteriously. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Sun Jiong. Did you kill your brother? Sun Jiong panted heavily and nodded. I saw Elder Sun Ye's death, so you killed your brother with your own hands just to ensure that the Sun family's resources would only be opened by you alone. That way, you can use it as a bargaining chip, Lu Yin continued. Ku Wei was astonished. This guy was so smart, and he was also so ruthless. Ku Wei could not tell. Sun Jiong did not refute this, as that was the truth. Lu Yin sighed. I couldn't tell, but you're actually quite smart, and your methods are quite ruthless. Alright, I'll agree to your conditions, but I have a condition of my own. Sun Jiong's eyes were filled with anticipation, as he was not afraid of Lu Yin's conditions. As long as Lu Yin had a condition, it would prove that he could live on. You can't stay on the fifth mainland any longer. I'll give you a chance to survive while also performing meritorious deeds. Go to the higher realms and struggle at death's door. If you can find someone from the Sun family, I can allow you to return to the fifth mainland and help you rebuild the Sun family, Lu Yin said. Sun Jiong was confused. What Sun family? Lu Yin was amused. Your father, Sun Baitao, had already left the Sun family's bloodline outside to ensure that the Sun family could continue to exist. Didn't you know? Sun Jiong's face changed, and a bone-deep hatred appeared in the depths of his eyes. He really had not known that his father would rather have him die than allow someone else to live on. At this moment, his hatred for Sun Baitao was even greater than his hatred for Lu Yin. Some people were just like that, selfish and selfish. The more he thought about it, the more he hated Sun Baitao and that so-called Sun family descendant who was being protected. That person was definitely his father's illegitimate son, but that bastard's life was even more precious than his own. Sun Jiong's eyes were filled with venom. Lu Yin was very satisfied with Sun Jiong's gaze, and he waved a hand. Bring me the resources, and then you can scram. Remember, perform meritorious deeds, and I'll help you rebuild the Sun family. You'll also have to join me. Sun Jiong hurriedly replied, Thank you, Alliance Head Lu. I understand, and I'll definitely find that bastard. Rest assured, Alliance Head Lu. He was then taken away by Sister Lang. As he watched Sun Jiong leave, Lu Yin did not hold out much hope, but it was still better than nothing. Sun Jiong was a mad dog, and it would not be a bad idea to let him out to bite others. The Sun family had colluded with the technocracy and had the sixth mainland behind them, so it was naturally more likely that the sixth mainland was the only one who could order them around. Only the sixth mainland did not fear the Hall of Honor. During the Sovereign Tournament, the martial ancestor had personally intervened and prevented the Prime Clear from dealing with everyone else. At that time, Lu Yin had seen the martial ancestor's fear and hostility towards the fifth mainland. He was not at all surprised that the sixth mainland had ordered the Sun family to assassinate him. He just hoped that the martial ancestor had not personally spoken, or else the next group to deal with him would not just be trash like the Sun family, it would at least be an emissary. The cruelty of the universe was constantly being displayed. As Lu Yin's spacecraft continued towards the blazing mist flow zone, the Sun family's main planet cracked open in the background. The destruction of one planet had also destroyed the entire Sun family. Sun Jiong had brought Lu Yin the entire Sun family's wealth, and as he had said, there were about 200 million star essence. The rest had all been stored in his cosmic ring and would be sold along with the Blaze Realm's treasures. Everyone in the universe knew that Lu Yin loved money, but they had never seen him spend much of it. In reality, only he himself knew that he never had enough money to spend. Lu Yin was in a good mood after suddenly receiving such a large sum of money, and even Ku Wei heaved a sigh of relief. 100 million star essence had been bet, and there were no more bets. Ku Wei did not know why Lu Yin was not worried, but he had been rather afraid. Now that Lu Yin had suddenly received so much money, he could finally relax. Seventh bro, why did you let that brat go? He's obviously a traitor, and he's definitely not a good person. He definitely holds a grudge, Ku Wei asked. Lu Yin looked up into space. Someone from the Sun family escaped, and he can help us find them. He doesn't care about blood ties, and he even killed his own younger brother. What he cares about is his own interests. He wants to become the leader of the Sun family, especially if he wants to rebuild the Sun family so that he can leave his name in history. He can't resist this temptation. Seventh bro is wise. This means that this person can help us find the mastermind behind the Sun family's assassination. Seventh bro, you're still the smart one. You're always thinking ahead. Ku Wei immediately began to flatter Lu Yin. The Sun family's destruction was not a small piece of news in the universe, and when the various great powers found out that Lu Yin had been the culprit, they all fell silent. Even the powers that were on good terms with the Sun family did not dare to provoke Lu Yin at this time. However, Lu Yin did not want to give others the impression that he was too tyrannical, unreasonable, and cruel. Before Sun Jiong had left, he had cooperated and recorded evidence, which could be considered Lu Yin's explanation. If a person stood too high, it would be easy to become a target for everyone. Sun Jiong had hoped to quietly make a fortune, but this wish would never come true. At the very least, he did not want to become everyone's enemy. The Sun family's power was not weak in the universe, and if they were destroyed just like that, it would easily cause panic. Now that he had a reason, he could calm some people down and prevent them from causing trouble for the Great Eastern Alliance. His gadget rang, and Huan Sha contacted Lu Yin to tell him the good news. Lu Yin had won first place and was unrivaled in the sovereign tournament. He had become the only sovereign of his generation, and the 72 weaves of the Outerverse congratulated him. They even sent gifts worth more than 30 million star essence. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1329. Lu Yin was very satisfied. After all, this was the Outerverse, and they had used star crystals. 30 million star essence was a boundless amount of star crystals, and it was a huge congratulatory gift to the various powers of the Outerverse. Right after that, Wei Rong also brought Lu Yin good news. The universe major flow zones had congratulated Lu Yin on winning the championship and had sent over 5,000 star essence worth of star essence. Lu Yin's breathing quickened, as this was close to 100 million star essence, an unimaginable sum. Even if it was given to the 8 major flow zones, it would still be an astronomical sum. The Blaze Realm stockpile of star essence was only 100 million. And this was only the gifts from the smaller flow zones in the universe. The 8 major flow zones were even more generous, and they had sent a total of 200 million star essence. Lu Yin was unhappy at this point, as he could tell that these people were trying to use money to get rid of him. No matter how much money a person could spend, how much money could he possibly spend? Lu Yin did not have any particularly large expenditure records, and these people were all shrewd. If Lu Yin liked money, then they would give him money until he was full. In any case, the money could not be spent, and it was at most a decoration. It was still better than giving him power vessels, weapons, and battle techniques that could increase his strength. More importantly, this money could not be spent, and if something happened to Lu Yin in the future, this money would still appear. These people treated Lu Yin as an alternative bank. He would just treat it as saving money. Wang Wen smiled brilliantly, but it was very annoying. You're using things that you can't use for the time being in exchange for favors. To those people, this amount of money is not enough to move them, but it can temporarily fill you up. It's a good deal. Lu Yin knew that Wang Wen was mocking him, but how could these people know the true meaning behind his money? No matter what these people thought of him as, an alternative bank was better. The more money he had, the faster his strength would increase. If these people knew that his strength increase was related to money, they would probably regret it to death. Put away that annoying smile of yours. I have my own uses for it, Lu Yin said unhappily. Wang Wen smiled. It doesn't matter. Having more money isn't a bad thing. Lu Yin grew wary. What are you planning? I won't let a single cent of my money go out. Wang Wen was stunned, and his gaze turned strange. You can't be like those people are guessing, that you have a strange addiction to money, right? Lu Yin didn't explain. You said that you would make arrangements before the Autarka's match. How are things going? Wang Wen felt a bit helpless as he said, everything I did was based on you entering the top 3. Now that you've become the champion, it's too eye-catching, so I'll have to redo everything. Lu Yin raised his brows. I remember that you were very confident in me before the competition. Everything was set up with me becoming the champion as the foundation. That's just one of the options, but you have to know that the goal of becoming champion is too difficult. That's why. Wang Wen felt a little embarrassed and sullen. This was the first time he had made a mistake in his judgment. Even though Lu Yin becoming champion was a good thing, it had caused his image to crumble. Who would have thought that Lu Yin would actually become the champion? You're currently attracting too much attention, and the entire universe is watching you closely. That's why I'm planning to have the Great Eastern Alliance withdraw from the Blazing Mist Flow Zone as a show of our friendship. We'll then slowly infiltrate the Innerverse from another angle, one that won't attract the Innerverse's attention, Wang Wen explained. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Which aspect? I've already called Qiong Shi over. Economy. Do you remember the Daystar Line? I remember that you talked to that woman from the Daystar Line, and she explained in detail the status of corporations in the Innerverse. It's completely different from the Outerverse. No matter how rich these corporations are, they're just tools for the various flow zones to amass wealth. They don't have any autonomy. In the Innerverse, corporations attract the least attention, but they're also the easiest group to infiltrate. Lu Yin recalled that Leng Yan had indeed mentioned that the Daystar Line was a subsidiary company of one of the top corporations in the Innerverse, the Giant Financial Group. The Giant Financial Group was the top corporation in the entire Innerverse, and in terms of economic strength, it far surpassed the Outerverse 4 great corporations. However, its status in the Innerverse was inferior to the Outerverse 4 great corporations because it did not have the ability to protect itself. All of the money it earned had to be handed over to the organizations behind it, which caused the corporations to lead miserable lives in the Innerverse. Lu Yin had only mentioned this to Wang Wen once, but he had not expected Wang Wen to remember it and use it as a starting point. Lu Yin recalled the time when the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, and when tyrannical we've had first been connected to the outside world. Qiong Shi's methods of amassing wealth had given him confidence. With Qiong Shi, Wang Wen, and Wei Rong, they were enough to dominate the Innerverse business world. The Great Eastern Alliance's withdrawal from the Blazing Mist Flow Zone had not only caused the Innerverse's various powers to relax, but it had also given the Sylvan Dragon tribe a reason to go to war with the Ross Empire. Where will the Great Eastern Alliance go after withdrawing from the Blazing Mist Flow Zone? Back to the Outerverse? Lu Yin asked. Wang Wen shook his head. It wasn't easy for us to connect to the Innerverse, so how could we return? There's a small flow zone between the Gu Flow Zone and the Blazing Mist Flow Zone called the Fennel Flow Zone. This flow zone is known as the gateway to the Gu Flow Zone, and cultivators from the Outerverse who want to go to the Gu Flow Zone to search for poisonous insects will usually stop at the Fennel Flow Zone. Although it's small, it's very lively. That place can become the Great Eastern Alliance's territory in the Innerverse. First, it's relatively small, so it won't attract too much attention. Second, we can return to the Blazing Mist Flow Zone at any time. That location and the Outerverse can form a pincer attack against the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. Third, it's backed by the Gu Flow Zone, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. If anything happens, no one will be able to easily take down the Fennel Flow Zone. After all, it depends on the Gu Flow Zone's attitude. Will the Gu Flow Zone hand over the Fennel Flow Zone to us so easily? Lu Yin asked. Wang Wen smiled. The Gu Flow Zone doesn't care about that place, and our Great Eastern Alliance doesn't have the ability to threaten them. We also can't seal off the Gu Flow Zone's cultivators from leaving. To them, we're just gatekeepers at most. Lu Yin understood. The Great Eastern Alliance wanted to borrow the Gu Flow Zone's power to make the Sword Sect and other powers wary. The outside world definitely thought so, but there was no need for that. The Great Eastern Alliance's true goal was to gradually weaken the Great Eastern Alliance's influence in the Innerverse and create an opportunity for Cheong Shir. This was a diversion. Who do you plan to start with? The giant financial group? Lu Yin asked. At that moment, the screen distorted and then disappeared. The signal was gone, and Lu Yin found it strange. His gadget was specially provided by the Starlink network company, and its signal reception was extremely strong. It was not something that other gadgets could compare to, so how could there be no signal? Suddenly, the spacecraft trembled, and Lu Yin frowned. He looked up into space, and his pupils shrank as his face turned pale. He saw that space had completely split open, and the crack extended endlessly. It was as if another part of the starry sky had appeared, and within that crack, something so familiar that it made his scalp go numb appeared. It was a doll. The Witcher spirit deity, a doll. When he saw the Witcher spirit deity doll, Lu Yin felt as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. He immediately donned his universal armor and roared, "Run!" He then walked out of the spacecraft and grabbed the walnut sourcebox that Master Yuan had created. He then took out the Tianhuang array sourcebox and stared at the Witcher spirit deity doll. Inside the spacecraft, no one else knew what was happening. Only Ku Wei felt an intense sense of despair the moment he saw the Witcher spirit deity doll. The Witcher spirit deity doll floated in space and let out a strange laugh. Everything around it was locked down, including the spacecraft, and it could not move at all. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. It was over, and he had no chance at all. This was one of the Neo-Human Alliance's 7 sky gods, an absolute powerhouse that stood at the peak of the universe. Why would it attack him? What about Mr. Mu? Would he appear? Without the jade, Lu Yin had no way of contacting Mr. Mu. At that moment, many thoughts ran through Lu Yin's mind as he stared at the Witcher spirit deity doll. His back was drenched in sweat. He had many tricks up his sleeve, but they were all like ants in front of an absolute powerhouse. How much power did this old monster have? 1,000,000. At the very least, Lu Yin was sure of one thing: Master Yuan was definitely not this monster's match. Who could save him? Who could? The universe brightened considerably, and the cracked starry sky seemed to have parted the dark clouds. A beam of light shone down on the Witcher spirit deity doll, making it seem like a god that brought death. The strange laughter caused all living beings to tremble, and all sorts of creatures hid on the planet. Regardless of whether they were humans, animals, bugs, or astral beasts, all of them hid as fear and despair spread through their bodies. Kiki, little brat, it's time to go home. Return to the Eternal Kingdom, return to where you belong. Kiki, the Witcher spirit deity, cackled as he looked down at Lu Yin. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. Old monster, the Hall of Honor will definitely try to save me if you capture me. Your Eternal Kingdom will be destroyed. Kiki, if the Hall of Honor could destroy the Eternal Kingdom, they would have done so long ago. Little brat, are you trying to threaten me? The Witcher spirit deity said in a cold voice. Lu Yin stared at the Witcher spirit deity doll and called out to Mr. Mu in his mind. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1330. At this moment, they were all insignificant. So what if Lu Yin was the champion of the sovereign tournament? In front of this power, he was still an ant. Wendy Yushan and the rest held onto the spacecraft tightly and almost fell over. Not long after, the cosmos returned to normal. Everyone looked outside in shock, and Ku Wei gulped. The Heavenly Master had to win, or they would all be finished. Outside, space was silent. Only the planets in the surrounding area had been shattered, turning into black holes. It was a spectacular sight. Lu Yin panted heavily, and his eyes turned into runes as he looked out into space. "Aren't you afraid of going blind?" A voice came from behind the group, scaring Ku Wei so much that he almost fell over. Lu Yin turned around and relaxed when he saw that it was the Heavenly Master. He hurriedly asked, "Senior, where's the Witchling God?" The Heavenly Master straightened his clothes. "I chased him away. That old monster was quite difficult to deal with." Lu Yin relaxed. Everyone else relaxed as well. "Senior is still the best. You're invincible in this universe." Ku Wei subconsciously flattered the Heavenly Master. Lu Yin bowed. "Thank you for saving me, Senior." He had despaired when the Witchling God had appeared. The Heavenly Master waved a hand. "You're welcome. We've all encountered this before." Lu Yin was curious. "You've encountered it as well?" The Heavenly Master did not elaborate on this topic. Instead, he warned Lu Yin, "It's not just you. The rest of the top 10, as well as anyone who can compete for that opportunity, will likely be attacked by the Neo-Human Alliance. The Neo-Human Alliance will not allow you to obtain it, so I'll stay close to protect you during this time." Lu Yin relaxed when he heard the Heavenly Master's words. With the Heavenly Master around, there was no need to be afraid of the Witchling God. Would the others be attacked as well? It seemed that this opportunity was quite precious, and even the Neo-Human Alliance was afraid of it. For the Neo-Human Alliance to be so afraid that they would mobilize the 7 sky gods, and for the Hall of Honor to invite someone like the Heavenly Master, it seemed that the rumors were true. This opportunity was definitely related to the progenitor realm. No progenitor had appeared in the 5th mainland since the ancient war. The Hall of Honor greatly desired the progenitor realm, and they were their hope. Just as the Heavenly Master had said, the moment the Witchling God attacked Lu Yin, the rest of the top 10 were attacked as well. In the sky above Universe Ocean, a giant corpse king stood in the middle of the ocean. The seawater of Universe Ocean didn't even reach his knees. When he moved, Universe Ocean started to churn. Cosmic Ocean had the strangest celestial phenomenon. There were 4 major battle groups, yet none of them posed any threat to this corpse king. He was one of the 7 celestial gods, Corpse God. Opposite the Corpse God, Qin Mavis stood in front of Feather Mavis, her face pale. She had not expected to encounter the 7 sky gods on her way back to the Neoverse. These were the 7 sky gods, and they were not existences she could fight against. She could not even look up to them. The zombie god raised his hand and grabbed Feather Mavis. His scarlet eyes were like 2 dark red suns, covering the sky above Universe Ocean. "Corpse Goddess, stop!" shouted a voice. The surroundings turned green, and a pair of enormous eyes met the Corpse Goddess's scarlet eyes. The dark red and green struggled for brilliance. Qin Mavis and the rest were pleasantly surprised. "Elder Lingji. Elf girl, I didn't kill you back then, but now, you can stop me," the Corpse Goddess said, her words unclear. All of the Corpse Kings were the same. Lingji Mavis was the oldest powerhouse of the Mavis family, and she was one of the 5th mainland's 7 half-ancestors. However, her appearance was no different from when she was young. "Old man, why aren't you all dead?" Lingji Mavis shouted. The Mavis family members were all the same. No matter how gentle they appeared, their hearts were abnormally fiery. Bang! The cosmic ocean rumbled, and shock waves overturned the seawater. In the distance, the warship of Leon's armada swayed, and it was almost sent flying. Heizage Leon was also helpless. He had just returned from the Interverse, and he had not even warmed his seat before a fight broke out. More importantly, he could not interfere, and he did not even dare to interrupt. In the face of a truly supreme powerhouse, even the 4 major battle groups were useless. In the Neoverse, the Sirius sect was also attacked by one of the 7 sky gods, Undying Deity. Fortunately, the Sirius sect also had one of the 5th mainland's 7 half-ancestors, and he was known as Elder Gong. The Hall of Honor had thought that the 7 sky gods would attack the top 10 powerhouses of the 5th mainland. However, they were wrong. A piece of news spread to the Hall of Honor, and it shocked them. One of the top 10 powerhouses, Bukong of the 6th mainland's Daosaur's 3 skies, had died. This news shocked both the 6th mainland and the 5th mainland. Bukong was one of the 6th mainland's Daosaur's 3 skies, so he naturally had powerhouses protecting him. His master was one of the 3 ancestors, Mystery Progenitor, but he had actually been killed by the Neo-Human Alliance. The Hall of Honor could imagine Mystery Progenitor's fury. No one had expected the Neo-Human Alliance to use the 7 sky gods to attack the 6th mainland's people. After all, the 6th mainland had cooperated with the Neo-Human Alliance in the past. Mystery Progenitor naturally had not expected Bukong to die so tragically. When Luin heard the news, he fell silent. Regardless of friend or foe, Bukong had always been one of the most outstanding elites of the human race. He had grasped many secret techniques and sourcebox arrays, and his future achievements were unimaginable. Yet, he had died just like that. However, Luin only felt sympathy for the death of a rabbit, and it was not too much of a pity. Still, he could imagine Mystery Progenitor's fury. Not only that, but Bukong has also died. Wu Taibai was also heavily injured, and we don't know if Wang Yi is still alive, Heavenly Master Shangxing said with a bleak tone. Luin frowned. The Neo-Human Alliance intentionally used the 7 sky gods to attack us and lower the 6th mainland's guard. Their true goal is still the 6th mainland. Heavenly Master Shangxing shook his head. Their true goal is the human race, not just the 6th mainland. After so many years, we understand the Neo-Human Alliance too well, and they know that it's impossible for them to kill you. Qiushi and the others won't be able to do it, and us old fellows will definitely protect them. Thus, they can only target the 6th mainland. Killing as many as they can, right? Luin asked. Heavenly Master Shangxing nodded and looked at the sky with a complicated expression. There's only hope for that opportunity if all of you work together. If one of you dies, there's less hope. Fortunately, there are many experts in this generation. Even if Bukong dies, the 6th mainland can still replenish Ziyi. What about Wang Yi? Luin asked. Heavenly Master Shangxing shook his head. I don't know if he's dead or not. If he can't reach the Neoverse in time, then someone else will definitely take his place. At this point, Luin suddenly exchanged glances with Heavenly Master Shangxing. Not good. If they could think of this, then how could the Neo-Human Alliance not have? This generation of youths was too dazzling, and the Hall of Honor might have overlooked the possibility that others might be attacked as well. Hidden Weep, Lu Tianmu, Obscurer, and Starsabil were all not much weaker than the top 10, and they definitely had the qualifications to compete for the opportunity in Wang Yi's place. The Neo-Human Alliance might have already made a move. What happened to the others did not have much to do with Luin, and he did not have the time to worry about others. It didn't take long for him to receive a call, and he immediately picked it up. A beautiful woman appeared on the screen, and it was Faye, the leader of the Flyfall Squadron, one of the 7 subordinate squadrons of Leon's armada that he had met once before. Little 7, we still can't find out who's behind the bets, Sister Fei said. Lu Yin's heart sank. How much money is left in the bets? I came just in time. There's about 360 million star essence left. After the start of the Supreme Tournament, Lu Yin had contacted Leon's Armada and asked Heizage Leon to send someone to look for the biggest bets, as he was worried that the bets would run away after Lu Yin won the championship. Reality proved that his worries were correct, as Leon's Armada moved quickly and found the bets during the tournament. Sister Fei personally monitored the bets, and it was fine if the bets did not go back on their word, but if they did, Leon's Armada would take action. However, they were still a step too late, as the bets had already been transferred. If not for Sister Fei's quick actions, even 300 million star essence would have been transferred. Sister Fei, you really can't find out who's behind this. Lu Yin was unwilling to give up, as the odds were 1 to 10. He had bet 100 million star essence and would have received 1 billion star essence, but he was left with only 300 million star essence. It was impossible for all of it to be his, as the bets had been found by Leon's Armada, which meant that he would get at least half of it, or even more. Even blood brothers had to settle accounts clearly. Furthermore, Leon's Armada was a pirate group, and he was even their leader. Sister Fei rolled her eyes. I want to find out more than you do. Do you think you're the only one who bet? A large group of people lost all their money. Lu Yin frowned. The reason why this bets had become the largest and most trustworthy was because they had placed their bets with the Mavis Bank, and they had borrowed 1 billion star essence directly from the bank. It was precisely because of this billion star essence that others had dared to place their bets. As long as they won money and had proof from the bets, they could directly withdraw the money from the Mavis Bank. It was very simple. Since the bets had been set up, there was basically no way for them to lose money. However, who would have thought that Lu Yin would suddenly bet so much and even win? Even with 1 billion star essence, it was only enough for Lu Yin to make a loss. Many others had won as well, so the bets were set to lose money. Without Lu Yin's bets, the bets would have been more than enough to squander, and they would have even made a huge profit. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1331. It's impossible for you to check the Mavis Bank's records. Even the Mavis family members don't have the authority to do so, let alone you. If the information is leaked, the consequences will be dire, and no one will be able to bear the consequences. You might even have to bear the wrath of the Mavis family, Sister Fei warned Lu Yin. After all, this concerned the Mavis Bank's reputation, which was worth far more than 1 billion star essence. Lu Yin nodded helplessly. I understand. Thank you, Sister Fei. Sister Fei nodded. You've gotten back the 100 million that you bet, and you even made a small profit. It's not a loss, so don't take it to heart. Lu Yin pursed his lips, as he had actually been enlightened by a pirate. I understand, Sister Fei. He hung up, and behind him, Ku Wei was still unsatisfied. Seventh bro, are we just going to let those bastards off? They actually dared to steal our money. They must be tired of living. Who do you think can borrow 1 billion star essence from the Mavis Bank at once? Lu Yin asked. Ku Wei shook his head. There are plenty of people like that. The 8 great flow zones of the inner verse, the cosmic sea, the Neoverse, and even the Hall of Honor have people who can do it, including you. With your current status, it's very easy for you to borrow 1 billion star essence from the Mavis Bank. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, as he had almost forgotten about that. Right, he could borrow some money himself, and he could give it a try if he ever needed money. Of the 360 million star essence that Sister Fei had obtained from the bets, 160 million were transported back to Leon's Armada in the Cosmic Sea. The remaining 200 million were given to Lu Yin to be transported directly to the Blaze Realm. As a result, Liu Yin's total assets reached 700 million star essence, of which 100 million was from his previous bet. 700 million star essence was a sum that he had never obtained before. He was too rich, too rich. No, he had to keep a low profile. He had to keep a low profile. When he thought about how he had lost almost 900 million star essence, his heart twitched. The Blaze Realm was not very far from the Ascension Flow Zone, and they had to bypass the Gu Flow Zone along the way. Liu Yin specially ordered his spacecraft to pass by the Fennel Flow Zone to take a look before heading to the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. The current Blazing Mist Flow Zone was completely different from before, and there were no longer any arrogant disciples from the Blaze Realm. The Sylvan Dragons and the Ross Empire had subconsciously joined forces and set up a defensive line in the south of the Blaze Realm to prevent the Great Eastern Alliance from acting against them. Leon's armada, after all, had returned to the Blaze Realm, as he did not have the strength to deal with two powerhouses at the same time. However, these two parties did not dare to make a move against him. Liu Yin had become the leader, and the Hall of Honor had immediately issued a warning to everyone. This was also one of the reasons why Heizage Lian had returned to the Cosmic Sea without worry. The Sage Heavenly Master had disappeared, and Liu Yin had wanted to entertain him. However, the Sage Heavenly Master did not interact with outsiders, and even Liu Yin did not know where he had gone. One thing he was certain of, however, was that if anything happened to Liu Yin, the Sage Heavenly Master would appear. Not long after he returned to the Blaze Realm, Liu Yin was discussing with Wei Rong the matter of withdrawing from the Blazing Mist Flow Zone when he received a call. He accepted the call, and the person who appeared surprised him. It was Starsabil. He had never thought that Starsabil would suddenly contact him. In the Supreme Tournament, Starsabil's performance had been quite normal. In truth, Liu Yin was a little surprised, as Starsabil had always been a potential threat to him. "Brother Liu, do you have time? How about coming to the Starsabil sect for a tour?" This was the first thing Starsabil said when she saw him. The Starsabil sect. Starsabil smiled. The Starsabil sect officially invites Brother Liu for a tour. Several days later, in outer space, Liu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and fell into deep thought. He had accepted the Starsabil sect's invitation and was going for a tour. Anyone in the universe who knew about the Starsabil sect would more or less have some misgivings about them. After all, divination was something that normal people did not dare to underestimate, as it involved the domain of time. Liu Yin was no exception. He had originally not believed in divination, but the incident with the Sea King had forced him to believe in it. No one knew that the Sea King had stolen pyrolite, and only the Starsabil sect had divined it. Starsabil's divination of battles was quite mysterious, and her so-called abacus method was puzzling. Liu Yin was still very curious about this organization, and he wanted to see through this so-called divination. Any normal person would have such a mentality. However, if he could not see through it and instead believed in the divination, then he would definitely have more misgivings when facing the Starsabil sect in the future. He might even have to respect them. The Starsabil sect was located in the Innerverse Minor Thousand Flow Zone, which was located at the intersection of the Gu Flow Zone, the First Flow Zone, and the Day-Night Flow Zone. It could be considered the intersection of the Innerverse's three major flow zones. The Minor Thousand Flow Zone was somewhat different from the other smaller flow zones. It was unknown whether it had been intentionally set up or formed naturally, but the entire flow zone had 108 ring-shaped tributaries that circled each other in layers, making the entire flow zone look like a vortex. If it was a flat surface, it would be a perfect target. At the center of the 108 ring-shaped tributaries was the Starsabil sect, and the stars in the Minor Thousand Flow Zone circled around the tributaries. They were arranged in a seemingly ordinary order, but at the same time, they were not. The moment he entered the Minor Thousand Flow Zone, he could clearly see that there were only ring-shaped tributaries in front of him, which seemed very ordinary. However, for some reason, Lu Yin had a strange feeling. It was as if these tributaries and the arrangement of the stars held some sort of strange meaning. He exhaled and arrived at the minor thousand flow zone, which meant that he was very close to the Starsibil sect. Along the way, he had received a message from the Yu family, a place that he had never interacted with before, the Yo court. The people who had contacted him over the past few days had all been very unexpected. The Yo court had contacted him with the intention of joining the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin had never thought that such a thing would happen. After all, the Yo court was a well-known power in the Interverse, and it was backed by the Sword sect in the first flow zone. The Sword sect and the Yo court had several marriage alliances, but they actually wanted to join the Great Eastern Alliance. The Sword sect already suspects that the Yo court hasn't left the Yu family of the Seven Courts, and their attitude towards us is completely different. We hope that Alliance Master Lu will allow the Yo court to join the Great Eastern Alliance. The Yo court has already betrayed the Yu family of the Seven Courts, and we only wish to live a peaceful life. However, the Sword sect will never allow us to exist. The exposure of the Yo secret symbol has filled them with both fear and greed towards us. The Sword sect will definitely want to obtain the Yo secret symbol. Alliance Master Lu, the Yo court swears that we have no intention of returning to the Yu family, and we will definitely not betray the Great Eastern Alliance. Even though the Sword sect's attitude has changed, the Yo court does not wish to sever ties with them. We only hope that someone will protect the Yo court's peace. The reason why we chose the Great Eastern Alliance is because it is not a single power, but rather an alliance of interests. It does not pose much of a threat to the Yo court. Alliance Master Lu's future achievements are limitless, and even now, you have the support of the Hall of Honor, Leon's Armada, Master Yuan, and the others. The Yo court does not trust anyone, and we only hope that Alliance Master Lu can protect us. This was what Madame Yu, the head of the Yo court, had said to Lu Yin. During the Sovereign Tournament, Yo Year had exposed the Yo secret symbol, as well as the Killer Heart Lotus battle technique. This was equivalent to completely exposing the fact that the Yo court was the main body of the Yu family. It would be strange if the Sword sect was willing to protect them. Madame Yu had spoken in a righteous manner, saying that the Yo court would never return to the Yu family. If Lu Yin hadn't seen everything after the die's 6 pips had fused, he might have actually believed her. After all, according to common sense, the Yo court should not have betrayed the Yu family. Even if they had, it should not have been the main family that possessed the Yo secret symbol. Lu Yin did not know why the Yo court had betrayed the Yo court, or why they had intentionally split from the Yu family. This was what he was worried about. What was the Yo court trying to do? Although the Seven Courts was one of the 3 Dark Hands, they were different from the Neo-Human Alliance. They were not hated by everyone, and they had no problems protecting themselves. However, they had chosen to protect the Sword sect and had even gone so far as to form a marriage alliance with the Yo court. It was as if some sort of crisis was looming over them. Yes, it was a crisis. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. The Yo court had hidden some things from both the Sword sect and himself. This made it even more impossible for him to accept the Yo court. Who knew what they were hiding? If even the Seven Courts Yu family could not protect them, then Lu Yin was not arrogant enough to think that he could resist the Seven Courts Yu family. The Yu family was definitely an old monster with terrifying power, and they were definitely not weaker than the Night King clan. Madame Yu was waiting for his reply, but after much consideration, Lu Yin decided not to contact her. The Yo court was clearly using him as a shield. Elsewhere, in the first flow zone, countless people were kneeling under the gloomy sky. Their expressions were solemn, and they looked exceptionally dignified. A large flag with the word Yo fluttered in the wind. This was the Yo court, and the head of the Yo court, Madame Yu, appeared calm, but the anxiety in her eyes could not be concealed. Behind her, Yo-Year had her head lowered, and her face was pale. Was that battle technique really something that you learned from the Yo's secret symbol? Madame Yu asked in a low voice. Yo-Year did not dare to hide the truth. Yes. It accidentally appeared when I used the Yo secret symbol, so I started cultivating it. Actually, I've never tested its power before, and this was my first time in the Supreme Tournament. Madame Yu's chest heaved, and her eyes were filled with excitement, but there was also fear. Yo-Year did not know why the Yo court had been separated from the Yu family. Only the current head of the Yo court knew that it was because of the Yo secret symbol. The Yo secret symbol was not just a secret technique, but also a treasure that had been hidden over the years. No one knew what the Yo secret symbol contained, but it was known that those who cultivated it could accidentally obtain ancient battle techniques, cultivation methods, or even secret techniques. It was rumored that this secret technique had been created by the Yu family's ancestor, the legendary Netherworld ancestor. He was an incomparably ancient progenitor who had long been lost to the passage of time. It was very likely that the Netherworld ancestor had hidden these battle techniques within the Yo secret symbol. The reason the Yo court had been separated was because the secret of the Yo secret symbol had been leaked. They did not know how many people knew about this secret, but one thing was certain: there had always been people who had been watching the Yo court, vainly trying to obtain the Yo secret symbol. This constant sense of danger had long since been engraved into the blood of every member of the Yu family. This feeling of being constantly watched had existed for a very, very long time. It could be traced all the way back to the ancient war between the 5th and 6th mainlands. It was precisely because of this that the Yu family had decided to split off from the Yo court and take away the true Yo secret symbol. The Yo court naturally had to have the ability to protect itself. Apart from the Yu family's secret protection, the sword sect was also a protector that the Yu family had found. Its strength was definitely not weaker than any of the 7 courts, and it was enough to protect the Yo court. Thank you for your support, brothers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1332. Everything had been going smoothly, but Yo-Year's exposure during the Sovereign Tournament had completely disrupted the Yu family's plans. Even the sword sect suspected that the Yo court had other motives. Even an idiot would know that a disciple who had grasped the Yo secret was the true heir of the Yu family. Was it possible for the true heir to defect? Even if he had, how could the Yu family allow the Yo secret to remain hidden? None of this made sense, so it was impossible for the Yo court to continue protecting the sword sect. Madame Yu, or rather, the entire Yu family, had chosen to rely on the Great Eastern Alliance and Lu Yin. Why should we rely on the Great Eastern Alliance? Yo-Year couldn't help but ask. Madame Yu was helpless. Exposing the Yo secret is the same as exposing the fact that we are the true heirs of the Yu family. Who in the inner verse would dare to accept us? The sword sect and the Wen family would dare, but they have other motives. These behemoths are not reliable, and the Great Eastern Alliance is a combination of interests. Lu Yin is the champion of the Sovereign Tournament and is being watched closely by the Hall of Honor. There are many hidden powerhouses behind him, and there must be some unknown powerhouses among them. Otherwise, Lu Yin would not have been able to cultivate to his current realm. He would have died long ago. Relying on him is the best choice at the moment. Yo-Year looked at Madame Yu. We can return to the Yu family. Madame Yu smiled bitterly. Do you still feel like you're being watched? Yo-Year trembled, and her face paled as she nodded. The Yu family has been under surveillance for many years. This danger that originates from the bloodline torments every single member of the Yu family. We split off to protect the Yo secret, but also to protect the other members of the Yu family, Madame Yu explained. Yo-Year understood. If the Yu family could protect itself, then they would not have split off. The 7 courts seemed to be one entity, but they had their own conflicts. They could not rely on the other families, but would it be useful to rely on Luine? Madame Yu did not rely on Luine, but rather on the powerhouse that everyone had speculated about after Luine. Everyone had come to a consensus that there was an unimaginable powerhouse after Luine, and it was precisely because of that powerhouse that Luine had been able to cultivate such an unparalleled strength. Of course, Madame Yu also had expectations for Luine in the future. Luine might really be able to reach the progenitor realm. However, Luine wasn't a good person either. He might covet the Yo's secret in the future, but for now, she could only rely on him. The sword sect's attitude towards them had changed too drastically, and she had a premonition that the sword sect would make a move soon. After passing through several circular tributaries, the Starsabil sect came into view. It was a planet that was neither bright nor beautiful, but it had given birth to a mystical sect. This planet was called Starsabil, and the Starsabil sect was located on it. There were very few people in the Starsabil sect. Originally, there was a mysterious sect master, 6 Starsabils, and 108 black servants who served the Starsabil sect. However, after Starsabil revealed her 9 clones technique, all of them had fused together. Now, there was no one else in the Starsabil sect besides the sect master, Starsabil, and the black servants. It was hard to imagine that the famed Starsabil sect only had this much power, but that was the truth. The Starsabil sect had relied on this little bit of power to stand tall in the universe for countless years, and even the behemoths of the Neoverse did not dare to underestimate them. Right, there was also Xianzhou, who had been abandoned by the Starsabil sect. He could also be considered a member of the Starsabil sect. The final circular tributary was behind Luine, and Starsabil was right in front of him. A figure stood tall in outer space and gazed at the spacecraft. It was as beautiful as a painting, and even the darkness of outer space could not obscure her radiance. It was Starsabil. Lu Yin's gaze deepened. He had arrived at the Starsabil sect. Just as Lu Yin reached the Starsabil sect, in the Outerverse, on the Prairie Blaze continent where East San Dios was located, an ordinary-looking man contacted Night King Yuanjing. Can't find any clues. It's expected that he's not in San Dios, but doesn't he have any friends or family? You must find him. He has the Day-Night clan's inheritance stone on him, as well as the secret to entering the stone to cultivate, Night King Yuanjing said sternly. The man respectfully replied, Yes, Elder. This disciple will continue the search. The man was from the Day-Night clan, and he had been ordered by the Day-Night clan to search for Lu Xiaoge. This was because Lu Xiaoge had obtained the Day-Night clan's inheritance and had climbed to an extremely high position on the Day-Night clan's ancestral land stone tablet. This had infuriated the entire Day-Night clan. Lu Yin had overturned the Day-Night flow zone and climbed to the top of the ancestral land stone tablet. Although they hated him to the core, they were still convinced. After all, Lu Yin was the master of the Outerverse, and his strength was at the top of the younger generation. But what did Lu Xiaoge have? In the eyes of the Day-Night clan, Lu Xiaoge was like an ant, and since an ant dared to ride on their heads, they had to be slapped to death. Unfortunately, they could not find Lu Xiaoge. The man thought for a moment and then looked towards the north. Lu Xiaoge was too cautious, and he had not made any friends in the Outerverse for so many years. He also did not get close to women, and he had not left behind any clues. The only way was to try his luck and go to Lu Xiaoge's hometown, Earth. In the Innerverse, in the Day-Night clan's ancestral land, one of the elders guarding the stone tablet, switching Day-Night, stood up and also looked towards the north before walking out. In the Innerverse, in the Lesser Thousand Flow Zone, Lu Yin was escorted by Starsabil to Starsabil. The planet's scenery was extremely beautiful, and it did not contain any modern facilities. Whether it was the gravity, environment, soil, or sky, everything made Lu Yin feel as if he had returned to Earth. This was a very ordinary planet in the universe. It's the Starsabil sect's blessing that Brother Lu is able to come to Starsabil, Starsabil said with a smile. It was rare to see Starsabil smile, as she had always been recognized as the most beautiful woman in the universe. Now that she smiled and covered half her face, she had a unique charm. Lu Yin could not help but take a few more glances at her. You're too kind. It's my blessing to be invited to the Starsabil sect as a guest. There aren't many people in the universe who are qualified to be invited by the Starsabil sect, and even if they come to the lesser thousand flow zone, they might not be able to enter. What he said was the truth. When he had entered the lesser thousand flow zone, he had seen many spacecraft sailing around the circular tributary. It was obvious that they wanted to enter but had not obtained permission. Starsabil replied, "There's no other way. The Starsabil sect also wants to benefit the universe and make more friends, but there's a limit to our numbers. Divination is not a simple matter, and everyone wants to know the past and the future in order to deduce fate. However, knowing the future may not be a good thing." What do you mean? Lu Yin asked. Starsabil thought about it. It's very difficult to change the future, and fate is determined by the heavens. What if I tell Brother Lu that you will definitely become the champion of the sovereign tournament? Will you work even harder in your cultivation, even if it means risking your life to increase your strength? Or will you confirm that the Starsabil sect's divination is correct and that there is no need for you to risk your life and just wait for the moment you become the champion? Which option would Brother Lu choose? Lu Yin thought about it and then laughed. If it were me, I would choose the first option. Starsabil nodded. Brother Lu doesn't trust the Starsabil sect, so you've never trusted us from the start. However, those people outside have been scrambling for our Starsabil sect. Some have waited for 10 years, 100 years, and some have even waited for 1,000 years. What do you think they would choose if we told them the results? Lu Yin replied, they wouldn't take the initiative to fight for it. They would just wait for the results of the divination to come true. However, once they do that, it will clash with fate. This is because fate dictates that even if you become the champion, you will still have to risk your life to increase your strength. Once that happens, your fate will change, and no one will know if it's good or bad. Lu Yin laughed. You're the Starsabil. Don't you want everyone in the universe to trust you and allow you to make decisions? What you said just now seemed like you were trying to undermine me. Starsabil smiled. It's the exact opposite. Brother Lu, don't you think that after hearing what I said just now, you believe in divination even more? Lu Yin was stumped, but he smiled and did not dwell on the topic any further. The Starsabil sect was not the only Starsabil sect. There were also ordinary mortal countries, but they were all in the era of cold weapons. Lu Yin and Starsabil looked down from the clouds and saw the battles between mortals. It was an addictive feeling, as Lu Yin was a god to these mortals. He was a huge country with millions of soldiers on the battlefield. As long as he willed it, he could instantly change the outcome of the battle. Starsabil did not rush him, and when Lu Yin stopped, she stopped as well. Not long after, Lu Yin said, "Let's go." Starsabil continued to lead the way, and before long, the two arrived at a giant waterfall. They parted to reveal a completely different world. The Starsabil sect was not very large, and the buildings were very simple. It even felt like they had been built casually. There were even thatched huts that seemed simple, but Lu Yin noticed something different about them. There were exactly 108 houses here. The minor thousand flow zone had 108 ring-shaped tributaries, and the Starsabil sect had 108 profound servants. Could there be 108 countries in the Starsabil sect? Did these numbers mean something? Brother Lu, please. Master has been waiting for you for a long time, Starsabil said. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. Please lead the way. They passed by one house after another, and under Starsabil's guidance, the two arrived at a very ordinary thatched hut in the innermost area. "Master, I've brought the guest." She then gestured for Luin to enter. Luin calmly entered the hut. This was not his first time visiting a thatched hut. Back then, Elder Yu had lived in a thatched hut, and the entire Yu bloodline had lived in seclusion in a similar manner. There were also many thatched huts in the Royal Frost Continent's everlasting ice city. These huts represented the passage of time. Luin entered the hut, but he did not see anyone. Just as he was feeling strange, an illusory figure slowly took shape in front of him. Luin looked on in shock. A screen. No, wait. The figure quickly took shape. It was a middle-aged man who was as gentle as jade. He wore white clothes with a star pattern on them, and he had a smile on his face. His eyes were especially bright and filled with wisdom. He gave off a very refined and scholarly aura. This feeling was similar to when Shangqing had transformed into Patriarch Hui, but there were also differences. Patriarch Hui's aura was more refined, while this middle-aged man was more refined. "Alliance leader Liu, it's been a long time," the middle-aged man said, his voice comforting. Luin looked at the man. "The Starsabil sect has invited me as a guest, but they're not welcoming me personally. That doesn't seem very appropriate." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1333. The middle-aged man smiled. "Please forgive me, Alliance leader Liu. I'm always like this when I meet anyone, even Elder Chan." Luin raised a brow. "How should I address you, senior?" The middle-aged man smiled as he raised his hand and wrote a word in the air, Pearl. Luin was confused. "Pearl? Senior Pearl?" The man nodded. "Yes." Luin was bewildered. Pearl sounded exactly the same as a pig. It's not the same. One is an object, and the other is a living creature. The man smiled. Luin was shocked. He had only thought about it, but he had not said it out loud. "You can see through my thoughts." The man laughed. "It's just a simple guess. Anyone would think the same thing. It's very simple." Lu Yin's expression turned strange. "May I know why Senior has invited me here?" The man sized Lu Yin up seriously. "The champion of the sovereign tournament and the king of the younger generation. Everyone would like to meet you. That's simple." Lu Yin was confused. The man replied, "My Starsabil sect would like to establish good karma with Alliance leader Liu. I'll give you a piece of advice, and you might be able to help us in the future." "What kind of good karma?" Lu Yin was curious. The man's eyes twinkled, and Lu Yin knew that he was trying to divine something. He calmly stood there and waited. Starsabil had not been able to divine him, and Xianjiu had shed tears of blood when he had divined for Lu Yin. He had even sworn to never do so again. Lu Yin wanted to see what abilities this sect leader had. "There are traces of the Shantian mirror on Alliance leader Lu's body. It seems that my useless junior brother has caused trouble for you." Lu Yin was astonished. "You can tell." "Wait, did you say the Shantian mirror?" "Xianjiu has really cultivated it." The man nodded. "Of course." Lu Yin blinked. This was a pleasant surprise. Xianjiu had actually cultivated the Shantian mirror. This was the Shantian mirror, a famous divination technique that was rumored to be the Starsabil sect's most mysterious technique. Lu Yin had originally thought that Xianjiu had been bragging, and everyone else had thought that he had been bragging. Who would have thought that it was actually true? Lu Yin felt that inviting Xianzhou to become the Great Yu Empire's imperial tutor was not a bad idea. Is there anything in particular that Alliance leader Lu wants to know? The only good karma that my Starsabil's sect can do is divination. Family. I want to know where my family is. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as he stared at Lu Yin. Xianzhou's state after his divination had left him feeling uneasy. Xianzhou's gaze had been filled with sorrow, and he was most afraid of hearing a certain result. After a while, the middle-aged man's body suddenly began to circulate and distort. His originally refined temperament became anxious and even somewhat incredulous. Lu Yin's heart sank as he clenched his fists. The middle-aged man retracted his gaze from Lu Yin and lowered his head, his eyes flickering. How is it? Did you manage to divine it? Lu Yin hurriedly asked. The middle-aged man raised his head and looked at Lu Yin with a strange gaze. It was different from Xianzhou's sorrowful and sympathetic gaze. It was more like... How should he describe it? Lu Yin had an indescribable feeling. I can't give you an answer about Alliance Master Lu's background, the middle-aged man said. Lu Yin frowned. Why? You can't divine it. The middle-aged man withdrew his gaze and seemed to be thinking about something. Lu Yin stared at him. After a while, the middle-aged man said, It's not that the divination is impossible. Your past has been concealed. He raised his hand and drew a finger in the air. When he saw the finger, Lu Yin's pupils shrank. This was the dream finger. The middle-aged man drew again, but this time, he drew a general appointing platform. One is an attack, and the other is a defense. Alliance Master Lu, as long as you can find these two truths, then you will be able to discover your background. However, it will be very difficult, as someone can conceal your past from even me. This proves that this person's ability might be related to time and might even be able to block the river of time. The middle-aged man then looked at Lu Yin seriously. I only have one piece of advice for Alliance Master Lu. You must succeed in this fight for the opportunity. Lu Yin watched the image in the air dissipate and then looked at the middle-aged man again. Anything else? Nothing else. The man shook his head. Lu Yin did not believe him, but he could not force the man to tell him. Being able to divine the dream finger and the general appointing platform had given Lu Yin a new understanding of divination. The general appointing platform was his second innate gift, and it should be related to his family's inheritance. Finding the truth behind the general appointing platform would allow him to discover his background. The dream finger was definitely related to the Day-Night clan, and Lu Yin wondered if he should make another trip to the Day-Night clan. Thank you for your divination, Senior. I am eternally grateful. The middle-aged man looked at Lu Yin. Remember my advice. You must obtain this opportunity, as it is the key to unlocking the mystery of your background. What exactly is this opportunity? Lu Yin asked. Even though he had become the champion, no one had explained to him what he was about to fight for. The middle-aged man shook his head. I can't tell you in advance. Alliance Master Lu, just wait for a while. Lu Yin asked again, Senior, did you manage to divine anything about that finger? The man shook his head. I really didn't. Lu Yin felt helpless. In that case, this junior will take his leave. If the Starsabil sect needs anything in the future, this junior will definitely not decline. The middle-aged man nodded and watched Lu Yin leave. After Lu Yin left the room, the middle-aged man frowned. It actually involved that place. No wonder the girl couldn't divine it. This child's path is difficult, more difficult than anyone else's. He has a supreme status, but he has to climb up from the bottom. It's even harder than becoming a progenitor. After leaving the room, Lu Yin was still immersed in their conversation. How was it, Brother Lu? Starsabil asked. Lu Yin looked at her. What a wonderful divination. Starsabil did not know if he was telling the truth, so she changed the topic. Brother Lu, it's rare for you to come here. Why don't you try some of our Starsabil sex specialties? Lu Yin smiled. Then I won't stand on ceremony. He had not come here purely because he had been invited. There was another important matter that he needed to attend to, and that was to ask the Starsabil sect to investigate the person behind the bets. He was unwilling to give up just like that. 900 million star essence. What kind of concept was that? Even the Blaze Realm's treasury, combined with the Sun families, did not amount to even half of 900 million star essence. To Lu Yin, this amount of money could allow him to upgrade many of his external items, and he would not have to worry about money for a long time. How could he just give up? At Starsabil's invitation, Lu Yin tasted the Starsabil sex delicacies and toured around the planet. One day later, he asked Starsabil to divine the person behind the bets. Starsabil was put in a difficult position. Lu Yin replied, I know that it's not easy to ask the Starsabil sect for a divination. If you have any conditions, you can state them. Starsabil replied, it's not that we're refusing, but there are some things that can easily offend people if they're divined. Lu Yin replied, that depends on whether it's worth it or not. Of course, I'm not trying to force you. You can divine it first, but if it turns out to be someone that you really don't want to offend, then it's fine if you don't tell me. I'll investigate it myself. Starsabil sighed. Please wait a moment, Alliance Leader Lu. She then left. Lu Yin stood in place and waited for more than an hour before Starsabil returned. Lu Yin was filled with anticipation. Starsabil earnestly said, the person who borrowed 1 billion star essence from the Mavis Bank is called Nan Yuan. Nan Yuan. Lu Yin was puzzled, as this name sounded very familiar. Starsabil replied, he's one of the 9 directors of the Hall of Honor, Nan Yuan. Lu Yin recalled that Nan Yuan was actually one of the 9 directors of the Hall of Honor. It was no wonder why he had been able to borrow 1 billion star essence from the Mavis Bank. This person was backed by the 7 courts, and most importantly, the Xia family. The 9 directors of the Hall of Honor represented many different interests. There were 2 from the Innerverse, one from the Sword Sect and the other from the Day-Night clan. There were 2 from the Cosmic Sea, and Xan Jiao was from there. There were 5 from the Neoverse, and the unaging old man was one of them. Nan Yuan was also one of them. Lu Yin had never thought that this matter would involve the directors of the Hall of Honor. He really did have some sort of fate with these directors. Brother Lu, Director Nan Yuan is different from the unaging old man. The unaging old man has many interests behind him, but there are no behemoths that directly protect him. Director Nan Yuan is backed by the 7 courts, and if the one who tried to seize control of the Great Eastern Alliance had not been the unaging old man but Director Nan Yuan, then things would have been even more complicated, Starsabil said, trying to get Lu Yin to give up. Lu Yin also knew that Nan Yuan represented the interests of the 7 courts. Once he touched Nan Yuan, it would be equivalent to becoming an enemy of the entire 7 courts. Even though the 7 courts did not have many experts among the younger generation, and Xia Shaoxian, Ku Lei, Hui Santong, and the others had performed poorly during the sovereign tournament, that did not mean that they were easy to provoke. Everything else aside, the 7 courts had monopolized progenitor Chen's tomb, and every family had their own secret techniques. This was not something that the Day-Night clan or the Sword Sect could achieve. The depth of their foundation was not something that Lu Yin could imagine. With the power behind him, he could overturn the Day-Night flow zone, but if he went up against the 7 courts, he would not even know how he died. He still had some self-awareness, and he was not arrogant enough to disregard the 7 courts. However, that was 900 million star essence, and he was not willing to give it up. Starsabil did not disturb Luin. Luin thought about it for a long time, but he still could not think of a way to take away 900 million star essence from director Nan Yuan. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1334. Luin had originally planned to explore Jupiter in the near future. A mysterious organization had been hiding in his backyard, and he had to find out more about it. After all, this organization was related to the Primeval Surname Alliance, and he might be able to find out more about his past. However, he had never imagined that he would actually hear the words Hidden Earth Society from Starsabil in this distant minor thousand-flow realm. What do you mean? Luin asked as he stared at Starsabil, trying to discern something from her eyes. Starsabil gestured for him to follow her. Brother Lu, I'll bring you to meet someone. Luin's eyes flashed as a myriad of thoughts ran through his mind. He followed Starsabil and headed off in a certain direction. Not long after, they arrived at a house where they saw a nervous man drinking cup after cup of tea. It was obvious that this person was anxious, and there was an indescribable fear in the depths of his eyes. Starsabil led Luin inside. The man's eyes lit up when he saw the two of them, especially Luin. You're Luin. Luin looked at the man. Who are you? The man gulped and spoke in a hoarse voice. My name is Zhang Chiding, and I'm from the Hidden Earth Society. Luin raised his brows and glanced at Starsabil before looking back at the man. Why should I believe you? Hui Qingshan, Reincarnation Destroyer. Luin narrowed his eyes, but he did not speak. Zhang Chiding saw that Luin still did not believe him, and he opened his mouth to say something, but Luin raised a hand to interrupt him. Is the Starsabil sect related to the Hidden Earth Society? Starsabil replied, Not really. I just happened to come into contact with them. Enjoy your chat. She then walked out of the house. Luin looked at Zhang Chiding. How much does the Starsabil sect know about the Hidden Earth Society? Zhang Chiding shook his head. Not much. Over the years, Earth has been wiped out many times, and each time, some of the elites were either brought to Jupiter or left for the universe. I've been trying to get in touch with the Starsabil sect, hoping to use them to calculate the true reason for Earth's extinction. However, I don't dare reveal everything about the Hidden Earth Society. So part of the reason I'm here is because of you? Luin asked. Zhang Chiding nodded. The Starsabil sect is indeed powerful. They managed to calculate our relationship, which is why they arranged for us to meet. Luin did not know what the Starsabil sect's plans. That might not be the case. They might be more concerned about the Primeval Surname Alliance. Does the Starsabil sect know about Jupiter? Zhang Chiding shook his head. I didn't say anything. Jupiter is a top secret of the Hidden Earth Society. Unless it's someone from Earth or someone with a primeval surname recognized by us, we won't tell anyone about it. At this point, Luin was starting to believe that this person was a member of the Hidden Earth Society, but that was not necessarily the case. The Hidden Earth Society had existed for so many years, and who knew if there were any traitors among them? But then again, even if there were traitors, what could they betray? What could he gain? What could those forces that lured the members of the Hidden Earth Society to betray them gain? The seemingly mysterious Hidden Earth organization was nothing more than an empty shell. Jupiter had remained unexplored for so many years, which proved that the outside world did not care about the Hidden Earth Society at all. Perhaps the Starsabil sect had allowed Zhang Chiding to contact Luin in order to form a good relationship with him, and it was not as complicated as Luin thought. After all, the Hidden Earth Society had no value to the various powers. Only he and the members of the Hidden Earth Society would take it seriously. Why do you want to see me? I'm not a member of the Hidden Earth Society, Lu Yin said. Zhang Qiting replied, I know, but there's no other way. Aside from you, there's no one else who can help Earth. He paused and then solemnly said, it won't be long before Earth is wiped out. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Hu Qingshan had once said that Earth would be wiped out every once in a while, and that civilization would restart. Why do you say that? It hasn't been that long since the last civilization was wiped out, right? Zhang Qiting smiled bitterly. Every civilization is wiped out at a different time. It's not determined by time, but rather by Earth's development. Because of your appearance, Earth became a cultivation civilization ahead of time, which led to the birth of many geniuses. Extinction is close at hand. Hu Qingshan had said something similar before, but Lu Yin remembered that Hu Qingshan had not only mentioned Earth. Aside from Earth, Hu Qingshan also said that the other primeval surnames would be wiped out. Zhang Qiting shook his head and then revealed a fact that shocked Lu Yin. The other primeval surnames are different from Earth because they were wiped out by the Hidden Earth Society. Zhang Qiting's words shocked Lu Yin. Wiped out by you guys? Zhang Qiting nodded, his tone turning slightly gloomy. Due to the extinction of civilizations, the Hidden Earth Society will take away geniuses from Earth every once in a while to cultivate. You should know that there are many geniuses on Earth, and as long as they have the resources and the means to cultivate, their chances of becoming powerhouses far exceed that of people from other regions. Lu Yin was aware of this. Among the first batch of true Earthlings to leave Earth, Zhang Dingtian's strength was comparable to Lu Xiaoqiu's, and Bai Qian had become a cruiser and had entered the top ranks of the Sovereign Tournament. There were also Bai Shui and Su San, and all of them weren't bad. The only one whose whereabouts were unknown was Saruzin, and unless he was dead, he wouldn't be too bad either. Lu Yin even believed that with that person's willpower, his achievements might not be below Zhang Dingtian's. The second generation that left Earth, Fu Xiaoshu and the others, progressed extremely quickly, and they even had the strength of a Hall Master of Yu Academy. They had already rushed out of Frostwave Weave to cultivate outside. Not long ago, Yu Academy had reported that another batch of geniuses had joined Earth, and the number of geniuses was no less than the first batch. Any cultivator with an innate gift could unconditionally join the 10 Arbiters' Council. The universe placed great importance on cultivators with innate gifts, and they were already one step ahead of ordinary cultivators. There weren't as many cultivators with innate gifts in the entire Frostwave Weave as compared to Earth. Earth was a very strange existence. Every member of the Hidden Earth Society who leaves Earth to cultivate will easily reach the Hunter Realm if everything goes smoothly. Even if they lack resources, they can still reach the Hunter Realm with time. I, Zhang Qiting, cultivated for 327 years and reached the Hunter Realm with the innate gift of distortion. Before me, there were many experts from the Hidden Earth Society who reached the Hunter Realm and even the Enlighter Realm, Zhang Qiting said. Lu Yin raised a hand to stop him. If he had just stepped into the universe, he would have wanted to come into contact with the Hidden Earth Society and borrow their strength to accomplish a few things. But now, he didn't need to. No matter how powerful the Hidden Earth Society was, they couldn't possibly reach his level of accomplishments. Otherwise, they wouldn't have asked for his help. There's no need to go into too much detail. Zhang Qiting could feel Lu Yin's distance and helplessly said, Earth's reincarnation and extinction is too strange. Even if we hope that an absolute powerhouse will intervene and save Earth, you should know that the universe is cruel. Even if Earth is saved from the tragedy of reincarnation and extinction, it might still end up as a slave to an absolute powerhouse. The Hidden Earth Society doesn't dare to take that risk. So you've massacred the other families with primeval surnames to create the illusion that the extinction was man-made? Lu Yin guessed. Zhang Qiting replied, there's no other way. The matter of Earth cannot be exposed. The only way to confuse the truth is to drag the other families with the primeval surnames into the water and create the illusion that someone hates the primeval surnames, which is why they were massacred. Lu Yin sighed in amazement. How ruthless. It was no wonder why the Hidden Earth Society had never been exposed. This organization had the ability, the means, and the ruthlessness. Even more so, they were cautious. Everything was going smoothly at first. We wanted to slowly accumulate resources and nurture innate cultivators. One day, we'd be able to nurture a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000. Because Earthlings have high comprehension and innate gifts, this was not a dream. But we never expected that you would appear out of nowhere and completely disrupt our plans. Zhang Qiting smiled bitterly. Because of your appearance, Earth's civilization entered an era of cultivation prematurely. Naturally, it also went extinct prematurely. Lu Yin suddenly thought of something. Were you really not exposed? Zhang Qiting was puzzled. Why do you ask? Lu Yin looked at him. If we weren't exposed, then why would the Mavis family, the Seven Court Xia family, the Neo-Human Alliance's Spectre clan, and even Starsibyl appear on Earth? Zhang Qiting frowned. Actually, this is what we've been investigating all this time. To outsiders, Earth is just a very ordinary planet. It's already inconceivable that it could attract cultivators from the Great Yu Empire's Yu Academy, but even the Mavis family and the Seven Courts have appeared. We still haven't found an answer. Earth's apocalypse was caused by the Day-Night clan, but even the Day-Night clan shouldn't have attracted the Mavis family. Lu Yin stared at Zhang Qiting, unable to tell if he was lying or not. What's on Jupiter? Lu Yin asked. Zhang Qiting shook his head. I don't know. Those who went in never came out. None of us went in. His answer was the same as Hu Qingshan's. It seemed that Lu Yin would have to take a look if he wanted to know what was on Jupiter. Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui had both been sucked in by Jupiter. What do you want from me? Lu Yin asked. Zhang Qiting replied, Earth has entered a countdown to its extinction. According to our estimations, this civilization will be completely wiped out in about 100 years. We want to use you to ask Master Yuan to investigate the truth behind Earth's extinction. Lu Yin understood, Master Yuan's reputation was too good. His disciples were spread throughout the universe, and his strength was in the millions. The Hidden Earth Society was not afraid of Master Yuan doing anything to them. Zhang Qiting looked at Lu Yin anxiously and expectantly. He knew that Lu Yin was not an Earthling, but he had stayed on Earth for 2 years. The reason why Earth had entered an era of cultivation so early was because of this person, and this person was full of goodwill towards Earth. The Hidden Earth Society had dared to expose themselves because Starsibyl had divined it, and because of this person's existence, they did not have to worry about Earthlings becoming slaves. At the same time, Zhang Qiting felt somewhat bitter. The Hidden Earth Society had been developing for so many years, but it could not compare to this person's 10 years of cultivation. It was true that an absolute genius could change the entire situation. Lu Yin said, I can ask Master Yuan to investigate Earth. If he's not free, I can also ask other powerhouses with power levels in the millions to go. However, that will have to wait until I personally investigate. Investigate what? Zhang Qiting was stunned. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he replied with 2 words, Jupiter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1335. He had wanted to investigate Jupiter for a long time, but he had never put it on the agenda. He hadn't been able to enter the planet when he had first investigated it, but now, he should be able to. No matter how powerful the Hidden Earth Society's internal powerhouses were, they could not surpass an emissary. At his peak, he should be able to surpass the Hidden Earth Society's strongest powerhouse. Lu Yin left the Starsabil sect and boarded a spacecraft that headed towards the blazing mist flow zone. He had decided to head to Earth as soon as possible, as it would be like a fishbone stuck in his throat if he didn't get to the bottom of Earth's extinction. But before that, he had to contact someone. He opened his gadget, accessed the Astral Combat Academy's network, and contacted Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo's image quickly appeared on his screen. Xia Jiuyo has always wanted to fuse with you. Can you fuse with him? This was the first thing Lu Yin asked when he saw Xiao Luo. He was unwilling to let the Xia family steal 900 million star essence. That was 900 million star essence, and it was enough to raise his power to a whole new level. Xiao Luo had not expected Lu Yin to ask him this. Of course. As long as his consciousness is scattered during the fusion, my consciousness will be the dominant one. Why are you asking? Do you want to help me? Lu Yin smiled. If you rely on yourself, you'll be fused with Xia Jiuyo sooner or later. I don't want to lose a friend. Besides, the Xia family owes me 900 million star essence. Xiao Luo was shocked. 900 million. That much? The Xia family's representative in the Hall of Honor, Nan Yuan, one of the 9 directors, borrowed 1 billion star essence from the Mavis Bank as a deposit to start the biggest bet, but he ran away. Without his proof, I can't withdraw the 1 billion star essence. It's a huge loss for me. Xiao Luo smiled. Gambling has its risks, and it's important to stop gambling. Lu Yin pursed his lips. That's a matter for the future. Right now, I want to take back the 900 million star essence that I lost. You want me to fuse with Xia Jiuyo and replace him as the Xia family successor. You want Nan Yuan to give you the money that was sealed in the Mavis Bank. Xiao Luo immediately understood. It's a win-win situation. I'll help you fuse with Xia Jiuyo, and you'll help me get back the money I lost. How about that? Xiao Luo chuckled. That's a good idea, and I'm willing to do so. No amount of money can compare to life, and besides, it's not even my money. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to do so. After the sovereign stage competition, the top 10 were ambushed one after another. You should have encountered it as well. Rumor has it that the 6th mainland is dead, and Xia Jiuyo has many protectors by his side. Is this a fair fight? That's your problem. Based on my understanding of you, you'll definitely be able to think of a way. I'm just cooperating. If you really can't do it, then forget it. It's not like I'm the one being fused with. Xiao Luo laughed. You're still the same. You haven't changed at all. You're not afraid of anything, but you're also very shrewd. You were able to remain unscathed when we tried to ban the Day-Night clan in the Astral Combat Academy. With your strength, I believe that you'll be able to protect yourself. Lu Yin replied, I can indeed protect myself. Even if I fail and you're fused with Xia Jiuyo, nothing will happen to me. However, that's my problem, and you don't have a choice. Xiao Luo shrugged. Alright, you've already thought about it. Unfortunately, you left the most crucial step to me. The Xia family has an expert who specializes in protecting Xia Jiuyo. Her name is Xia Meng, and she's an elder of the Xia family with a power level close to 1 million. She won't be easy to deal with. Lu Yin didn't say anything. If Xiao Luo couldn't think of a solution, then there was nothing he could do. The debt of 900 million star essence would have to be delayed for a very long time. Brother Lu, you've been away for so long. It's time to return to the academy and graduate. You haven't even graduated from Astral 10 yet. Xiao Luo smiled happily. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he smiled as well. That's right. It's time to go home. Astral 10. With Brother Lu's abilities, there will definitely be people who will pay attention to your whereabouts. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Will the Yu family tell the Xia family about my whereabouts? Of course. The 7 courts have allied together to protect progenitor Chen's tomb, and although there are rivalries and grudges between them, they've always been united when it comes to important matters. Xia Jiuyo is the most important matter to the 7 courts, Xia Luo replied. Then it'll be fun, Lu Yin said slowly. Xia Luo's eyes flashed, as he didn't understand what Lu Yin meant. However, it didn't matter. Since he had already resolved the most important problem, then Lu Yin would take care of the rest. After ending the call with Xia Luo, Lu Yin had his spacecraft turn around and head towards the erudite flow zone. Astral 10 was currently in the erudite flow zone. Beep 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 beep. His gadget beeped again. Lu Yin immediately looked over, and his eyes lit up. It was the Yo court. He had thought about contacting them, but he hadn't expected them to be so anxious. Madame Yu appeared on his screen with a calm expression that carried a hint of weakness and helplessness unique to women. Alliance leader Lu, have you thought it through? Can the Yo court join the Great Eastern Alliance? Lu Yin sighed. Madame Yu, it's not that I don't want to, but if I accept the Yo court, it will be the same as offending the Sword Sect. You should know about the relationship between the Great Eastern Alliance and the Interverse's 8 Great Flow Zones. If we become mortal enemies with the Sword Sect, then it will be difficult for us to do anything in the Interverse in the future. Madame Yu anxiously replied, regardless of whether or not you accept the Yo court, the Sword Sect will not allow the Great Eastern Alliance to enter the Interverse. They've already thought of all sorts of plans, including my Yo court. They've even considered assassinating you, Alliance leader Lu. The Sword Sect and the Great Eastern Alliance cannot coexist with you. Lu Yin was still in a difficult position. Madame Yu pursed her lips. Alliance leader Lu, my Yo court is willing to pay tribute to you every year. We only hope that Alliance leader Lu will take us in on account of the weak women of my Yo court. I'll be eternally grateful. She then bowed. The master of the Yo court bowed to him, and Lu Yin could tell that she was anxious and uneasy. The more anxious she was, the more he would not take her in. He was certain that this woman was using him as a shield. Madame Yu, it's hard to explain things through the screen. How about we meet to discuss this? Madame Yu's eyes lit up. Alliance leader Lu is willing to meet and discuss the details. Alright, where should we meet? Lu Yin replied, one must always be on guard against others. Madame Yu, you just mentioned that the Sword Sect even has plans to assassinate me. The first flow zone is obviously out of the question. How about this? How about the Outerverse Southern Weave? Southern Weave. Madame Yu was puzzled. That far. Master Yuan oversees the Southern Weave, Lu Yin reminded her. Madame Yu understood. Master Yuan had always been Lu Yin's backer, and everyone knew that. If they met right under Master Yuan's nose, then Lu Yin would not be afraid of being assassinated. Of course, he would not only be on guard against the Sword Sect, but also against her Yo court and the Neo-Human Alliance. Madame Yu did not mind, as she only wanted to join the Great Eastern Alliance. It did not matter where they met. Alright, I'll set off immediately. Alliance leader Lu, let's meet in the Southern Weave. Alright, let's meet there, Lu Yin confirmed. Lu Yin ended the call and looked towards the Outerverse. Madame Yu, I wish you a safe journey. In the Minor Thousand Flow Zone, in the Starsabil sect, Starsabil stood in front of the bead. Can he find out anything? I do hope that he can. Reincarnation extinction is very interesting. I can't divine anything about him. Of course you can't. No, you can't divine anything right now. His background is very complicated, and he's also very connected to the heavens. Connected to the heavens. Don't worry about him for now. He'll affect this universe in the future, but we'll have to wait until the struggle for the opportunity is over. Right now, even my divination is a blur. Starsibyl's eyes flickered, but no one knew what she was thinking. Neoverse, 7 quarts. On the Summer Blade continent, Xiao Jiuyo gritted his teeth as beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, soaking the ground. Veins popped up all over his body, and with a low roar, star energy violently scattered from his body as he panted heavily. Xia Meng stepped out of the void and looked down at Xiao Jiuyo. How is it? Can you recover? Xiao Jiuyo panted and lowered his head. I can't. I'll have to cultivate a new clone. Xia Meng replied, there's not enough time. I know, but I'll have time once I get there. Xia Meng was shocked. You want to leave your clone there? Xia Jiuyo did not reply, but his eyes flickered. The greatest disadvantage of the 9 clones technique was that it had an independent personality. If one did not control it well, accidents could easily happen, such as Xiao Luo. However, this was also the greatest advantage. Perhaps he would leave it there himself. He would not tell anyone about this. Where's Xiao Luo? Xiao Jiuyo asked as he clenched his fists. As long as I can fuse with him, not only will my power not decrease, but it will even surpass what I showed during the Supreme Tournament. His control of star energy is too strong, and he can definitely increase my power level. Xia Meng replied, I just received news that he's returned to Astral 10. Xiao Jiuyo was not surprised, as Xiao Luo had been hiding in Astral 10 all this time. I want to go there and fuse with him. No, it's too dangerous to go out now. The Neo-Human Alliance will definitely attack. Xiao Jiuyo looked up at Xia Meng. If I don't fuse with him, then what's the point of that opportunity to me? I won't have any hope of obtaining it. Xia Meng frowned. Xia Jiuyo replied, I'm the hope of the Xiao family. If I can't obtain this opportunity with my peak power, then it's meaningless to the Xiao family and the 7 quarts. Astral 10 isn't a place that I want to go to. At least, I definitely won't be able to enter. Xia Jiuyo replied, you can't enter, but I can. I'll use the Hall of Honor's name as an exchange student without revealing my true identity. Xia Meng hesitated. There's no need to worry. No one will expect me to go out at a time like this. Besides, I have Elder Meng's protection, and I have a defensive power vessel with me that can block an envoy's attack. There won't be any problems. Inform Nan Yuan to contact Astral 10 immediately. Xia Meng was still hesitating. Xia Jiuyo shouted, Elder Meng, I can't lose this opportunity for nothing. The Xia family needs a progenitor, someone who can rival progenitor Qin. Xia Meng's body trembled as she thought of progenitor Qin, that domineering and invincible powerhouse. Her eyes lit up. I can go out, but you have to ensure one person's position. Who? Lu Yin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1336. Lu Yin. Lu Yin is the only one who can suppress you and enter Astral 10 as he pleases. If he and Xiao Luo join forces, what will you do? Xiao Jiuyo fell silent. Regardless of whether he was willing to admit it or not, he was powerless against Lu Yin. Not long after, Xia Meng's eyes lit up. Lu Yin went to the southern weave. How did you know? Xia Jiuyo was puzzled. Xia Meng replied, the Yu family accidentally obtained this information. Yu family. Xia Jiuyo thought of the woman who used the Killing Heart Lotus combat skill during the sovereign competition. What's going on with the Yu family? Are the Yo court and the Yu family still in contact? I'm not sure about the specifics. The Yu family has always been mysterious, but we've already confirmed Lu Yin's whereabouts. Are you really going to Astral 10? Xia Meng asked. Xia Jiuyo said firmly, I must go. I'll report this to Elder Ji, Xia Meng said. Xia Jiuyo nodded. Elder Ji was one of the Xia family's hidden experts. He was also one of the 7 demigod ancestors of the human domain. Xia Ji was the true ruler of the Xia family. Strange, Elder Ji didn't reply. He was still secretly protecting us, Xia Meng muttered to herself. Xia Jiuyo said, perhaps Elder Ji just went into seclusion. He's been in seclusion for many years. Let's go and prevent Xia Luo from escaping. He should have guessed that I won't let him go. Xia Meng nodded. All right. After Xia Meng left with Xia Jiuyo, an old man appeared. His eyes were deep, and his appearance was weathered. His back was ramrod straight, like a blade that had been sealed for a long time. He was Xia Ji, one of the 7 demigod ancestors of the human domain. Astral 10 had experienced glory and downfall, but now, it was on the verge of regaining its former glory. In the Astral Combat Tournament, Lu Yin had become the champion of the Tournament of the Strongest, and he had brought Astral 10 into the Innerverse. Whatever Lu Yin did in the Innerverse, Astral 10 would share his glory with him. Now, Astral 10 no longer only had a handful of students. Instead, there were now hundreds or even thousands of students, just like the other academies. The most obvious was the teleportation stone that the trial master had been guarding. Initially, there had only been one, but after Lu Yin had snatched 3, he now had 4. Later on, Xia Luo, Lulu Mavis, and the others had also snatched one after another. Now, there were more than 10 teleportation stones. Students continued to enter the ported battles. On this day, as usual, the trial master was loudly announcing the results of his students. Suddenly, his expression changed and he looked up. The Rain Master, Sand Master, Star Master, and Old Kai all looked up. Lu Yin had returned. Over the years, students had returned to Astral 10 from time to time, but Lu Yin was the only one who had attracted the attention of many mentors. Without Lu Yin, Astral 10 would not exist today. The 10 academies were ranked according to their results, and this place should be called Starry Sky Academy No. 1. Lu Yin's spacecraft stopped outside of Astral 10. He stood tall in space and looked down. Astral 10, or rather, the entire Astral Combat Academy, was filled with battleships. He didn't know when they had been built, but each one was incomparably large, enough to carry stars. Back in the Endless Weaves Border War, Astral 9 had forcefully withstood the attacks of a world imprinter, which had shocked Lu Yin. Now, he was even more shocked when he saw Astral 10's battleship. This battleship was even larger than Astral 9's. In the past, he hadn't been able to see it clearly, nor had he been able to understand it. Now, he could see the entirety of Astral 10 in his eyes, and he could see the word unbounded hidden beneath the decay of time. This battleship was called Boundless. As far as the eye could see, this was a rainforest. Beneath their feet were trees, huge trees. He raised his hand and felt the raindrops on his palm. It was very comfortable. In the distance, students in 2s and 3s were either comprehending something or writing their names with star energy. Lu Yin had done the same in the past. In the Rain Observatory, one's control of star energy started from the removal of impurities, to the formation of substance, and then to the realm of infinite changes. Step by step, one could reach the level of a domain, but there were too few who could comprehend a domain. He still remembered that there was a rain list here, and his name was also on it. The person at the top of the list was Xiao Qin. The Rain Master stepped out of the water, his eyes still as old as ever. Lu Yin hadn't been able to see through the mentors in the past, and now, he still couldn't see through them. This was beyond his expectations. He had thought that he could see through them, but he still couldn't. Student Lu Yin greets the Rain Master. Lu Yin bowed slowly with a respectful expression. The Rain Master looked at Lu Yin and sighed. The kid from back then has become so powerful. More than 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Yin replied, "It's my fault that I haven't had the chance to visit you." The Rain Master sized Lu Yin up seriously and smiled. World-level control. Not bad at all. Are you planning to graduate? If there's a chance, I will. The Rain Master smiled and didn't say anything else, his figure slowly disappearing. Lu Yin looked into the distance and saw a huge ruin outside the Rain Observatory. That was the deck of the battleship, and the Rain Observatory was just the view above the cabin. This was an incomparably huge astral battleship. Lu Yin left the Rain Observatory and went to the sand ocean. Many students were buried in the sand, trying to comprehend battle force. Lu Yin still remembered how the Sand Master had taken him to experience speed. The stronger one's body was, the faster one could move. This knowledge had been instilled in him by the Sand Master, and the concept of battle force had also been imparted to him by the Sand Master. In front of him, a figure whizzed towards him. Lu Yin raised a hand and easily caught it. It was a boy who still had a childish air about him, and he had an unyielding expression on his face. He glanced at Lu Yin, thanked him, and then rushed out. The Sand Master walked out from the side. After you left, the academy didn't have any outstanding geniuses. Lu Yin bowed. Student Lu Yin greets the Sand Master. The Sand Master waved his hand. There's no need for that. He sized Lu Yin up in amazement. Kid, you're able to cultivate 9 lines of battle force. Amazing. Lu Yin humbly replied, it's still because I've built a good foundation. His battle force wasn't at 9 lines, but rather at an even higher level. He didn't know what that was, and neither the Sand Master nor the Rain Master could tell his true strength. All they knew was the strength he had displayed during the Sovereign Tournament. Haha, well said. Remember to spread the news in the future. The Sand Ocean is still too peaceful, the Sand Master laughed. Lu Yin found it strange. The Sand Master had been very reluctant to let others cultivate battle force, but now it was the other way around. It seemed like the Sand Master liked to teach others. Sand Master, I have a question that's been bothering me for a long time, and I don't know if I can ask. Go ahead, the Sand Master replied. Lu Yin was curious, what's above 9 lines of battle force? The Sand Master's eyes narrowed as he looked at Lu Yin. His lips curled up. Kid, you're quite ambitious. Aren't you satisfied with your current situation? Lu Yin was embarrassed. I'm still a little weak. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1337. The Sand Master turned around and looked into the distance. There's another domain above 9-line battle force, but I'm not sure about the specifics. How should I put it? That power has been restricted. Lu Yin did not understand. Restricted? The Sand Master sighed. Yes. Although 9-line battle force is difficult to cultivate, there are quite a few people in this universe who can achieve it. You're not the only one among the younger generation. It's a pity that the path to the next level has been cut off. Cut off by who? Battle force is cultivated by oneself. Why was it cut off? Lu Yin asked. The Sand Master shook his head. I don't know. Can you explain why the 5th mainland hasn't produced a progenitor since the ancient war? The sky has been covered. The fifth mainland sky has been covered by the sixth mainland, Lu Yin answered. The Sand Master sneered. What do you mean by sky? Where is this so-called sky? How is it covered? What is it covering? Do you know? Lu Yin shook his head. He had not thought about it in detail, but now that he heard it, what was the sky? The ancients believed that the sky was above the earth, and that the boundless sky that humans could see was the sky. However, this was the universe, so what was the sky? Did it refer to the boundless universe? Even so, the sixth mainland had covered the fifth mainland. What was it covering? Why was the fifth mainland unable to produce a progenitor? This was the same question as battle force. If the path to cultivating battle force had been cut off, who had cut it off? And why had it been cut off? No one knew the answer, at least not the Sand Master. However, his own path had not been cut off. Lu Yin looked at his palm and almost couldn't help but reveal his golden battle force. Alright, let's not dwell on these questions. Why did you come back? Are you graduating? The Sand Master asked. Lu Yin replied, I came back to take a look. I was just passing by. The Sand Master smiled, not believing him at all. He lifted his foot and disappeared at a speed even faster than Wang Yi's. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Astral 10's mentors were still not simple. However, when he thought about it, Astral 9 had been able to withstand the attacks of a world imprinter. When the sixth mainland had invaded, Astral 10 had been able to wipe out an absolute powerhouse. After leaving the Sand Ocean, Lu Yin went to Stargazing Deck and bowed to the Star Master from afar. He then left and headed to the Teleportation Stone to meet the Trial Master. Student Lu Yin greets the Trial Master, Lu Yin respectfully. The Trial Master looked at Lu Yin. What did you say? Lu Yin pursed his lips. They had just arrived at the Astral Combat Academy, and they had all assumed that the Trial Master's ears were bad. In reality, this old man was just pretending, and he had a rather wicked sense of humor. This student greets the mentor. The Trial Master coughed. Hello. Lu Yin gratefully replied, Thank you, mentor, for gifting me this sourcebox array. I've benefited greatly from it. What? The Trial Master was puzzled. He tilted his head and moved his ear closer. Lu Yin was speechless and shouted, Thank you for the guidance diagram, mentor. The Trial Master put his hand to his ear. What did you say? You don't know how to use it. I don't teach. Lu Yin understood that the old man didn't want to talk to him any further. Helpless, he bowed once more. Thank you, mentor. This student will take his leave now. The Trial Master lowered his hand and waved his hand. His meaning could not be more obvious. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Back in the Blaze Realm, this wasn't the same attitude he'd had when they'd conversed. He'd been so amiable. Forget it, he turned around and left. The Trial Master stared at Lu Yin's back, and his murky eyes brightened considerably. He was filled with admiration. Any mentor who had a student like Lu Yin would feel both proud and aggrieved. The Trial Master had gifted Lu Yin the guidance diagram because he was a student of Astral 10 and also because of his connection with Xiao Ming. The Trial Master did not want to give up on such an outstanding lockbreaker. He had thought that Lu Yin would not be able to make good use of the guidance diagram for the time being, but he had never expected that during the Supreme Tournament, Lu Yin would be able to use the diagram to divert the Astral Beast Domain's Planet Devourer's power and even Wang Yi's battle technique's power. The Trial Master felt helpless when he saw Lu Yin's use of the guidance diagram to such an extent. There was no need to teach him at all, this kid's comprehension ability was too strong. He didn't even want to talk to him. Lu Yin glanced at the teleportation stone and blinked. If it weren't for the obvious difference in power, he would have gone in and played around. After leaving the teleportation stone, Lu Yin went to the treasury and saw old Kai, whom he had not seen in a long time. The thing that had left the deepest impression on Lu Yin was the money bomb, as that toy had helped him greatly. Old Kai was very cordial towards Lu Yin, and when he saw Lu Yin arrive, he hurriedly chased away the other students and personally welcomed him. "Isn't this Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader Lu? What brings you here? Come in. Alliance leader Lu, would you like some tea?" When he saw old Kai's expression, Lu Yin took the initiative and waved his hand, causing more than 10,000 star essence to fall out. He smiled and said, "Old Kai, these are resources that I'm donating to the academy." Old Kai's eyes lit up, and he collected the star essence at an unprecedented speed. He coughed and pretended to reprimand Lu Yin. "Child, it's fine that you're here, but why did you bring resources with you? You're too distant." Lu Yin smiled. This is what a student should do. More than 10,000 star essence was a huge sum of money, but Lu Yin did not care about it. He had come here for 900 million star essence, and he needed to coax these mentors. Old Kai was obviously the easiest to coax. "Tell me, why did you come back this time? You're not stupid enough to graduate, are you?" Old Kai spoke without any hesitation. Lu Yin had nothing to hide from old Kai. The old man was shrewd, and there was no way to fool him. "Of course I don't want to graduate. Astral 10 is my home." Old Kai rolled his eyes. "Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? If you don't graduate, Astral 10 will always be your backer." Lu Yin smiled sheepishly. Old Kai laughed. "But don't think so highly of yourself. Even if you have a backer, if anything happens to the Astral Combat Academy in the future, you won't be able to escape." Lu Yin smiled. "It's my duty." He had not heard old Kai's words clearly. Old Kai was not talking about Astral 10, but rather the entire Astral Combat Academy. "Tell me, why did you come back this time? Why did you bring such a huge gift?" Old Kai asked. Lu Yin's expression turned serious. "I've run into some trouble, and I might need the Academy's help." Old Kai's eyes went wide. "The Neo-Human Alliance?" Lu Yin shook his head. "No." Old Kai sighed. "I was wondering why you were able to survive until now. The Hall of Honor must have someone protecting you." "Who is it?" "1/7 of the Hall of Honor." Lu Yin nodded. Old Kai did not understand. "If that's the case, then why did you come to our academy?" At that moment, Xiao Luo arrived from a distance. "It's about a student." Neither Lu Yin nor Xiao Luo would use the Astral Combat Academy. It was their alma mater, not a tool. There were some things that had to be made clear in advance. Otherwise, if anything happened to the Astral Combat Academy, they would feel uneasy. When Xiao Luo arrived, Lu Yin glanced at him. Old Kai's eyes flashed, and he blurted out, "Xia Jiuyo." The two nodded. Old Kai sucked in a breath of cold air and glared at the two. "You two brats want to use the Astral Combat Academy to block the Xia family's experts so that you can fuse with Xia Jiuyo, right?" Lu Yin nodded. Old Kai bared his teeth. "Brat, do you know that the top 10 are protected by absolute powerhouses to defend against the Neo-Human Alliance? Xia Jiuyo is no exception. Aside from the Xia family's experts, the Hall of Honor has also secretly dispatched absolute powerhouses that can at least delay a half-step ancestor." Lu Yin had not been aware of this. Xiao Luo smiled. "I've already guessed that the top 10 cannot have any more accidents. This opportunity is related to the progenitor realm. And you still dared to scheme against Xia Jiuyo. Old Kai barked. Xiao Luo shrugged. Neither the Xia family's experts nor the Hall of Honor's hidden powerhouses can enter the Astral Combat Academy. Besides, if I don't do this, then I will be fused with sooner or later. His words sounded carefree, but they also carried a tinge of desolation and loneliness. Old Kai's eyes flickered as he looked at Xiao Luo seriously. Everyone from Lu Yin's batch had left Astral 10 except for Xiao Luo, who had remained until now. He was considered a different kind of mentor. Lu Yin was the pride of all of Astral 10's mentors and the entire Astral Combat Academy. Xiao Luo, on the other hand, was the student that all of the mentors cared about the most. Only Big Pao and Little Pao's relationship with all of the mentors could compare. Old Kai did not want Xiao Luo to disappear. Xiao Luo said, "Old Kai, I want to give it a try. If the academy can't handle it, then I won't cause trouble for the academy." "What are you talking about? Regardless of whether or not you're a clone, you're still a student of Astral 10. How can a teacher watch a student die?" Old Kai was displeased. Lu Yin relaxed. "Thank you, Old Kai." Old Kai frowned. The Xia family is no ordinary family. The one protecting Xia Juyo might be that old woman, Xia Meng. We have no way of dealing with her. It looks like we'll have to ask the crazy headmaster for help. I wonder, Old Kai muttered to himself. Lu Yin bid Xiao Luo farewell and left the treasury. "I really hope that you can take control of your consciousness. Otherwise, all of this will have been for nothing," Lu Yin said to Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo smiled. "My fate is decided by the heavens, so there's nothing I can do about it. However, even if my consciousness is fused, it will still affect Xia Jiuyo. He won't be so hostile towards you in the future." Lu Yin grumbled, "What I care about is the 900 million star essence." Xiao Luo laughed. "It's not easy for someone to love money as much as you do." Half a month passed by quickly. During this time, there were not many attacks by the Neo-Human Alliance in the outside world, as the Hall of Honor had already prepared for them. The Sixth Mainland had suffered heavy losses, and Bukong's death had cut off one of their top geniuses. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1338. Xia Meng stood in space and looked at Astral 10. The once incomparably large battleship that had shone brightly in history had now been reduced to an academy. Xia Jiuyo entered Astral 10 while Xia Meng stood guard outside. In Astral 10, there were already people who had their eyes on Xia Jiuyo. Xia Jiuyo did not greet any of the instructors after entering Astral 10. Instead, he asked a student to look for Xiao Luo. "Instructor Xiao Luo. It's not easy to find him. He's a first-year legendary student and not an actual instructor. He'll only teach you if he meets you. Usually, he won't stay at a fixed location," the student replied. Xia Jiuyo smiled. "Then do you know where he usually stays?" "I'm Xia He, Xiao Luo's brother." The student thought for a moment. "Maybe in the ruins." "Instructor Xiao Luo has been going there often in the past half a month. I don't know what he's looking for." Xia He thanked the student and looked in the direction of the ruins. "Ruins? That's even better. No one will disturb me." He walked over. Astral 10 had been destroyed by the crazy headmaster, and the ruins were part of the deck. Every protruding plank was like a mountain ridge that was eternally burning and giving off a burnt smell. Xia Jiuyo walked through the ruins step by step. Occasionally, students would appear around him, and he would follow them in a certain direction. A day later, the flames grew larger and larger until there was a sea of fire everywhere. To the students of Astral 10, this place was too deep into the ruins and was very dangerous. They could not withstand the high temperatures of the flames either. Xia Jiuyo raised his hand, and his star energy dissipated in all directions. His eyes then lit up as he looked to his left. He could feel star energy fluctuations there. Not long after, a figure flitted past the flames. Xia Jiuyo looked over and was overjoyed. It was Xia Luo. Xia Luo's expression changed when he saw Xia Jiuyo. "Why are you in astral, Ten?" Xia Jiuyo's lips curled up, and his gaze turned fierce. "You've been looking for me. Let's see who can help you this time." Xia Luo did not say anything and immediately fled. Xia Jiuyo raised his hand and sent out a palm. The nether-refined palm traversed the sea of fire and froze a large area. His innate gift of echo caused a second palm imprint to appear in front of Xia Luo. Xia Luo quickly dodged. "You won't be able to escape, Xia Luo. Fusing with me is your destiny. You were originally a part of me in the first place." Xia Jiuyo shouted, and the star energy in his hand transformed into a blade. He then raised his hand and unleashed 3-blade intents. During the Sovereign Tournament, Ancestor Chen's use of the 3 styles of saber wills gave Xia Jiuyo even more inspiration. He actually managed to restrain his saber wills. Although its power did not increase, it was no longer a one-time release. The closer he got to Xia Luo, the deeper his saber intent became. Xia Luo felt a fatal crisis. Xia Jiuyo's refined netherworld palm appeared before his eyes once again. He hurriedly raised his hand and unlocked step by step to dissolve the refined netherworld palm. However, behind him, a blade descended. The blade swept past Xia Luo and landed on the ground. Terrifying shockwaves tore through the sea of flames. In the distance, a group of more than 10 students cautiously walked along the edge of the sea of fire. They used all kinds of external objects to defend against the sea of fire as they explored the ruins. All of the students who joined Astral 10 wanted to explore the ruins and search for ancient texts. They were the ones who had gone the furthest, and that included the girl called Xiao Xian. "Will we be burned to death?" Even the mentors said it's very dangerous. Xiao Xian was afraid, and her face was pale. Even though she was being roasted by the flames, she still looked very pale. Beside her, a male student whispered, "What's there to be afraid of? Mentor Xia Luo should be nearby. These flames are spreading very slowly, so they won't burn us." "That's right, Xiao Xian. Don't be afraid. I heard that all of Astral 10's ancient battle techniques are here. If we can find one, we'll be rich." Xiao Xian muttered to herself, "I wonder if any of the legends came here to search for it." Definitely. That year, there were Lu Ju, Mavis, and Mentor Xia Luo, the male student said. Suddenly, the flames were torn apart as a terrifying force tore through the void and slashed out from behind them. Fortunately, they were lucky, or else the shockwaves from that attack would have been enough to annihilate them. Looking at the cracks in the ground and the spatial tears in the sky that had yet to dissipate, the students stared blankly in the direction of the shockwaves. They saw Xia Jiuyo's bone-chilling gaze as well as Xia Luo. Mentor Xia Luo. Xiao Xian couldn't help but shout, but the students beside her immediately covered her mouth as the group looked into the distance. Xia Luo dodged the attack and saw the students in the distance. Xia Jiuyo saw them as well, and he raised his blade again and slashed down. "Xia Luo, stop resisting." Xia Luo shouted, "Stop." Then, he charged towards the blade. Xia Jiuyo sneered. "Idiot." He suddenly flipped his blade and used the back of the blade to strike Xia Luo's forehead. Xia Luo fell to the ground and crashed into the flames. Xia Jiuyo landed on the ground and looked at the unconscious Xia Luo. Soft-hearted. He then pressed his hand down, and Xiao Luo slowly turned transparent before gradually disappearing. Xiao Jiuyo was ecstatic. He had succeeded. He had finally absorbed Xiao Luo. A wave of power surged out of his body, and he roared at the sky. Everything in front of him changed, and he could see a deeper layer of star energy. He raised his blade and easily retracted his blade intent, doing what progenitor Qin had done during the sovereign tournament. After absorbing Xiao Luo, both his power level and his ability to use star energy had risen to a new level. More importantly, he now had an extra life. Only by using his current power level would he have a chance to fight for the opportunity, and he had to seize that opportunity. Whether it was Lu Yin, Wang Yi, Shangqing, or Wu Taibai, no one could stop him. Xiao Jiuyo had an even grander plan in the depths of his heart, and this plan could only be carried out by cultivating the 9 clones technique. It was finally perfect. Just as Xiao Jiuyo was about to leave, the flames in front of him changed into Xiao Luo, who pounced on him like a malicious spirit. Xiao Jiuyo's expression changed. You! What's going on? You should have disappeared. The flames twisted and turned from Xiao Luo to Lu Yin, Shangqing, Wu Taibai, and then Xiao Jiuyo's enemies, old friends, and even family. Xiao Jiuyo's face paled, and his expression changed. What was going on? What was going on? There was a loud boom as Xiao Jiuyo's brain buzzed and blood flowed out of his orifices. The intense shock caused his vision to blur, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood as his body crashed into the flames. Not good, it's an illusion. Lu Yin. Xiao Jiuyo's eyes widened. Lu Yin, I know it's you. The first person he thought of was Lu Yin. Only Lu Yin could cooperate with Xiao Luo in ambushing him in Astral 10 and have the power to make him fall into an illusion. In outer space, the moment Xiao Jiuyo was injured, Xiao Meng's eyes widened. She took a step forward, attempting to enter Astral 10. However, Astral 10 was isolated by an invisible force. The Trial Master, Sand Master, Rain Master, Star Master, and Old Kai all appeared one by one. Xiao Meng's body swayed, and she met everyone's eyes. You're all courting death. How dare you scheme against my Xiao family? The Trial Master raised a hand, and the flow diversion diagram appeared in front of him. Xiao Meng's power was dispersed, but she still had a power level of over 900,000. Even though the Trial Master had dispersed some of his power level, it still wasn't enough to stop her. The other mentors all attacked together, but they were still injured by Xiao Meng's palm strike. Scram! At that moment, a deranged laughter rang out from within the academy. You started this war, ah ha ha ha. Now you're eating your own medicine, ha 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 ha. Xiao Meng's expression changed. These deranged voices were like sharp blades that pierced her brain, giving her a splitting headache. Astral 10's crazy director. The Trial Master and the others looked at each other before retreating back to Astral 10. Xiao Meng gritted her teeth and charged towards Astral 10 once more. Below, in the Rain Observatory, the crazy director seemed to sense something, and he looked up with even more madness. War, war! He roared. No one knew what he had done, but the void from the Rain Observatory to outer space changed completely. It was as if another layer of the universe had been torn apart, and an unparalleled force descended upon Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng roared, "You old lunatic!" She raised her hand, and there was a loud boom. An invisible shockwave spread out from Astral 10 and swept out in all directions. At that moment, the entire erudite flow zone trembled, and the Astral River tributary was swept away. All of the cultivators in the erudite flow zone were shaken as they felt the terrifying power. The broom in Wen Zizai's hand fell from the Wen family's leader's hand. This power had completely destroyed his mood to sweep the floor. His face turned pale as he looked towards Astral 10. What was going on? Within the ruins of Astral 10, outside the flames, little Xian and the others saw a strange scene. First, they were brushed past by the aftershock of a blade, and then they saw the man who had attacked Xia Luo. The man named Xia. He stood still for a moment before laughing maniacally, just like the crazy director. Then, an unknown attack sent him flying, and he shouted out Lu Yin's name. Lu Yin was a legend to the students of Astral 10. It was because of him that Astral 10 had risen from decline to prosperity, and it had even been called Astral 1. All of them had joined Astral 10 because of Lu Yin. Senior Lu Yin, have you arrived? Xia Jiuyo was sent flying into the flames by Lu Yin's hollow palm, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His organs were in intense pain, but he still managed to escape from the illusion. However, his vision darkened again as nightfall appeared. Xia Jiuyo's pupils shrank, and he leapt out in a futile attempt to break free from Lu Yin's spiritual force attack. His spiritual force was much weaker than Lu Yin's. Nightfall's attack was easy to break free from, and Xia Jiuyo leapt out of the flames with blood dripping from his mouth. When he saw the dazed students staring at him from afar, his eyes flashed with ruthlessness as he reached out to grab them. He smoothly grabbed a girl by the neck. Lu Yin, I'll kill him if you attack again. Who do you want to kill? A familiar voice rang out in front of him, and Xia Jiuyo saw that the girl had turned into his father, Xia Yi. His scalp went numb. Not good, it was still an illusion. There was a thump, and he felt a sharp pain in his head. The hollow palm had struck his brain, and Xia Jiuyo weakly let go. He retreated a few steps, and his pupils dilated. Everything in front of him became blurry and dark. He didn't know if what he was seeing was real or an illusion. The difference between them was too great. He hadn't even seen Lu Yin's face, and he had been forced into a passive state from start to finish. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1339. There was a thump as Lu Yin appeared above Xia Jiuyo's head and slammed down with a palm. Xia Jiuyo coughed up blood again. This attack had taken away half of his life. The 9 clones technique had 9 lives, and Lu Yin wasn't trying to kill Xia Jiuyo. Killing Xia Jiuyo would be pointless. If he wanted to, he could immediately deal with Xia Jiuyo, but that wasn't his goal. Xia Jiuyo half knelt on the ground, his arms trembling. He barely managed to maintain a bit of consciousness, as he knew Lu Yin's goal. Lu Yin wanted to scatter his consciousness so that he could fuse with Xia Luo. He would rather die than fulfill Xia Luo's wish. Brother Jiuyo, my hand's broken. Xia Jiuyo was half conscious, and he saw a child walk over. It was his younger brother, his biological brother. He was so cute, and he looked at him with adoration. Another child walked over, looking exactly like Xia Jiuyo. It was the younger Xia Jiuyo. Your hand's broken. Let me blow on it for you. Thank you, brother. A girl walked up behind Xia Jiuyo. Brother, let's go out and play. I heard people call us the 3 dark hands. It's so interesting. The younger Xia Jiuyo blinked. The 3 dark hands. What does that mean? It means that we're powerful. How about we go bully others? No, sister, don't bully others. Hey, who gave you that kindness? Brother Jiuyo, the nether refining palm is so hard to cultivate. Brother Jiuyo, I'm hungry. Brother, sister will spar with you. Isn't this Brother Jiuyo? Brother Jiuyo is so powerful. Brother Jiuyo is amazing. In the blink of an eye, the scene changed. Brother Jiuyo, kill me. The Xia family will only allow you to live. Brother Joyo, I don't want to die, but I want you to live. Farewell. Brother, remember to live. You have to live no matter what. Xiao Joyo's eyes were bloodshot as scenes from the past flashed through his mind. He was filled with extreme sorrow, and his longing for his brother and sister caused him to collapse. Tears mixed with blood flowed from the corners of his eyes. Ever since he was sensible, the Xiao family had instilled in him the idea of winning by hook or by crook. For this, Xiao Joyo had killed his brother, his sister, and everyone he cherished. He had followed his father's orders step by step. Successfully cultivating the 9 clones technique was a necessary step for him to become stronger, but it was also a step for him to split his personality. His clones walked out one after another, and each of them took away a trace of his kindness. In the end, the only Xiao Joyo left was ruthlessness, pretense, and mental exhaustion. Lu Yin stared blankly at Xiao Joyo, who was shedding tears of blood. Xiao Joyo's eyes were unfocused, and his consciousness was blurry. Why was his gaze so sorrowful and unbearable at this moment? Xiao Luo walked over and stood in front of Xiao Joyo. Xiao Joyo is a ruthless and unscrupulous person. He wants to become as strong as Ancestor Qin. In order to become stronger, he can ignore the rules, he can hide himself, he can let people humiliate him. But he's also very tired. Deep in his heart, there's still a trace of a desire to die. Fuse with him and replace him as the young master of the Xiao family. At the same time, you have to pick up this desire and this pain. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he thought of Ming Yan. The white-haired Ming Yan had completely endured all of Ming Yan's pain and sorrow. Xiao Joyo's situation was exactly the same as Ming Yan's. Actually, you also want to let it go. I've succeeded, and you can be at ease. Xiao Luo looked into Xiao Joyo's eyes and spoke slowly, as if he was trying to hypnotize him, but also as if he was making a promise. Xiao Joyo's remaining trace of consciousness completely disappeared. Lu Yin turned and walked away. Only Xiao Luo and Xiao Joyo were left behind. It was only at this moment that Lu Yin finally understood Xiao Joyo. Everyone had a side that no one knew about. In the mountain and sea realm, Xiao Joyo had been defeated the moment he appeared, and he had been ridiculed by everyone. No one knew that all of this had been under his control. He had fused the 9 clones technique and reached the highest stage, becoming one of the strongest of the younger generation. He had been dazzling, but he had also ambushed Lu Yin in order to win the sovereign tournament. Xiao Joyo had many sides, but now it seemed that they were all caused by his inner desires. Lu Yin thought back to Fu He, Tong Zhan, and other enemies that he had killed. Did they also have sides that no one knew about? Lu Yin smiled bitterly, looked up, and let out a long sigh. He had been thinking too much. This was how the universe was. As long as there was life, there would be a reason for its existence and an obsession to continue living. Lu Yin was the same. This was competition. Survival of the fittest. Kindness was the most worthless thing in this universe, and the only thing that could be maintained was a bottom line. In the distance, little Xian and the rest stared blankly at Lu Yin as he walked over. This was Lu Yin's original appearance, which had appeared in their minds countless times. It was the appearance of their idol. Lu, Senior Lu. Little Xian cried out in surprise. The rest of the students looked at Lu Yin excitedly. Senior. Lu Ju. Sovereign Lu. The same scene played out again. They had not been able to meet face to face the last time, and this time, Lu Yin felt a little embarrassed. He had just ambushed someone, and he still felt a little melancholy. Why are you guys here? It's dangerous, Lu Yin said. Little Xian was so excited that stars almost appeared in her eyes. Senior, you're back. When? Did you come back to graduate? Senior, I heard that you entered the rain list back then, right? It's so difficult. Senior, how does it feel to be lonely as an expert? Senior, what power did you use in the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament? It was so cool, so mesmerizing. Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he looked at the girl who had asked the last question. She was very tasteful. Ahem, it's very dangerous here. Don't go any further and make the mentors worry. Senior, when did you come back? Little Xian asked. A few days ago. We've been guarding the space station, and we haven't seen you before. Ah, I remember now. You're that legendary senior. Little Xian exclaimed, giving Lu Yin a fright. He did not deny it. I had something to do, but it's not convenient to talk about it. On the other side, a boy said, Senior, can you teach us how to leave your name on the rain list? We've been at the rain observatory for a year, and we haven't even seen the rain list. Lu Yin smiled. When it comes to controlling star energy, you also need to have an understanding of it. That's comprehension. Let me give you a phrase, a world in a single flower. A world in a single flower. The juniors were confused. This phrase was enough to make them ponder it for the rest of their lives. Actually, Lu Yin was pondering it as well. Although his control of star energy had reached the world realm, he was still far from being able to compare to Drunkard. Drunkard was an expert who truly understood the meaning of a world in a single flower. A single drop of wine could trap 100 meridians and prevent them from escaping. She could also absorb the various weapons that Qin Guangshan had created. Her ability to control star energy had reached perfection. If possible, Lu Yin really wanted to discuss with Drunkard how to reach the profound realm of star energy control. A girl excitedly squeezed in front of Lu Yin, her face flushed red with adoration. Senior, you challenged one of the top 10 in the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament. Why was that power so cool? What kind of power was that? Everyone wanted to know what kind of power it was, and Lu Yin was certain that if it weren't for his own strength, countless people in the universe would have tried to capture him and interrogate him about that power. Lu Yin's strength had surpassed the Shangqing and the other top 10, and it had been a crushing defeat. That kind of power was too terrifying, and even Lu Yin himself felt that it was very difficult to control. I obtained that power by chance, and it's very difficult for me to use it again. Lu Yin did not want to reveal too much. Lu Yin had a lot of fun chatting with these juniors. They were full of vitality and thirst for the universe. Their hearts were filled with an intense desire for adventure, but they had no idea what awaited them the moment they entered the universe. Even with Lu Yin's innate talent and ability, he had narrowly escaped death several times, and he had even died. The universe was too cruel, and the competition within the academy and the oppression from powerful families were just the tip of the iceberg. They were nothing in the grand scheme of things. Remember Senior's words. No matter what you experience in the future, never give up hope. Even if you're facing an unimaginable monster, there's always a sliver of hope in the universe. You might be able to grasp it, and you might not be able to grasp it. But if you give up, then it'll be the end of your life. Also, he smiled, Astral 10 is our home. Never forget home. Yes, Senior, everyone replied, looking at Lu Yin with excitement and adoration. Their respect for him had increased by a lot after just a short conversation. Alright, go back. Don't go into the ruins again, it's too dangerous. Lu Yin waved his hand. Goodbye, Senior. The students firmly believed in Lu Yin's words and resolutely carried out their orders. They left in the blink of an eye, their eyes filled with reluctance. Soon after, Xiao Luo walked out of the flames with a smile on his face. Lu Yin turned around and met Xiao Luo's eyes. The two did not speak and only looked at each other. After a while, Xiao Luo spoke up, "Brother Lu, why are you hesitating?" Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "Your gaze is unfamiliar." Xiao Luo spread out his hands. "There's nothing I can do about it. That's how fusing works. Xiao Jiuyo didn't disappear, and our consciousnesses fused together. His emotions and stubbornness affected me, but of course, I'm still the dominant one." "You're the second Xiao Jiuyo." Lu Yin smiled. Xiao Luo smiled. "You could say that. Let's go out. Elder Xiao Meng is getting impatient." Lu Yin nodded. Outside Astral 10, Xiao Meng's expression was gloomy as she waited silently. Ever since the crazy headmaster had appeared, she had not made a move. If she could not break through, then it would be pointless. In the shadows, the expert that the Hall of Honor had sent to protect Xiao Jiuyo had not made a move either. The trial master and the others looked at Xiao Meng warily. Old Kai was anxious, as he did not know how Lu Yin and the others were doing. They were still very worried about Xiao Luo. After so many years of being together, Xiao Luo was like Big Pao and Little Pao to them, a child. Although he did not say anything, his actions spoke volumes. If not for Xiao Luo, they would not have taken the risk to resist Xiao Meng. Fortunately, Xiao Meng was too strong and had attracted the crazy headmaster's attention. Otherwise, Xiao Meng would have broken through. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1340. The void distorted as Xiao Luo and Lu Yin walked out. The trial master and the rest relaxed when they saw the two appear. Xiao Luo had won. Across from them, Xiao Meng stared at Xiao Luo with a complicated expression. She didn't know what to think of this person. Who was Jiuyo, or Jiuyo himself? No one could understand Xiao Meng's feelings. She had always been protecting Xiao Jiuyo. When he was young, Xiao Jiuyo was kind and innocent. She liked him very much. Because of this, she had even offended the clan leader, Xia Yi, to conceal the 9 clones technique for Xiao Jiuyo. Now that the 9 clones technique had merged, the main consciousness was not Xiao Jiuyo. She clenched her fists and stared blankly at Xiao Luo. This face was very similar to Jiuyo's. Xiao Luo took a step forward and arrived in front of Xiao Meng, looking up. "Aunt Meng." Xiao Meng shuddered. This was the name Xiao Jiuyo had used when they had first met. It was also because of this that she had treated him like her own son. However, as Xiao Jiuyo grew up and cultivated the 9 clones technique, his personality completely changed. He became ruthless and merciless, and he was good at disguising himself. She had never expected to hear this name again after so many years. "You." Xiao Meng's fingers trembled as she stared at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo smiled. "Aunt Meng, let's go home." Xiao Meng stared at him blankly, as if she was seeing the kind and pure Xiao Jiuyo from their childhood. "Oh, okay. Let's go home." Xiao Luo looked back at Lu Yin. "Brother Lu, I'll fulfill my promise to you soon." He then smiled happily. "See you at that place soon." Lu Yin knew that Xiao Luo was referring to the place where he could obtain his destiny. It seemed that he knew something. Xiao Meng finally noticed Lu Yin, and her eyes were filled with killing intent that made his scalp go numb. He frowned, but he wasn't worried. The Elysium Heavenly Master was always watching him, so it would be strange if Xiao Meng dared to attack. Xiao Luo hurriedly said, "Aunt Meng, he's my friend." Xiao Meng stared at him, not knowing what to do. Revenge? She didn't know what she was feeling. He bowed to Xiao Meng, "Senior, Xia Jiuyo is Xia Luo, and Xia Luo is Xia Jiuyo. With Xia Jiuyo's temperament, he won't be able to go far with the 9 clones technique, but Xia Luo is different. Xia Meng loosened her grip and snorted coldly. Junior, sometimes you're too smart for your own good. It's best to keep a low profile when you go there. There are some places where you can't do as you please. If something happens to you, don't drag Jiao and little Luo down with you. Lu Yin smiled. Rest assured, senior. Xia Meng was very unhappy with him, but there was nothing she could do about it. She left with Xia Luo. Before he left, Xia Luo bowed to the mentors of Astral 10. I will be back. Please take care of yourselves. As he watched Xia Luo's departing figure, Lu Yin looked forward to the 900 million star essence that he had just received. It was an enormous sum of money that even the Hall of Honor's director would want to keep for himself. It was obvious how much it was worth, and it was enough to make anyone jealous. Lu Yin turned to the trial master and the others and bowed deeply. This student has brought disaster to the academy. Thank you for your help. The Rain Master, Star Master, Sand Master, and Trial Master only glanced at him before returning to the academy. Old Kai made a gesture that Lu Yin was very familiar with, and Lu Yin understood. Rest assured, Old Kai. This student understands. Old Kai was satisfied. After the mentors left, Lu Yin looked through the void and saw a pair of turbid eyes that had experienced the vicissitudes of life. It came from Astral 10's Rain Observatory, from the crazy director. It had been more than 10 years since Lu Yin had joined Astral 10, and he had barely spoken to the crazy director. He had also never seen the crazy director in his normal state, but the director had been of great help to him. He had helped Lu Yin break through to the Melder realm, deduced the 9th star of the serious art, and now, even helped Lu Yin block Xia Meng. Even though the crazy director had not taught him anything, Lu Yin still respected this elder greatly. Before the Astral Combat Tournament, it was said that the crazy director had appeared and asked the mentors to guide them, which had allowed them to improve so quickly. These mentors were not actually mentors, but rather the crazy director's guards. As Lu Yin's status and outlook increased, he was able to see the past more clearly. For example, he was now certain that the crazy director was not crazy and was actually normal. He slowly descended to Astral 10 and arrived at the Rain Observatory. Rain pitter-pattered onto the limestone floor as Lu Yin flitted past several giant trees until he was not too far away from the crazy headmaster. He took one step at a time until he was less than 3 meters away from the headmaster. He slowly bowed. Student Lu Yin greets the headmaster. Thank you for your help. The crazy director did not reply. His clothes were a mess, and his hair was like a hornet's nest. His face was dirty, and he was not wearing shoes. Lu Yin did not know what he had stepped on, but he looked very dirty. In the world of ordinary people, he would have been a beggar. Lu Yin did not stand up and simply bowed with a respectful expression. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, and finally, 10 hours passed. The crazy director did not move, and neither did Lu Yin. Have you graduated? The crazy director asked in a melancholy tone. Lu Yin replied, I haven't graduated yet. The crazy director looked up. Then you're still a member of the academy. It's my duty to help you. Lu Yin was grateful. I'm grateful for your help. I apologize for the trouble I've caused. There's no need to apologize. All you have to do is carve your name on Astral 10 and become a guest mentor. Lu Yin was stunned. Guest mentor? Like Xia Luo? No, he did not leave his name on the academy. Instead, he left his name as Unbounded. In the future, no matter what happens, as long as Unbounded exists, you will exist. If Unbounded dies, you will die. The crazy director turned around and stared at Lu Yin sternly. Unbounded was the name of Astral 10's battleship. Lu Yin felt an indescribable solemnity. It was as if some sort of ritual was being carried out, or rather, someone was watching everything. If he agreed, he would have to bear some sort of karma. Unbounded. 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 Lu Yin did not dare to casually answer. Sir, may I ask where unbounded comes from? Where does it go? And where does it end? The crazy director's gaze was pious. It comes from the Tao Source sect, but there is no end to it. Does humanity have an end? Even if there is, unbounded has no end. He must bear the hope of humanity, the seed of inheritance. This is unbounded's destiny. Lu Yin's eyes twitched. Seed of inheritance. Isn't that a war? The crazy director's eyes widened, and a terrifying pressure descended upon Lu Yin. Lu Yin felt as if everything around him had changed, as if the universe had been destroyed. He almost fell to his knees. Unbounded's mission is not to fight, but to pass on its legacy. Only by passing on its legacy can there be hope. The crazy director's eyes grew crazed as he laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha, you started this war, and now you're eating your own bitter fruit. Ha 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 ha, you started this war. He then ran off and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Yin had not expected that his words would drive the crazy director insane. He was stunned. The Rainmaster walked out from nearby. Don't mind him. He's always like this, and he won't be normal for more than a few days. Lu Yin was puzzled. Mentor, isn't Unbounded a battleship? Why is it an academy? The director seems to value it. The Rainmaster's tone was heavy. He doesn't value the academy, nor does he value the honor of being the director. He values the name Unbounded. Unbounded. Lu Yin muttered to himself. The Rainmaster gazed into the distance. We're only fulfilling our duties as mentors because of Unbounded. No matter what this battleship is called, it was once a leading ship. It led both astral battleships and humans, guiding the light and passing on the hope of humanity. No one can bring shame to Unbounded. What does the director mean by legacy? Lu Yin asked. The Rainmaster replied, this involves too many things. Right now, you just need to focus on your cultivation. We'll talk about it later. Ignore the director's request for you to leave your name in Astral 10 for now. When you become an emissary and recognize Unbounded, you can decide whether or not to leave your name there. Once you do, the burden will be more than you can bear. Lu Yin was curious. No matter what, the Astral Combat Academy was still just an academy or a battleship left behind from ancient times. How could it have more responsibilities than the Hall of Honor? That was impossible. However, the Rainmaster's words implied that Lu Yin did not have the qualifications to leave his name there. He was a paragon of his generation who had defeated the Prime Clear and was a genius who could request the protection of a half-ancestor. There were too many secrets in the universe. As for the matter of leaving his name, he was already conflicted, but now, he was even more conflicted. He did not want to shoulder such a ridiculous burden, he just wanted to take care of his own matters. In the Neoverse, on the Summer Blade continent, the Xia family's patriarch, Xia Yi, officially announced that Xia Luo would be the heir. At the same time, he applied to the Hall of Honor for Xia Luo to replace Xia Jiuyo in the Sovereign Tournament's top 10. Whether it was Xia Jiuyo or Xia Luo, they could both be seen as clones of the main body. Now that Xia Jiuyo had fused with Xia Luo, his strength had increased by another level. The Hall of Honor had no reason to disagree. However, many people could not understand why Xia Jiuyo had been fused with Xia Luo. Xia Yi's attitude was even more perplexing, he did not seem to care. Xia Zhuyo and Xia Luo were both his sons, and no matter who fused with the other, it would not change this fact. In the depths of Xia Yi's heart, he hoped that Xia Luo would replace Xia Zhuyo because of Xia Zhuyo's deep hatred for him. In the Xia family, Patriarch Xia Yi slowly bowed. An elder stood in front of him, one of the 7 half-ancestors of the Xia family, Xia Ji. Xia Yi, you did not teach your son well. Do you admit to your crime? Said Xia Ji calmly, but when Xia Yi heard it, he was terrified. He had seen this elder more than once. Back then, this elder had killed many of the Xia family's direct descendants without saying a word. His methods were even more ruthless than his own. Junior admits his crime, said Xia Yi hastily. Xia Ji sighed. The 9 clones technique could have made Xia Zhuyo a perfect expert. 9 clones, each with their own Dao, could have even made up for the flaws in his character. Unfortunately, you taught that child so cruelly, making him think of the 9 clones technique as a way to split apart his grief. As a result, the flaws in the 9 clones technique are magnified, and he is unable to use its true power. The 9 clones technique was defeated one after another. That is an insult to Ancestor Qin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1341. Hearing Xia Ji's words, Xia Yi was terrified. I was wrong. I didn't know that this child had cultivated the 9 clones technique. Xia Ji turned around and stared at Xia Yi. You don't even know what technique your son is cultivating? You're a joke. You're not qualified to be a father or a clan leader. Xia Yi trembled and hurriedly knelt down. Ancestor, please give me another chance. I won't make the same mistake again. Xia Ji shook his head and looked up into the sky. That Xia Luo isn't bad. 9 Nether's personality is flawed, and his personality makes up for it. Plus, he has a good relationship with Lu Yin, so he won't be completely helpless when it comes to competing for opportunities. Xia Yi lowered his head and understood. When Xia Meng brought the 9 Nether out, the ancestor must have known, but he did not interfere. He would rather have the 9 Nether fused with Xia Luo. In the eyes of the old ancestor, there was no difference between Xia Zhuyo and Xia Luo. They were both successors of the Xia clan, and Xia Luo was far more suitable than Xia Zhuyo. Get up. Even if I remove you from the position of family head, no one can replace you for now. Unfortunately, the Xia family is getting worse with each generation. Once I die, the Xia family won't even be able to keep its position as the head of the 7 courts, said Xia Ji. Xia Yi heaved a sigh of relief and stood up. Ancestor, there are too many geniuses in this generation. The appearance of the ancestral qi of the 3 sons can draw out progenitor Qin and progenitor Hui, as well as the 6th mainland and the astral beast domain. There's also Lu Yin, who doesn't understand power. Even the 9 clones won't be able to reach such heights. Xia Ji said indifferently, if I had known that this child was cultivating the 9 clones technique, I would have been able to help him. I would have asked some of my old friends to teach him in private. Once he had fused with them, his strength would have undergone an earth-shattering change. But now, as he thought about it, he felt helpless. We'll talk about it later. After he finished speaking, his mind flashed back to the last battle of the Sovereign Tournament. Lu Yin's strange appearance made him feel like he had heard of something similar before, but where? At this moment, Xia Yi's gadget rang. He looked down and was surprised. Was this 9 Nether? No, it should be Xia Luo. Xia Ji saw it too, but he did not react. Xia Yi answered, what's the matter? Xia Luo's voice came from the other side. I'll have to trouble father to tell Nan Yuan to give the 1 billion star essence stored in the Mavis Bank to Lu Yin. 1 billion. Xia Yi raised an eyebrow. Even though he was the head of the Xia family in the 7 courts, he could not ignore a 1 billion star essence. This is the gift I promised Lu Yin. I can't go back on my word. Xia Luo's tone was gentle, and he wasn't worried at all that Xia Yi would refuse. After fusing with Xia Zhuyo, even if he was the main body, he would still be subconsciously influenced by Xia Zhuyo's past thoughts. He was Xia Zhuyo, and Xia Zhuyo hadn't truly disappeared. His impression of Xia Yi was naturally very deep. At this moment, Xia Yi would definitely not refuse any of his requests because he was the only direct descendant of the Xia clan. Xia Yi would not go so far as to start a conflict with Lu Yin over a 1 billion star essence. Xia Luo's guess had not been wrong. A 1 billion star essence was indeed a lot, but it was not enough to cause Xia Yi to fall out with Xia Luo. He did not wish for Xia Luo to become a second Xia Zhuyo. Alright, I understand. I'll let Nan Yuan know. Thank you, father. Xia Luo smiled and hung up. Far away, Xia Meng was feeling very uncomfortable. She hated Lu Yin to the core. He had defeated Xia Zhuyo during the Supreme Tournament, and he had even caused Xia Zhuyo to disappear after the tournament. Even if Xia Luo was the main culprit, who asked him to be Xia Luo? She had long since transferred all of her anger onto Lu Yin, and it was even more so. Unfortunately, she couldn't do anything to Lu Yin. Otherwise, Xia Meng would definitely take action. Even if she couldn't kill him, she would still teach him a lesson. Stay away from Lu Yin in the future. He's obviously not a good person. He's a cultivator, but he doesn't focus on his cultivation. Instead, he engages in schemes and politics, and he's even trying to become the master of the Outerverse. Not only is he wasting his time, but he's also lowering himself. This kind of person will bring disaster upon himself sooner or later, Xia Meng said coldly. Xia Luo smiled. I understand, Aunt Meng. Every time Xia Luo called her that, Xia Meng's heart would soften, and she would look at Xia Luo with a doting gaze. It was as if she was looking at a younger Xia Zhuyo. Lu Yin also left the Astral Combat Academy, but before he left behind 1 million star essence for old Kai. This amount of money was no longer important to him, but it was still very helpful to the Astral Combat Academy. This academy had once been so poor that it even had to sponsor its spacecraft. Old Kai was already satisfied. As soon as he left the Astral Combat Academy, Lu Yin received an invitation from the Wen family to visit them. He declined, as there was no need for him to visit the Wen family at this time. He still had other matters to attend to. Lu Yin's spacecraft headed towards the blazing mist flow zone. A day later, his gadget beeped, and Lu Yin received Nan Yuan's confirmation that he could withdraw a 1 billion star essence from the Mavis Bank. Lu Yin was ecstatic. 1 billion. Wasn't it 900 million? He had told Xia Luo that it would be 900 million, but he had never expected that Xia Luo would directly give him 1 billion. Endless money might not be of much use to others, but to Lu Yin, it was a shortcut to increasing his strength. He immediately ordered his spacecraft to find the nearest Mavis Bank branch. He wanted to withdraw all of this money just in case. It was unrealistic to think that he could withdraw a 1 billion star essence from a single Mavis Bank branch. No matter how rich the Mavis Bank was, it was impossible for any random branch to have so many star essence. Even if there were 10 branches, they wouldn't have that much star essence, let alone one. Lu Yin could only withdraw them one by one. Finally, he withdrew all of the money from the 13th Mavis Bank branch, and by then, he had already returned to the blazing mist flow zone. Lu Yin rubbed his cosmic ring. His current wealth had reached 1 712 billion star essence, which was a terrifying number. Even the leading powers of the universe's 8 great flow zones would not be able to take out so much money in one go, let alone an individual. If there was a wealth list, he would probably be ranked on it. Since he had money now, it was time to upgrade his external items. After returning to the Blaze realm, Lu Yin ignored everything and went straight into seclusion. In the Outerverse, at the Shinwu continent's palace, 2 groups of people were facing off. One group was made up of the natives of the Shinwu continent who were guarding the palace, while the other group was made up of representatives from the Great Yu Empire who had been stationed on the continent. The leader was a woman who was a hunter, and she had an ugly expression on her face. "I'll say it again. Get out of the way. We must see the Empress today," the woman shouted. Her strength as a hunter caused the palace to tremble. On the other side, the people from the Shinwu continent all turned pale, as they did not have any martial gods who could contend against this woman. If not for the fact that she had been apprehensive about the Empress' prestige and had not forcefully attacked, they would not even have had the qualifications to stop her. Bei Hong walked out and looked at the woman before looking back at the palace. "Get out of the way. The Empress hasn't shown herself in a long time. If this continues, no one will be able to control the situation." The palace's guards heard this and helplessly retreated. The woman rushed into the study, but she did not find any trace of Ming Yen. There was only a trembling maid. The woman's face paled. It was over. She really wasn't here. How had she left? She had not become an explorer and had not been received by a hunter, so she should not have been able to leave the Shinwu continent. It was precisely because of these 2 reasons that the woman had not cared about Ming Yan's absence. Now, however, the worst outcome had occurred. Bei Hong had not expected Ming Yan to really leave. The woman stared at Bei Hong. "If His Highness finds out about this, we will all die." Bei Hong replied, "I know, which is why I cannot tell His Highness. Immediately send someone to contact the space station and see if they have received the Empress. If they haven't, then it means that the Empress has not left the Shinwu continent. Send someone to look for her." The woman nodded. She was already panicking, so she could only listen to Bei Hong. Bei Hong's heart continued to sink. He thought about Ming Xiaoshu's death, as well as the kidnapping of Ming Yan, which had almost caused her to die from poisoning. Could those people still be alive? Had they attacked Ming Yan? That would be troublesome. This matter could not be concealed for much longer. In the Blaze realm, Lu Yin raised his hand, and his dice slowly rotated. He tapped out 6 pips. 6 pips consumed an endless amount of star essence. When Lu Yin appeared in that strange space, he subconsciously searched for the brightest ball of light and directly fused with it. The scene in front of him changed, and he appeared in outer space. There was a battlefield all around him, and an intense pain swept through his body. Lu Yin looked down and saw that the person he had fused with had been sliced apart. A pair of scarlet vertical eyes appeared in front of him, and they were cold and emotionless. They stared at Lu Yin and reached out to grab him. Lu Yin subconsciously wanted to use the plan's secret art to dodge, but this body was not his, so he was unable to use it. A hand pierced through his neck, and fresh blood dripped from the fingertips onto his back, forming a river of blood. Lu Yin had not expected that he would die right after fusing with an enlighter with a power level of over 300,000. Around him, too many people had died, and even space itself had been dyed red. His vision darkened, and Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his body. He suddenly opened his eyes, and his pupils shrank to the size of needles. He had just died. He had once again experienced the feeling of death. Everyone could only experience it once, but he had experienced it more than once. Suddenly, the black and white fog in his heart throbbed and then slowly rotated as if it was pulling something, causing it to grow a bit stronger. Lu Yin was puzzled. During the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament, he had used the power of the black and white fog to undergo the Reaper transformation. After that, the fog had become much thinner, and it had shrunk by at least half its original size. If he used the Reaper transformation again, the black and white fog might disappear. Lu Yin had always been worried that this power would disappear, and he wanted to find a place where the death aura was produced. However, such a place was not easy to find. He had not expected that his experience of death would actually cause the black and white fog to grow a bit stronger. Even if it was only a tiny bit, it meant that it was useful, and he did not need to completely rely on absorbing death aura. He did not know whether to be happy or worried, as experiencing death was not a good feeling. Back then, he had intentionally allowed Ling Ke to kill him because he had no other choice, but just now, he had intentionally experienced death because he had not been able to react in time. Just thinking about it made him panic. However, he had no other choice. If he wanted to maintain the power of the Reaper transformation, he had to do so. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1342. Fortunately, he had finally found a way to cultivate the Reaper transformation. The Reaper transformation, it really could only be transformed after death. What was that place just now? Lu Yin thought about it, but he couldn't figure it out. He used star crystals to restore his die and continued rolling. Wait, how many star essences had he just spent? This was a serious problem, and Lu Yin hurriedly took a look before relaxing. Fortunately, he had spent over 50 million star essences, which was still acceptable. He continued rolling his die, and this time, he rolled a pi 1, which dropped a gadget. Lu Yin looked at it, but it was meaningless and very ordinary. He tossed it away and continued rolling. It was still a pi 1, and it dropped another gadget. Lu Yin was speechless and looked at it again, but it was still meaningless. Why did he keep dropping things like this today? Still, it was better than throwing away those women's underwear. Again. This time, his luck wasn't bad, and he rolled a pi 1. He watched as the two screens rose up, as this was what he was looking forward to the most. He threw the universal armor onto the screen and began to frantically use star essence. This universal armor had already been upgraded 10 times, and the 10th upgrade had cost him more than 14 million star essence. Its rune lines were already close to 600,000, and Lu Yin didn't know how many more upgrades it could take. Star essence continued to be consumed, and the armor finally dropped after almost 30 million star essence. This was the 11th upgrade, but Lu Yin didn't feel any heartache and continued. On the 12th upgrade, he had spent almost 60 million star essence. He had suddenly lost 90 million star essence, which made his heart ache. He continued. However, it was useless, as the star essence hadn't been consumed. The universal armor could no longer be upgraded, as the materials had already reached their limit. He looked at the boundless rune lines, which should be no less than 700,000 rune lines. This meant that with this universal armor, Lu Yin could defend against attacks from powerhouses with a power level of 700,000. What a pity, as it would be great if he could upgrade it a few more times. Even though the rune lines were around 700,000, it wouldn't be easy to defend against a powerhouse with a power level of 700,000. He would also need to obtain better materials to either fuse with the armor or reforge it. If he reforged it, then the money he had spent on this universal armor would be gone. Forget it, he would just give it to someone else. Wendy Yushan or Ming Yan would be fine. The next one to be upgraded was the exquisite lake spring water. Actually, Lu Yin had long since wanted to upgrade the ink jade lake spring water. When he had done so before, he had dripped it into his eyes, which had allowed him to directly comprehend the divine I-realm star energy control. He didn't know how much the Inkjade Lake spring water would allow him to clearly see the universe. This universe was very mysterious, and there was a saying that the end of the microscopic was the macroscopic. Lu Yin was looking forward to it. He only had 18 drops of spring water left, and 5 of them had been upgraded 14 times. He took out a drop and began to crazily toss out star essences. Back then, Lu Yin had only spent 560,000 star essence to upgrade himself 14 times. Yes, Lu Yin could now ignore that amount of money, as it was only 560,000 star essence. 15th time, 16th time, 17th time. Every time the lake's water was upgraded, it became more transparent and gave Lu Yin a strange feeling. Staring at the lake's water was like looking through a key to another world. It was a metamorphosis from the macroscopic to the microscopic. Lu Yin's eyes burned with desire as he looked at the Inkjade Lake's water. This item was too valuable, but the price to upgrade it was also very high. Upgrading a single drop of water to the level that he had just seen cost almost 40 million star essence, which was too ridiculous. Furthermore, the effects would only last for about a minute. Lu Yin sighed, but it was impossible for others to see that part of the void, even if they had to pay a high price. Comparatively speaking, spending 40 million star essence to watch an emissary fight was worth it. There were still 4 drops of Inkjade Lake's water left, and Lu Yin upgraded them 20 times. He had spent a total of 140 million star essence, which was another 100 million in the blink of an eye. There were still 13 drops of Inkjade Lake's water that had not been upgraded. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and upgraded all of them. The enemies that he would face in the future would not just be enlighters, but rather emissaries. If possible, he would rather upgrade them a bit more. The 13 drops of Inkjade Lake's water had cost him 520 million star essence. Lu Yin had never thought that he would spend so much money on the Inkjade Lake's water before upgrading it. He had spent almost 700 million star essence, which was terrifying. He had originally had 7 billion star essence, but after using Enhance on his die and upgrading his universal armor, as well as the water from the ingenious lake, he only had a little more than 850 million star essence left. His eyes twitched, as this was too much of a waste of money. He felt that he was still poor, and he once again envied the Mavis family. Before he had rolled his die, his heart had been filled with pride, but now, it was time to restrain himself. Currently, he urgently needed to upgrade his powerful offensive weapons. He already had quite a few, such as the Walnut Power Vessel, Battle Arrows, Poisons, the Tianhuang Array Sourcebox, Madame Land Sphere, Karmic Fire, the Giant's Right Arm, and the Smothered Cannon. However, it seemed like the only thing that could be upgraded was Karmic Fire. The Walnut Power Vessel could not be upgraded, and while the Poisons could be upgraded a few more times, they could not be upgraded to the point where they could threaten an emissary. The Giant's Right Arm and the Smothered Cannon were limited by their materials and could not be upgraded any further. He looked at the Karmic Fire in front of him and realized that he could only upgrade it, but what was the point of upgrading it? He did not know how to use the Karmic Fire sword, nor did he cultivate any top-notch fire-type battle techniques. It was unrealistic for him to display the Karmic Fire's power. Lu Yin was a little distressed, as it would be great if he could obtain an offensive weapon that could be upgraded without limit. Right, there was still the Heaven Flame Stone that could be upgraded, but Lu Yin did not dare to upgrade it. Who knew if it would upgrade the Fire Dragon? He still needed the Heaven Flame Stone to cultivate, and he could not let it be wasted. A Fire Dragon was of no use to him. This time, he did not stay in seclusion for long, mainly because he had not rolled Enhance. After entering the time-stop space, Lu Yin had no interest in continuing his seclusion. For the sake of the Sovereign Tournament, his realm had risen a little too quickly. As long as he could obtain more fire and let the heaven flame stone absorb it, he could continue to rapidly increase his realm. He urgently needed an offensive weapon that could be upgraded without limit. As soon as he walked out of the secret room, he checked his gadget and saw that many people were contacting him. The most diligent of them all was Madame Yu. Lu Yin immediately contacted her. She quickly appeared on the screen and glared at Lu Yin. Her tone was somewhat unpleasant. Alliance leader Lu, what's the point of toying with people? Lu Yin apologized. I'm really sorry for the delay, Madame Yu. How about this? I'll go to the Southern Weave right now, and we can talk face to face. How about that? Madame Yu was so angry that her chest heaved. That was not what she meant. Lu Yin had purposely told her that they would meet in the Southern Weave, and she had passed the information to the Xia family. That was why Xia Jiuyo had dared to go to Astral 10. If not for her information, Xia Jiuyo would not have been in trouble. Although no one blamed her, she had indeed been used by Lu Yin, and the Xia family would not treat her kindly. However, she could not complain to Lu Yin about this. Was she supposed to tell him that she was still in contact with the Seven Courts? That she had sold him out? The more she thought about it, the more sullen she felt. Madame Yu had lived for so many years, and she had maintained contact with the Seven Courts under the sword sex surveillance without being discovered. She had been cautious to a certain extent, but now, she had been played by a junior. She could not even voice out her grievances. She had never experienced such a feeling in her entire life. Madame Yu's expression changed when she saw Lu Yin's apologetic expression. She could not guess whether Lu Yin had purposely used her to pass the information or whether he had not considered her and had unintentionally delayed their meeting. She could not see through this youth. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1343. It's best if Alliance Master Lu is willing to talk face to face. My Yu family will be waiting for you in the Southern Weave, Madame Yu helplessly said. Lu Yin nodded, but then he suddenly thought of something. Oh no. Madame Yu was puzzled. Alliance Master Lu, what's the matter? Lu Yin looked at Madame Yu awkwardly. I'm sorry, Madame, but I can't go to the Southern Weave. Madame Yu was infuriated, and she glared at Lu Yin. Alliance Master Lu, my Yu family does wish to join the Great Eastern Alliance, but we still have some strength. We're not begging for your help, so please don't insult my Yu family. Lu Yin hurriedly replied, Madame Yu, you've misunderstood. It's not that I don't want to see Madame Yu, but that someone is preventing me from going. Who? Madame Yu gritted her teeth. She now felt that this Lu Yin was rather detestable. It was no wonder why so many people wanted to kill him. Lu Yin shrugged. Supreme Sage Heavenly Teacher. Madame Yu was taken aback. Who? Senior Sage Heavenly Master. Madame Yu was stunned. Of course she knew who the Supreme Sage Heavenly Master was. He was one of the 7 demigod ancestors of the human domain, a true peak powerhouse. Even her Yu family's elder Di Yun had to look up to him. Yet, the Supreme Sage Heavenly Master didn't allow him to go. What did he mean? Could it be that he was hostile towards the 7 courts? Or did he know about her plans for the Yu court? Why? Madame Yu asked nervously. Lu Yin replied, accidents happened one after another in the top 10 of the sovereign tournament. Bu Kong died, Wang Yi went missing, Wu Taibai was heavily injured, and now, Xia Jiuyo is gone as well. Senior Celestial Master wants me to do my best not to go out and wait for the moment to gather in the Neoverse. Madame Yu didn't know what to say. The first 3 incidents had happened from the very beginning, while Xia Jiuyo was the result of this bastard's own plan. Now, he was actually blaming the Neo-Human Alliance. Did he have any shame? He was actually unwilling to meet them because of this. Madame Yu really wanted to cut him down. Lu Yin knew that he was in the wrong, so he coughed and said, "Sorry, Madame Yu. Senior Sage is calling me. Talk to you later." He then quickly hung up, feeling a little guilty. It was both because of Madame Yu and the Holy Heavenly Master that he had faked the imperial edict. In Yu Court, Madame Yu was so angry that she almost cursed out loud. Her self-restraint was extremely good, and she had never suffered such grievances since she was born. She was actually played by a junior one after another. Bastard, bastard. Yo Yeer looked at Madame Yu's furious expression and whispered, "This Lu Yin isn't sincere at all. Let's not rely on him. No, he's the only one in the innerverse and outerverse who can protect us," Madame Yu said. Although she was furious, she had not lost her rationality. Yo Yeer understood this as well. But his attitude makes it clear that he doesn't want to accept our Yo Court. Madame Yu took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Her gaze was deep as she said, "He will accept it. As long as the Great Eastern Alliance doesn't slow down, they will eventually arrive at the first flow zone and face us one day. He's not stupid, and he's just stalling for time. He wants to know our true goal, and it's also possible that he has guessed that we haven't split with the 7 courts." "You really guessed it?" Yo Yeer was surprised. Madame Yu was not certain either, but this was the only possibility. Otherwise, Lu Yin's attitude would not make sense. If that was the case, then she had indeed been used by Lu Yin. Lu Yin really did not want to get involved with the Yu family. He did not know what this family's goal was, but they had taken the initiative to split from the 7 courts and then taken away the Yo family to form a marriage alliance with the Sword Sect. All of this was too abnormal, and he did not want to invite trouble. The Great Eastern Alliance had not occupied the Blaze Realm for very long, but the hostility between the Sylvan Dragons and the Ross Empire had never relaxed. The next step for the Great Eastern Alliance was to withdraw from the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, and Wei Rong was already making preparations to head to the Fennel Flow Zone. As long as they occupied the Fennel Flow Zone, the Great Eastern Alliance would immediately withdraw from the Blazing Mist Flow Zone and hand over the Flow Zone to the Sylvan Dragons and the Ross Empire. This would show the Great Eastern Alliance's goodwill and harmlessness. As for who the Blazing Mist Flow Zone would ultimately belong to, that would depend on the competition between the Sylvan Dragons and the Ross Empire. Lu Yin did not care, as this was what he wanted as well. He would let them compete and fight for it. In any case, the Blazing Mist Flow Zone would eventually belong to him. He no longer cared about the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. After chatting with Wang Wen for a bit, he took the general tablet and headed to the Outerverse. It was time to go to Earth to investigate, but before that, he had to return to Xenu Star. After all, that was his home there. No matter who the Blazing Mist Flow Zone belonged to, the Astral River Arc had to remain under the control of the Great Eastern Alliance. This was Lu Yin's request. Currently, the Astral River Arc was filled with members of the Great Eastern Alliance, and when they saw Lu Yin, they all bowed. Lu Yin had returned to the Outerverse in a high-profile manner. The Outerverse was now like Lu Yin's backyard. The moment he appeared, the Allied forces guarding the borders of the Astral River bowed, which made many cultivators on the Astral River Arc envious. Lu Yin did not stay. He boarded his spacecraft and headed towards Xenu Star with the General Tablet in tow. From the Astral River Arc to Xenu Star, he would pass by Dark Mist Weave. He had deliberately chosen a route that would pass by Mafioso Planet. Top Mist had already returned to Mafioso Planet from Iron Blood Weave. When Lu Yin's spacecraft landed, the assassination planet that was Mafioso Planet was in an uproar. Mafioso Planet was the largest assassination organization in the Eastern Weaves, and a large part of the reason why Liu Yin had been able to establish the Great Eastern Alliance was because of the information provided by Mafioso Planet. Mafioso Planet had long since joined the Great Eastern Alliance, and Liu Yin had come here to understand more about Mafioso Planet's power vessel, the Bloody Handprint. Top Mist looked at the youth in the distance with a complicated expression. The first time they had met was still vivid in his mind. The assassination attempt had failed, and an enlighter had died. If not for Top Mist's height, he would have died as well. Ever since then, this youth's name had never stopped, regardless of whether it was in Iron Blood Weave, Endless Weave, or the Outerverse Unification War. This youth had gradually become the master of the Outerverse, and now, he possessed strength that even Top Mist had to look up to. Now, killing Top Mist would not require any external aid, and it would be easy. Top Mist greets the Alliance leader, Top Mist said from within the black fog. The black fog covering his body dissipated, revealing his 1-meter-tall body. Liu Yin looked at Top Mist. If this person had not been 1 meter tall, then Liu Yin would have ended him with a single shot, and none of the subsequent events would have occurred. Long time no see. Senior is still as elegant as ever, Liu Yin said with a smile. Top Mist was terrified, as he had always been timid and good at preserving his own life. He had also expressed his attitude early on, or else he would not have been able to survive until now. In front of the Alliance leader, this lowly one does not dare to call himself senior. Liu Yin waved a hand and took a step forward. He swept past Top Mist and entered Mafioso Planet. Top Mist's pupils shrank. He had not sensed Liu Yin's speed at all, and the youth had already appeared behind him. If Liu Yin had attacked him, Top Mist believed that he would not have been able to last even a second. No matter what life-saving techniques he had, even if he had not used up his bloody handprint power vessel, he would not have been able to defeat Liu Yin. The strength that the top 10 had displayed during the Sovereign Tournament was enough to make him despair. Top Mist became even more respectful. Mafioso Planet was gloomy all year round, and it had nurtured many assassins. Liu Yin's domain swept through the area, and his domain's range was quite wide. In the blink of an eye, he found a familiar face, the bespectacled Mistchild. The bespectacled Mistchild looked up and saw Liu Yin looking at her. Her eyes lit up, as she had always wanted to take the initiative to contact Liu Yin, but he had been too fast for her to keep up. She had never thought that Liu Yin would appear on Mafioso Planet. Liu Yin had never forgotten about the bespectacled Mistchild, as this female assassin had helped him greatly in the past. Even though she had her own plans, her innate gift was very precious. She could increase her strength by consuming poisons, and Liu Yin just so happened to have the most poisonous poisons. He currently had 5 bottles of Elder Wu's poisons, all of which had been upgraded 8 times. They were enough to threaten an envoys, and they had also been the reason why he had been able to heavily injure Crimson Lord. These poisons could not be upgraded due to the limited materials used. He casually took out a bottle and tossed it to the bespectacled Mistchild. The bespectacled Mistchild was delighted, and she hurriedly caught it. "Thank you, Your Highness." Liu Yin smiled, but he did not say anything else. He had left her with an opportunity, and how far she could go in the future would depend on herself. Perhaps her innate gift would bring him a pleasant surprise. Top Mist was not surprised that Liu Yin would help the bespectacled Mistchild, as the events of the past could not be hidden from him. The bespectacled Mistchild had cooperated with Liu Yin to deal with the other Mistchildren, obtain information on Mafioso Planet, and assist the Great Eastern Alliance. He had long since known about this. Now, the bespectacled Mistchild's status on Mafioso Planet was second only to his own. This was not because of her strength, but because of her relationship with Liu Yin. "Do you still have the blood palm?" Liu Yin asked as he toured Mafioso Planet. The scenery flashed past him, and he quickly traveled through space. Behind him, Top Mist heard the question and replied, "No, I used it all back in Iron Blood Weave." Of course, Lu Yin remembered, as he was the one who had forced Top Mist to use it. Where did the blood palm come from? Top Mist did not dare to hide anything. Back then, an ancestor discovered a blood palm that had sunk deep into the ground. It was because of this blood palm that people settled on Mafioso Planet. As for where it came from, no one knows. Are you saying that the blood palm appeared on Mafioso Planet before you? Lu Yin asked. Top Mist respectfully replied, "Yes." Lu Yin fell into deep thought. In the universe, the history of a planet far surpassed that of a biological civilization. A planet could easily have a history of billions, billions, or even 100 billion years. What about human civilization? It could not compare to the history of a planet. These planets were the ones that had truly experienced the ancient era. They had experienced the birth of humanity, its peak, and its fragmentation. They had witnessed the powerhouses of the ancient era, as well as the era of progenitor Qin and the symbol progenitor. Just a single blood palm had been able to kill a powerhouse with a power level of 300,000. Perhaps it had come from an ancient powerhouse. Unfortunately, there was no way to investigate further. Lu Yin left Mafioso Planet. In the sky, Top Mist watched Lu Yin's spacecraft depart until it was completely out of sight. Only then did he retract his gaze. He had never imagined that a brat from back then, an ant that he could casually kill, would grow to his current level. Who would be the master of this universe in the future? News of Lu Yin's return to Xenu Star had long since spread, and countless people were eagerly awaiting Lu Yin's return. When Lu Yin's spacecraft appeared, Xenu Star, the surrounding planets, and even the entire Frostwave Weave went into an uproar. Everyone was shouting Lu Yin's name, and statues of Lu Yin were erected on countless planets. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1344. It was Lu Yin who had brought Frostwave Weave to its current heights, and now, Frostwave Weave had become the center of the universe. It was the center of economic and trade, the center of cultural exchange, and the center of power. Lu Yin had single-handedly created the core of the Outerverse, which had allowed the Frostwave Weave's status to surpass that of the other weaves. In the past, everyone had hoped to become a citizen of Myriad City and settle down there. Now, everyone hoped to become a citizen of Xenu Star and settle down there. The prices here had already soared to a height that normal people could not imagine. Lu Yin had set up the general appointment stage on Xenu Star and made a public appearance, which excited countless people in the Outerverse. Of course, there were also those who hoped that Lu Yin would be able to help them solve their practical problems. The most pressing problem was that the Outerverse had been gifted to the Sixth Mainland. Lu Yin wanted to resolve this matter as well, but he couldn't think of anything at the moment. The Sixth Mainland had descended upon the Fifth Mainland, and this was a general trend that no one could stop. It wasn't something that Lu Yin could reverse by relying on petty tricks or schemes. When faced with such a situation, avoiding it was the best course of action. As for whether or not he could return to the Outerverse in the future, that would depend on how high he could reach. However, it would take some time for the Sixth Mainland to fully occupy the Outerverse. The Outerverse Western Weaves had already begun to move eastward, and this process was going to take a very long time. After returning to Xenu Star, Lu Yin summoned all the important officials of the Great Yu Empire. He held a meeting with the Lu Ministry of Staff, the Lu Ministry of Defense, the Cabinet, and even a court session. After that, he also met with Bei Qing, the captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons, and so on. He had really made his presence known. In King Zishan's palace, Lu Yin took a sip of the green, viscous drink, clearly looking forward to it. Lu Yin nodded and smiled. Not bad. Xiao Ran was happy. By the way, Xiao Ran, have you heard of Zijing? Xiao Ran blinked in confusion and shook her head. Lu Yin did not ask any more questions as Kay's voice sounded out. Your Highness, Duan Day Knight requests an audience. Please come in, Lu Yin said loudly. He had subverted the Day Knight flow zone and rescued the White King bloodline. Now, the White King bloodline was living on a planet not too far away from Xenu Star. Now that he had returned, the White King bloodline had naturally requested to meet him, even if they had only just met. For some reason, Shua Day Knight had not come. Not long after, Duan Day Knight left King Zishan's palace. His discussion with Lu Yin had gone well. Lu Yin had agreed to help and protect King Zishan's bloodline, and King Zishan's bloodline had agreed to help Duan Day Knight as much as possible. The Great Eastern Alliance was growing larger and larger, and it had attracted more than just the various powers from the Outerverse. Many powers from the Innerverse also wanted to join the Great Eastern Alliance. Many people sought an audience with Lu Yin, but he didn't meet with all of them. He only met with a select few. At night, he went to the fifth princess residence. Wendy Yushan was already waiting for him. It's getting harder and harder to see you. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. It's tiring. It's not like you're going to show up. Wendy Yushan calmly replied, it has nothing to do with me. Lu Yin shook his head. I hope that you can inherit the Great Yu Empire. After all, this country was founded by the Yu bloodline. Wendy Yushan looked at him, the Great Yu Empire won't agree. Wendy Yushan did not feel good when she said this. Even though she did not care about the Great Yu Empire or any sort of power, the Great Yu Empire had still been established by her family. Now, she had to rely on an outsider, and even if this outsider was willing to return the empire, the Yu bloodline would not be able to do so. This made her feel somewhat dejected, as this was a testament to her family's incompetence. Lu Yin didn't want to talk about this topic any longer, as it was rather heavy. Actually, everyone in the Great Yu Empire hoped that he would no longer be the royal regent but instead become the emperor. Unfortunately, he did not have such thoughts at the moment. How is Elder Su? Lu Yin asked. He was asking about the place where the Yu bloodline lived in seclusion, the Elder Su who had been sealed in ice for many years. Wendy Yushan replied, I just went to take a look. He's still sealed in ice. Lu Yin grunted and did not say anything else. He didn't stay in the fifth princess residence for long before leaving. He once again went to the tavern in the shadow of King Zishan's palace. It was clearly an inconspicuous little tavern, but it gave him an inexplicable sense of security. The tavern was very dim, and Lu Yin did not need to hide his appearance. No one could see him clearly. He could not even remember how many times he had eaten in this tavern. It was still the same, with muddy wine and side dishes. It was very comfortable. A commotion could be heard from the tavern in the distance. The owner of the tavern was still as shrewd as ever, and no matter how much the outside world offered him, he would not sell. Not long after, light footsteps could be heard from behind him. A frail figure sat at a nearby table and spoke in a bleak and hoarse voice, "Boss, a jug of wine." Lu Yin paused in the middle of drinking as a voice brought him back to 10 years ago. He slowly turned around and saw a pale and thin face hidden in the dim light. It was her, Jenny Anna. Lu Yin had not expected to run into her here. The high-spirited girl from back then had now become abnormally haggard, as if she had become a completely different person. If there was one woman Lu Yin had been the most ruthless to, it would definitely be Jenny Anna. Not only had he ruined her marriage, but he had also left her with a shadow that she would never be able to walk out of for the rest of her life. She had become the shame of the Anna family and carried heavy shackles on her shoulders. It was very difficult for a woman to stand up again after experiencing such a thing, and Jenny Anna was no exception. Lu Yin could not describe his emotions as he looked at the current Jenny Anna. Did he regret it? No, he did not regret it. If he had not done what he had done, he would have been the one to become a laughingstock. This woman was very pitiful, but she was also detestable. But after so many years, Lu Yin's impression of her had become blurry. The hatred he had felt had long since faded, and all that remained was pity. Jenny Anna took a sip of wine. She had discovered this tavern by accident. It was hidden and dim, and no one would be able to see it clearly. She could even see above her head and see that person's home. She had long since lost her hatred for Lu Yin. It was just a matter of their different standpoints. Lu Yin put down his glass and looked at her calmly. This woman had already walked out, and she had become completely different. She was no longer the Jenny Anna of the past. Jenny Anna sensed that someone was looking at her, and she looked up to meet his gaze. Her body trembled, and her hand trembled, causing the glass to fall onto the table. Lu Yin lowered his head and poured a glass of wine for her. She accepted it, thank you. As he watched her drink, he suddenly remembered what she had said in the past. I only want to marry the person I love. Is that wrong? I like Yan Feng. What's wrong with that? The only mistake is that my family betrothed me to you. Lu Yin, do you really like me? You've never liked me, and I can feel that the ring is not a sign of love. It's just a promise you made to the Anna family. In your eyes, I'm just a tool for your marriage. What's wrong with me marrying the person I love? I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't want to hurt you. Every word and sentence revealed this woman's pursuit of freedom and love. Was she wrong? Lu Yin had asked himself this question many times, but the answer had always been no. She had only wanted to pursue happiness, but in the end, things had turned out this way. I'm sorry, Lu Yin said in a low voice. To the side, Jenny Anna's body trembled, and tears streamed down her face. She put down her glass and left. Lu Yin watched her leave, his heart heavy. Everyone had to pay for the mistakes they had made when they were young. He exhaled, took a sip of wine, and then left. Today's wine was tasteless. A few days later, Lu Yin set off for Earth. He had already accomplished his goals for returning to Xenia Star, and one of them had been to see Delay again. He wanted to use Delay's thoughts to search for any abnormalities in Lu Ying's Zishan, but there were none. Lu Yin had not forgotten about the abnormalities in Lu Ying's Zishan. Xenia Star had some hidden dangers, but he had not been able to find them. He could not keep wasting his time here. There was also Banjo's report on the new universal armor, but it had not yielded any results. The technocracy's level of civilization was beyond Banjo's knowledge, and he could not create any higher-level universal armor. If he wanted to obtain a better universal armor, he might have to make a trip to the technocracy. From Xenia Star to Earth, Lu Yin's spacecraft was very fast. Not long after, the beautiful blue planet appeared in front of him. It was surrounded by planets from the solar system, and the one that attracted Lu Yin's attention the most was Jupiter. When he saw Earth, Lu Yin was reminded of an old friend. Right, he had almost forgotten about Lu Xiaoge. How could he have forgotten about him? As he thought about it, Lu Yin contacted Barley. Barley was the spy that Lu Yin had placed in East San Dios. He had been the first to join Lu Yin, and he could read the vibrations in the air, which allowed him to learn some things. It had been a long time since Barley had received any contact from Lu Yin, and the gap between their statuses had grown wider and wider. After Lu Yin had become one of the 10 arbiters, Barley had not dared to contact him. He had not expected to receive a call from Lu Yin today. Lu Ju. Barley's figure appeared on the screen, and he bowed deeply to Lu Yin. Of the current 10 arbiters, Lu Yin was the strongest. Not only was he the strongest among the 10 arbiters, but he was also the strongest in all of humanity, including the sixth mainland. Barley's admiration for Lu Yin was indescribable, and he had rejoiced countless times that he had chosen to join Lu Yin. If not for seeing Earth and remembering Lu Xiaoge, Lu Yin would have almost forgotten about this person. Barley, how's Lu Xiaoge? Barley was terrified. He's not in East San Dios. He left before the start of the sovereign tournament. Lu Yin's gaze trembled. Do you know where he went? Barley shook his head, feeling apprehensive. Lu Yin had ordered him to keep an eye on Lu Xiaoge, but how could he have done so? He had wanted to report Lu Xiaoge's disappearance, but he did not dare to. I'm not sure. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. He did not blame Barley for not being able to keep an eye on Lu Xiaoge. With Barley's abilities, he definitely would not have been able to do so. Had he left before the sovereign tournament? Had he participated in the sovereign tournament? That was possible. There had been too many participants, and it was normal that Lu Yin had not noticed him. Was there anything strange in East San Dios? Lu Yin asked. Barley thought about it carefully. Yes. There was a powerful aura that came to East San Dios before the sovereign tournament, but it did not reveal itself. A powerful aura. Lu Yin was curious. Barley thought about it. It should have been an enlighter. Could it have been just passing by? That's not possible. That aura was intentionally hidden, and I was only able to sense their strength through the vibrations in the air. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to detect their power level. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1345. Lu Yin frowned. What was an enlighter doing in East San Dios? That place was only the Outerverse Youth Council, and it was of no value to an enlighter. Lu Yin wasn't even there, so the only person of value in East San Dios was Lu Xiaoge, as he was related to the Day-Night clan. Could it be the Day-Night clan? Lu Yin could not figure it out. He ended the call, as there was no news from East San Dios. Lu Xiaoge's whereabouts were unknown, but Lu Yin did not care too much. In the past, Lu Xiaoge had made Lu Yin apprehensive, and he had even wanted to kill him. But now, Lu Xiaoge's level was too far from Lu Yin's. Even Bai Qian was not worthy of his attention, let alone Lu Xiaoge. Lu Yin had only asked because he was curious, but that was all. There was a slight vibration as the spacecraft entered Earth's space station. Lu Yin tapped his feet and disappeared from the spacecraft, avoiding the space station's detection. He landed on Earth and appeared in Jinlin City. Earth had changed more and more, and there were more and more cultivators. Since this was Lu Yin's hometown and the starting point of his cultivation, there were many people traveling to Earth. If not for Earth's small size, it would have been equivalent to another Xenu star. Naturally, the prices here were also very high. Fortunately, that was relative to outsiders, as the prices of Earth's locals were still the same. Skyscrapers pierced through the clouds, and flying machines roamed the skies. Occasionally, cultivators would take to the skies, but they would be intercepted by patrolling troops. The entire Jinlin city seemed to be filled with technology. No one would believe that only a dozen years had passed. 10 years ago, this place had been in ruins, and it had looked like the end of the world. Lu Yin scanned the area with his domain and quickly found Zhou Shan. There were only a few old friends on Earth. Bai Shua and the others had disappeared on Jupiter, so Lu Yin could only look for Zhou Shan and the others. However, the gap between their realms had grown so large that it was almost invisible. Zhou Shan was the honorary headmaster of Jinlin Military Academy, and his status was extremely high. He had also been one of the 7 sages of China during Earth's apocalypse. Although he was weak and not even an explorer, no one could shake his position because he was Lu Yin's friend. In a spacious office with simple decorations, a middle-aged man was looking down at documents. On the wall behind him, there should be words or pictures hanging on it, but here, there was a battle axe hanging, making the office more austere. There was a knock on the door. "Come in." A young woman walked in and respectfully said, "Principal, the student seats have already been arranged. The ball organizers are giving our academy a lot of face, so the students will all sit in the middle and won't touch anyone else." "All right, that's good. Arrange for a few more teachers to lead the team." "Nothing must happen to the students," the middle-aged man said. The young woman acknowledged and retreated. The middle-aged man continued to examine the documents, not raising his head from beginning to end. "At first glance, you really do look like an academy principal. Speaking of which, aren't you the honorary principal? Is there anything else you want to do?" The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. How could he not know that someone had come in? He suddenly raised his head and looked at the person sitting on the sofa not far away. His expression was wild with joy. "You're back. Principal Zhou, you're becoming more and more presentable." Lu Yin smiled as he crossed his legs leisurely. Zhou Shan laughed, stood up, and stretched. "Dealing with these matters is even more troublesome than fighting on the battlefield." He then pointed at the battle axe on the wall. "Look, it's rusted." Lu Yin smiled. "You won't have the chance to kill the enemy now. Your opponents will only be the students." Zhou Shan smiled bitterly. "I might not even be able to beat the students." This was the truth. Zhou Shan had never undergone systematic training, and some students might not necessarily lose to him. More and more people were coming to Earth to travel, and Zhou Shan's strength was nothing compared to them. "But it's still all right. With your face, no one dares to do anything to me." "Haha," Zhou Shan laughed. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open and a little girl in her teens walked in. "Dad, when is your academy coming? I must take the test, you can't stop me." Zhou Shan was embarrassed and quickly pulled her over. "Don't be rude. Come, say hello to Uncle Lu." The little girl blinked in confusion and looked at Lu Yin. Her eyes lit up and her face flushed red. Lu Yin." Lu Yin laughed. Zhou Shan growled, "What Lu Yin? Don't be rude. Call him Uncle Lu." The little girl looked at Zhou Shan excitedly. "Dad, you weren't bluffing. You really know Lu Yin. Call him Uncle Lu." Zhou Shan patted her head. Lu Yin said, "What a cute little girl. You're called Cici, right? I've seen you before." The little girl was Zhou Shan's daughter, Zhou Cici. You've seen me before." Zhou Cici was excited. Who didn't worship Lu Yin these days? This was especially true on Earth, where he was a god. Lu Yin nodded and smiled. "Not only have I seen you, but I've even hugged you. I was the one who gave you your formcast model." Zhou Cici was so excited that she didn't know what to say. Zhou Shan smiled bitterly. "You're just a little girl who doesn't know the rules." Lu Yin laughed. "I didn't expect you to grow so big in the blink of an eye. You'll be able to get married in a few years, haha." Zhou Cici immediately shouted, "I'm not getting married. I want to enter your academy and step into the heavens." Zhou Shan felt a headache coming on. Lu Yin leaned forward and looked at Zhou Cici. "Why do you want to step into the heavens?" Zhou Cici clenched her fists. "I want to fight alongside you." You're alone every time we fight. It's too lonely. Lu Yin was stunned. Lonely? Zhou Shan fiercely twisted Zhou Cici's ear. Shut up. You're not allowed to talk about adult matters. Alright, you can leave now. I still have things to discuss with your Uncle Lu. Zhou Cici rolled her eyes. Forget it. Do you think Uncle Lu cares about that? It's just a sesame seed. Zhou Shan was speechless. An hour later, Lu Yin walked out of Jinling Military Academy and laughed. Was he lonely? Now that he thought about it, it was true. Most of the time, he had been fighting alone. The world of adults was complicated, but a child's world was pure and could see things more clearly. He hadn't expected that his situation would be pointed out by a child. There was nothing he could do about it. Whatever he did, he had to bear the consequences. Loneliness was something he had to experience. He thought of Ming Yan and raised his hand to activate his gadget. A majestic amount of rune lines flashed past the corner of his eye. Lu Yin abruptly turned around and looked to his right. Since the school was still in session, there weren't many people around. Lu Yin immediately saw an old man walk past, and he stared at the old man. Those rune lines had definitely come from him. Those rune lines belonged to an enlighter at the very least. Earth had actually attracted an enlighter. Lu Yin retracted his aura and slowly followed behind the old man. The old man didn't notice Lu Yin's presence and simply walked around Jinling Military Academy. As the students walked out in an orderly fashion, the old man silently followed behind them. Lu Yin frowned. All of the students had left. Shouldn't they be in school at this time? As an enlighter, the old man simply followed behind the group of students. Lu Yin followed behind them at a leisurely pace. The group of students quickly boarded a large flywheel under the school's arrangements. The army cleared a path for them as they headed towards the largest sports plaza in the city center of Jinling. The old man followed them on the ground, and each step he took covered a kilometer. He walked very slowly, but it was as if he had staggered through space. Lu Yin did the same, and no one on earth noticed this. Zhou Shan sat on the flywheel with his daughter, Zhou Cici, beside him. Cici, remember, don't tell anyone about Uncle Lu's appearance, Zhou Shan warned. Zhou Cici replied, I know. He's not a child. Be more careful, Zhou Shan grumbled. Dad, why did Goddess Luo come to Earth to perform? They probably can't pay her much, so she can't earn much. Do you think they only want to earn money? Earth's position in the universe is too special. This is your Uncle Lu's hometown, and everyone wants to settle down here to establish a relationship with him. Some want money, while others want fame. That means this Goddess Luo is pretty smart. Zhou Shan looked ahead with a complicated expression. Goddess Luo. Goddess Luo. He had met her once before, and he knew about her relationship with Bai Shui. He also knew that she had feelings for Lu Yin. This woman wasn't here for fame, but rather because this was Lu Yin's hometown. She wanted to get closer to him. In his eyes, Goddess Luo was a true goddess. She was resplendent, beautiful, and dazzling. Unfortunately, Lu Yin's status was too high, and he could find any woman he wanted. Zhou Shan wouldn't be able to see the results of his weight. Goddess Luo was the most dazzling star in the outerverse, and her performance would cause a sensation in any region, let alone Earth. Earth was too small, and Jinling Stadium was so small that most people couldn't even buy a ticket. Those who could buy a ticket were either rich people from the outerverse or had a special status. Half of the stadium was occupied by students from Jinling Military Academy, and since these students didn't collect tickets, this dance performance was destined to not make any money. Goddess Luo had already performed this dance many times on Earth, and she was very persistent. The old man followed the students to the stadium and easily entered. Lu Yin looked at Goddess Luo's image in shock. Why had she come to Earth? Why was she holding a dance performance? Was there anyone on Earth who could afford tickets? Was there a place for these people to watch? Lu Yin knew that Goddess Luo's every performance in the Outerverse would attract at least a few 100 million people. Even in a place like Xenu Star, where the rich were everywhere, her performance would still attract a few 100,000 people. On Earth, there shouldn't be anyone who could afford a ticket to Goddess Luo's dance performance, but these students had actually managed to enter. Lu Yin easily entered the stadium and stared at the old man the entire time. On the other side, a young man was wearing a hat and sucking on a straw as he sauntered into the stadium. His eyes were glued to Luo Xin's enormous projection as he mumbled, "She's really beautiful. No wonder she's the Outerverse's most dazzling star. Dad, your son has brought you a beautiful daughter-in-law." The stadium was packed, and the atmosphere reached its peak with Goddess Luo's appearance. Everyone was cheering. Goddess Luo was a national idol, and her dance was enough to dazzle the heavens. The next volume is about to begin. Astral Tree. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1346. In the crowd, Switching Day-Night looked around from time to time. From the very beginning, he had a feeling that he was being watched, but it was a vague feeling that made him uncertain. Logically speaking, he was an enlighter with a power level of 360,000, so there shouldn't be anyone who could watch him in such a remote place without him noticing. So, where was this feeling coming from? He had come out this time to look for Lu Xiaoge. Before the Sovereign Tournament had begun, the Day-Night clan had sent people to the Outerverse to look for Lu Xiaoge, but they had not been able to find him. Switching Day-Night had no choice but to go out personally. The inheritance stone was too important to the Day-Night clan, and they could not afford to lose it. The Outerverse was Lu Yin's territory, and even with a power level of 300,000, he did not dare to reveal his identity. He had used his star energy to sweep through the academy in an attempt to find Lu Xiaoge, but he had not been able to find him. Earth was Lu Xiaoge's home, and he firmly believed that Lu Xiaoge would return sooner or later. Switching Day-Night decided to stay on Earth and wait for Lu Xiaoge. He could not use his star energy to cover the entire planet, so he could only go to a crowded area and wait for Lu Yin to show up. It was a little tiring, but it was safer and would not be discovered. Switching Day-Night's eyes trembled as he realized that someone was watching him. He looked around and wondered who it was. At this moment, he was certain that an expert had appeared. "Hey, make way, make way." The young man in the hat squeezed his way to Switching Day-Night's side with great difficulty. Switching Day-Night's eyes narrowed, and a murderous glint flashed through his eyes. The young man placed a hand on Switching Day-Night's shoulder, and Switching Day-Night clenched his fist. "Brother, make way." The young man pushed Switching Day-Night, but he did not move. He looked at Switching Day-Night in shock. "Old man, you're still chasing after celebrities at your age? You're really hardworking." Switching Day-Night took a step back. The young man smiled brightly. "Thank you." He held his straw in his mouth and continued to squeeze forward. Switching Day-Night frowned as he watched the young man's figure disappear. He looked around again, but he did not see who was watching him. He had been guarding the ancestral land stone tablet for too long, and he had forgotten to be vigilant. He left the stadium without hesitation, and even left Earth. He had to wait for that feeling to disappear before returning, or else he would not be at ease. Suddenly, that feeling intensified tenfold. He turned around and saw a young man. It was Lu Yin. Switching Day-Night's pupils shrank when he saw Lu Yin's appearance, but it only lasted for an instant before he quickly regained his composure. He had disguised himself, so it was impossible to tell that he was from the Day-Night clan. Furthermore, he had not met Lu Yin during the battle at Night King Planet, so Lu Yin should not have recognized him. "Where are you from?" Lu Yin asked as he stared at Switching Day-Night. Switching Day-Night tried his best to look as gentle as possible as he smiled. "This old man is wandering the universe, and I don't have a fixed place to stay." "Is that so? Why have you come to Earth?" Lu Yin asked. Switching Day-Night smiled. "I was just passing by and heard that Hero Luo was performing a dance, so I decided to take a look." "Then why are you following the students?" Switching Day-Night's eyes flashed. "I want to find an outstanding child to inherit my legacy." Lu Yin grunted. This junior believes that his aptitude is not bad. "Why don't you pass on your mantle to this junior? I'm willing to take care of you when you're old." Switching Day-Night laughed. "Little brother, you must be joking. Even this old man can't see through your strength. Don't make fun of me." Lu Yin's face darkened. "I don't want anyone to take Earth. You're here on Earth for fun, and your origins are unknown, and you're even following the students. How can I let you leave without worry?" Switching Day-Night frowned. "Little brother, aren't you being too overbearing? I'm just passing by Earth, and I haven't harmed anyone. I'm only following the students because I want to find a disciple. I don't have any ill intentions. Are you going to attack me just because of this? Is Earth off limits to strangers?" Lu Yin stared at Switching Day-Night. "Explain your origins, and you can enter. You didn't enter through normal means, did you?" Switching Day-Night's eyes flashed as he met Lu Yin's gaze. After a while, he nodded. "It seems like you don't plan on letting me leave peacefully. Since that's the case, you can investigate." Lu Yin's gaze relaxed, and he smiled. "Excuse me, sir. Please." Switching Day-Night returned to Earth under Lu Yin's supervision. Lu Yin had only wanted to investigate Switching Day-Night's origins, but he didn't know what the old man's goal was. Perhaps it was just as the old man had said, and Switching Day-Night wanted to find a disciple. There were too many independent cultivators in the universe, but of course, it was easy for an enlighter to find a disciple, which was what Lu Yin was most suspicious of. However, as long as Switching Day-Night wasn't hostile towards Earth, Lu Yin wouldn't do anything to him. Switching Day-Night landed on Earth in Jinling Stadium, where Goddess Luo's dance was still ongoing. Switching Day-Night slowly descended, and suddenly, his star energy erupted as he tore through the void and charged towards the stadium. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. He was courting death. He had dared to let the old man return to Earth because the old man's power level was at most 300,000, and he also had his emptiness palm and Day-Night's tribute, so he wasn't afraid of the old man. Switching Day-Night stepped into the stadium and appeared in front of Goddess Luo. Even the audience couldn't react in time. Lu Yin's spiritual force descended, and it was Day-Night's tribute. Switching Day-Night had seen Lu Yin's performance in the Sovereign Tournament, and he was extremely wary of Lu Yin. When Lu Yin's spiritual force descended, Switching Day-Night's spiritual force also erupted. It was nightfall. Lu Yin was shocked. Someone from the Day-Night clan. Furthermore, the rune lines had exceeded 300,000. This wasn't good. Switching Day-Night's spiritual force battle technique was strong enough to resist Day-Night's tribute, but he would definitely be dragged into the illusion. However, with his power level and the fact that he had been guarding the ancestral land stone steel, it was as if he had been petrified while cultivating his spiritual force. He wasn't much weaker than Yao Xian's spiritual force. The moment Switching Day-Night was dragged into the illusion, he broke out of it in a single breath. Although a single breath had passed in the outside world, a considerable amount of time had passed within the illusion. Switching day-night had been subjected to the Night King heaven-splitting technique multiple times, and his brain had been concussed while blood flowed out of his orifices. Fortunately, he had broken out of the illusion. He hadn't expected Lu Yin's spiritual force attack to be so terrifying. That must be the Night King heaven-splitting technique. He recalled a legend that no one in the Day-Night clan had been able to cultivate this technique after the Day King and the first Night King had died. It was no wonder why Lu Yin's spiritual force was able to resist Yao Xian's attacks. Switching Day-Night, who specialized in spiritual force, had almost been unable to withstand Lu Yin's attacks. In the entire Day-Night clan, no one below the level of an emissary could resist Lu Yin's spiritual force. A single breath was enough for Switching Day-Night to capture Luoxin. Similarly, a single breath was enough for Lu Yin as well. Lu Yin's palm moved, and an emptiness palm traversed the void and viciously slammed into Switching Day-Night's back. Switching Day-Night's physical body could not withstand the might of the emptiness palm, even if it was not imbued with 9-line battle force. He spat out a mouthful of blood as invisible fragments fell from his back and clothes. They were power vessels that he had used to withstand Lu Yin's emptiness palm. He then raised his hand and grabbed at Luoxin, his fingers only a few centimeters away from her. Lu Yin was confident in his own strength, and he believed that he could control the situation. Switching Day-Night was cunning, and he had guarded against Lu Yin's various methods. In the end, Switching Day-Night had still managed to win a chance for survival. As long as he could capture Luoxin, he could force Lu Yin to release him and allow him to return to the Day-Night flow zone. He had not expected a youth like Lu Yin to be so terrifying. Even though he had guarded against Lu Yin to the extreme, he had still been heavily injured. His spiritual force had been scattered, and his brain had roared as blood flowed out of his orifices. His body had also been torn apart by the emptiness palm. Fortunately, he had succeeded. This woman was his only chance at survival. Switching Day-Night saw Luoxin's terrified gaze as she drew closer and closer. Behind them, the star chessboard appeared beneath Lu Yin's feet. Just as he was about to move Luoxin, a youth wearing a hat walked out from beside her with a straw in his mouth. The youth did not seem to move at all, but Switching Day-Night touched him. Then, there was a thunderous explosion that connected the heavens and the earth, tearing apart space itself. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. He had seen many lightning-type battle techniques or attacks from experts with innate lightning-type abilities, but this was the most terrifying attack he had ever seen. The rune lines had exceeded 400,000, and even Lu Yin felt a sense of danger. The youth had a smile on his face, and he had a handsome appearance. His hat was tilted to one side, and he was surrounded by lightning. Switching Day-Night had clearly been very close to Luoxin, but the moment this youth appeared, it was as if he had drawn so close, yet worlds apart. When the lightning disappeared, Switching Day-Night's body was charred black, and he collapsed to the ground. He had been electrocuted into a lump of charcoal. The youth flicked the straw in his mouth and turned to face Luoxin. He flashed a smile that he thought was very charming. "I'm Jiang Qin. Nice to meet you, beautiful." Luoxin's body disappeared as Lu Yin had used the plan to teleport her to his side. She was pleasantly surprised when she saw Lu Yin. "Your Highness." Lu Yin nodded and looked at the youth called Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin looked back at Lu Yin with a smile on his face. His eyes were bright, but there was also a domineering aura about him. His temperament was calm, and he made people feel at ease just by standing there. He gave Lu Yin the same feeling as when he had first met Wu Tai-bai. He was casual, free, and unrestrained, but there was an indescribable feeling about him. Lu Yin didn't know how to describe that feeling. In any case, he didn't dislike this person. "I've seen you before." The competition was very exciting. Jiang Chen smiled happily as he looked Lu Yin in the eye. Lu Yin looked deeply at Jiang Chen. Thank you. May I ask where you're from? Earth, Jiang Chen said directly, but then he felt that something was off. Not far from Earth. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. This person's words didn't match his heart. He had clearly said that he was from Earth, but there was no way Earth could have produced such an expert. Was this Jiang Chen from the Earth Hidden Realm? That was very likely. Jiang Chen jumped off the stage, and the surrounding lights shone on Switching Day Night's charred body. This isn't the place to talk. Let's go somewhere else, Lu Yin said. Jiang Chen didn't mind. He looked at Luo Xin expectantly. Together. Luo Xin gently replied, I want to finish the dance. Jiang Chen was disappointed. Lu Yin said, she'll come after the dance. Let's find a place to talk. Jiang Chen waved a hand. It doesn't matter. A new volume is coming soon. Thank you for your support, brothers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1347. Switching Day Night's appearance caused the dance to stop for a moment, but order was quickly restored. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened on Earth. Even though Goddess Luo had been in danger, the situation had been resolved. Lu Yin had hidden his appearance the moment he appeared in the stadium, so no one had been able to see him clearly. As a result, he hadn't caused a stir. There weren't many people in the leisurely cafe, as most of them had gathered around the stadium. Although they couldn't enter the stadium to see Goddess Luo, there were still screens outside that played the entire performance. Soft music echoed throughout the cafe. Jiang Chen took out his straw and twirled it between his fingers as he watched Goddess Luo on a screen in the distance. No one knew what he was thinking. Across from him, Lu Yin asked, do you like Goddess Luo a lot? Jiang Chen casually replied, can't help it. It's time for me to get married. Mom's been urging me. You want to marry her? Lu Yin asked. Jiang Chen retracted his gaze and looked at Lu Yin. Maybe. Why, do you have any other ideas? Lu Yin was speechless, not knowing how to continue the conversation. Jiang Chen took a sip of coffee. Speaking of which, it's not bad to drink coffee while looking at your own statue. There's also a lot of people kneeling and praying. Lu Yin looked into the distance and saw a huge statue towering into the clouds. It was his own statue, which could be found in many places on Earth. It was a landmark in many cities, and it wasn't just on Earth. Many planets in Frostwave we've had similar statues. It was a strange feeling. Looking at others kneeling and praying to him gave him the illusion that he was already dead. Your lightning is very powerful. Is it a talent? Lu Yin asked. Jiang Chen stirred his coffee. Ah, you can say that. With a powerful father, you're pretty powerful, especially that transformation in the last round of the Sovereign Tournament. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at Lu Yin. That transformation was really cool. How did you cultivate it? Lu Yin shook his head. I don't know either. I just cultivated it. Jiang Chen obviously didn't believe him, but it wasn't appropriate for him to ask too much about this battle technique. He suddenly thought of something. Have you seen a rabbit with lightning? Lu Yin was startled. You have. Jiang Chen pursed his lips. I'm asking you. Lu Yin nodded. Yes. That rabbit appeared on the Savage Ape planet and stomped a Savage Ape to death. Then it appeared in Iron Blood Weave and stomped on Elder Nuwa. Jiang Chen rubbed his chin. That damned rabbit sure can run, but it won't be too far away from Earth. You're looking for that rabbit? Lu Yin asked curiously. Jiang Chen nodded. That's right. If you have any news, you must tell me. I'll stay on Earth. Are you staying on Earth to wait for that rabbit? Jiang Chen hummed in agreement. That's the main reason. We have to catch that rabbit, otherwise it'll cause trouble everywhere. Then why stay on Earth? Maybe that rabbit has already run far away. That's impossible. That dead rabbit can't be too far away from Earth. The furthest it could be would be in the outerverse. It's so homesick. How strong is that rabbit? Jiang Chen thought for a moment. I don't know. You don't know. Lu Yin felt that something was off. Jiang Chen was vexed. There are countless parallel dimensions in the universe, and the flow of time is different for each of them. Maybe that rabbit has cultivated for tens of thousands of years more than others in one of the parallel dimensions. Who knows if he will rise? It's not that easy to travel through parallel dimensions, is it? Lu Yin didn't believe him. Jiang Chen shook his finger. That's you. That rabbit fought with my father before, and it has the ability to travel through parallel dimensions. That's why we have to catch it, or it'll be a disaster in the future. It's already a disaster for Elder Nuohua, Lu Yin thought. Brother Jiang, do you know anything about Jupiter? Lu Yin suddenly asked, staring into Jiang Chen's eyes. Jiang Chen was puzzled. Jupiter. He looked beyond Earth, his gaze piercing through the stars until he saw a huge planet. It's just an ordinary planet. Why are you bringing it up? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This planet isn't ordinary. I can't enter it. He suspected that Jiang Chen was from the Hidden Earth Society, and Jupiter was his test. Jiang Chen was intrigued. Even you can't enter. Are you joking with me? It's just a planet. Lu Yin frowned. Jiang Chen didn't seem to be acting strangely, as if he really didn't know anything. Could it be that he had nothing to do with the Hidden Earth Society? I really can't enter. Brother Jiang, do you want to explore it together? There's still some time before Goddess Luo's performance ends, Lu Yin invited. Jiang Chen nodded. Sure. I'm bored anyway. Let's have some fun. Lu Yin gave Jiang Chen a deep look. Either this person really had nothing to do with the Hidden Earth Society, or his acting skills were too good. Regardless of which it was, Lu Yin couldn't ignore this person. He didn't look old, but he possessed such terrifying strength. He definitely wasn't an ordinary person, and it was even more unusual for him to appear on Earth and intend to stay there. Soon, the two left Earth and stepped into outer space, heading towards Jupiter's monitoring station. In the Neoverse, there was a forgotten land known as the Black Realm, also known as the Black Street. This was the Neoverse garbage terminal. Every day, countless amounts of the universe's garbage would be sent here. Some of it would be processed, and some would be recycled. The garbage referred to here wasn't just the waste from cultivation, but also living creatures, such as humans and astral beasts. The Black Street was rarely mentioned in the new universe, as if the mere mention of its name was disgusting. This place was filled with the dark side of the new universe, and those who lived here couldn't see the light of day. Everything had light, but there was also darkness. The southern boundary of the new universe was the darkest place because the 7 courts were gathered there. The Black Street was also a dark place, as it gathered the dark sides of countless great figures who didn't want to see the light of day. It also preserved the dark sides of many great figures. Many people would unintentionally throw away trash here, and this trash might very well contain some information. The Black Street had people who specialized in handling such information, and it was easy to extract useful information. Although it was a terminal of trash, the Black Street's ability to collect and sell trash analysis information wasn't small. On the contrary, many people were apprehensive of it. Brothels were one of the Black Street's businesses. It was ironic that an organization that roped in all the major powers and produced many beautiful women had originated from a terminal of trash. The master of the Black Street was one of the 9 directors of the Hall of Honor, the Ageless Man. Many people were apprehensive of the Ageless Man because there were many interests behind him, and these interests were linked by the Black Street. At this moment, the Ageless Man was lying on the ground, his entire body trembling. His skin had become loose, and his hair was gradually turning white. His eyes revealed extreme fear and regret. Young Master Tian was lying on the ground next to him, unconscious. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Thump, thump, thump. The Ageless Man he looked up and saw a beautiful woman with a similar head of white hair. She was looking at him with an icy gaze. "I've heard so much about you, Mr. Director." The Ageless Man stared at the woman and said in a hoarse voice, "You poisoned me with a life poison." The woman was Ming Yen, a white-haired Ming Yen. "Mr. Director knows very well." The Ageless Man didn't reply. He just stared at the woman and angrily yelled, "Why did the Neo-Human Alliance attack me? I've always been loyal to the Neo-Human Alliance, and I even risked my life to find out the location of the node. I'm the Ageless Man, and I've left my name in eternity. I'm one of your people, and you shouldn't have attacked me." The white-haired Ming Yen looked down at the Ageless Man. She had used young Master Tian to lure the Ageless Man back and then poisoned him. The poison of life was so terrifying that even young Master Tian's protector, who had a power level of over 400,000, had been poisoned, let alone the Ageless Man. She had only wanted to take control of the Black Street and then contact Lu Yin to give him this gift, but she had not expected to receive such important information. The Ageless Man was actually a member of the Neo-Human Alliance and a traitor of the Hall of Honor. He was one of the 9 directors, and his status was so high that even powerhouses with power levels in the millions had to respect him. This gift was becoming more and more valuable, and Ming Yen was looking forward to it. She wondered what Lu Yin's gift would be like. At the same time, she felt a sense of urgency. The Ageless Man was a member of the Neo-Human Alliance, which meant that he could contact the Neo-Human Alliance. The poison of life originated from the Neo-Human Alliance, and if she could poison him, then the Neo-Human Alliance might be able to neutralize it. The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became. Ming Yen stared coldly at the Ageless Man and deliberately said, "Taking control of the Black Street is an order. You're no longer of any value." The Ageless Man panted heavily as he glared at Ming Yen. "I don't believe you. I'm a director of the Hall of Honor. How can I be worthless?" Ming Yen coldly replied, "You've already lost to Lu Yin, so why are you still of any value? Your hypocritical side has already been exposed, and you won't be able to get any useful information in the future. I don't believe you. I want to contact the Eternal Kingdom. Give me back my gadget. I want to contact Mr. Feng." The Ageless Man struggled. Ming Yan's eyes flashed, and she took out her gadget and tossed it to him. The Ageless Man hurriedly opened his gadget and accessed a secret network, but it was suddenly snatched away by Ming Yen. Ming Yen stared at the network and saw a string of people she had contacted. One of them was the so-called Mr. Feng. "What are you doing?" The Ageless Man roared. "I have information for Mr. Feng. As long as he listens to my information, he'll definitely save me. I'm still of value, so he wants me to contact Mr. Feng." Ming Yan frowned as she stared at the people she had contacted. Every one of them had a note, and Mr. Feng was noted as a butler. The others all had their own notes, and almost all of them were names that she had never heard of before. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed as she saw a person named Ah Lu who was noted as Jupiter. Jupiter. She had heard of it before. Lu Yin had mentioned a planet called Earth and the planets that orbited it, and one of them was called Jupiter. It couldn't be a coincidence, right? There were too many planets with that name in the universe. She pointed at Lu's name and purposely asked, "You still dare to contact him?" "This is an order that Mr. Feng gave me." Once Lu Yin returns to Earth, he suddenly paused and looked up at Ming Yen. "You're not from the Neo-Human Alliance," he bellowed, "you're not from the Neo-Human Alliance." Ming Yen had already confirmed that this Jupiter was Earth's Jupiter, and that there were people from the Neo-Human Alliance there. Not good, she had to tell Lu Yin immediately. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1348. Who are you? Why do you have the Neo-Human Alliance's life poison? The old man shouted hoarsely. Ming Yen casually knocked him out and immediately called Lu Yin. She already knew how to contact Lu Yin, but she had been unable to contact him because she had been on Shenwu continent. After leaving Shenwu continent, she had been worried that he would be worried. Later, she had been captured by a brothel and had been unable to contact the outside world. Now, she had to contact him. Fortunately, the old man's gadget was specially provided. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to contact the inner verse or outer verse. Lu Yin should be in the inner verse or outer verse right now. In the outer verse, outside of Earth, Lu Yin and Jiang Qin stood at Jupiter's monitoring station, looking at the giant planet in front of them and listening to its unique sounds. "You really can't go in?" Jiang Qin asked. Lu Yin shook his head. "If I could, I would have done so long ago. Why don't you give it a try?" Jiang Qin curled his lips. "You go first." He wasn't stupid, and who knew if it would be dangerous? His father had taught him to be cautious. Lu Yin saw that this man didn't seem to know much about Jupiter. Could he really not be from hidden Earth? Lu Yin looked at Jupiter and called for the station's commander. The commander was a rough man who had reached the hunter realm. His name was Lu. "Lu greets your highness." Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement and then glanced at Lu, who looked rather familiar. He asked, "Has anyone approached Jupiter recently?" Lu respectfully replied, "No." Lu Yin looked at Jupiter with a deep gaze. At that moment, his gadget rang. He glanced at it and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He wanted to reject the call, but after some thought, he decided against it. Anyone who could contact him wasn't an ordinary person, so he accepted the call. The white-haired Ming Yan's voice rang out. "Lu Yin, there's someone called Lu from Earth's Jupiter. He's from the Neo-Human Alliance." Lu Yin heard it, Jiang Qin heard it, and even Lu, who was standing respectfully behind them, heard it as well. No one would have thought that all three of them would hear it at the same time. Lu's gaze suddenly turned deathly still as he looked up at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's mind raced as he looked at Lu. He remembered that this person was Baruta, the commander of Gima Space Station. When they had first left Earth for the Great Yu Empire, they had passed by Gima Space Station, and the station's commander, Baruta, had communicated with Sigmund Mathers. Because of this, Sigmund Mathers had been arrested on charges of colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance as soon as he had arrived at Xenu Star. He didn't expect this person to be here. Subconsciously, the star-scattered chessboard appeared under his feet, enclosing Jiang Qin within it. Then Baruta made his move. Vaguely, a strange and gloomy doll appeared in Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin's pupils shrunk. It was the divine witch spirit doll. Following that, everything in front of him changed. His vision shifted to the back of his hand, and his sense of smell shifted to his legs. His mind was in a mess. Fortunately, the plan's secret had moved, and he brought Jiang Qin out of the space station. On the other side, Jiang Chen's body crackled with thunder as he felt an extreme sense of crisis. Baruda's strength increased by several levels, reaching the Enlighter realm. 300,000, 400,000, and even 500,000 as he ferociously charged forward. He only had Lu Yin in his eyes, as Lu Yin was a target that the Neo-Human Alliance had to kill. Given the distance between Lu Yin and Baruda's combat strength, this distance was practically non-existent. Baruda wasn't relying on his own strength, but rather the divine witch spirits. The divine witch spirit had used greater spatial teleportation to attack Lu Yin. Even if the sacred heavenly master reacted, he wouldn't be able to save Lu Yin in an instant. Lu Yin's 5 senses were in a mess, and he couldn't do anything. Jiang Qin transformed into a sword of lightning and blocked Baruda's path. Baruda, or rather, the divine witch spirit, hadn't expected Jiang Qin to dare block his path. He didn't care about this ant, and he casually pointed a finger at Jiang Qin, intending to eliminate him. However, his finger missed, and Jiang Qin actually vanished without a trace. Lu Yin shifted his hearing to the bottom of his feet, and he heard Jiang Qin's last words, "Take care of yourself, my friend." The divine witch spirit was stunned by the fact that Jiang Qin had actually disappeared right in front of his eyes. Not even an emissary could do such a thing. While he was stunned, the sacred heavenly master appeared, and his majestic strength collided with the divine witch spirit. Enormous shockwaves swept out, obliterating the void and causing the universe's starry sky to visibly collapse. This was the strength of a half-step ancestor. Lu Yin was swept away by the enormous shockwaves, but fortunately, the sacred heavenly master casually intercepted most of the shockwaves. Lu Yin was only pushed back, and he was sent flying towards Jupiter. When he saw the sacred heavenly master's attack, Lu Yin knew that he had been saved. That had been a close call, and if not for Ming Yan's warning, he would have used the planned secret art to teleport away in time. After stabilizing himself, Lu Yin looked into the distance. The sacred heavenly master had appeared, so he was safe. Suddenly, a huge suction force came from behind him. He turned around and saw the enormous Jupiter, and then his body was sucked into the planet without any resistance. This unforeseen event stunned both the sacred heavenly master and the divine witch spirit. The sacred heavenly master subconsciously tried to grab Lu Yin, but the moment he got close to Jupiter, he felt an indescribable sense of danger and promptly withdrew his hand. The divine witch spirit let out a strange laugh, and the doll disappeared while Baruda's body exploded, turning into cosmic dust. Just like that, Lu Yin disappeared from Jupiter. The last thing he thought of before he disappeared was Mr. Mu, as he had yet to be rewarded for being the champion of the Sovereign Tournament. When the Hall of Honor's Elder Chan learned of this news, he unexpectedly sent the sacred heavenly master back and sealed off Jupiter's surroundings to prevent any news of Lu Yin from spreading. Lu Yin's place in the top 10 was replaced by Lu Tianmu. Starsabil, who was supposed to replace Wang Yi, had suddenly declined, and the technocracy had not sent anyone to replace Wang Yi either. The Hall of Honor had finally decided to send someone else to replace Wang Yi. Lu Yin's disappearance affected the entire situation. He was involved in too many benefits, and the most obvious one was the Great Eastern Alliance. He also had many enemies. With him around, no one could touch him, but without him, everything that he had once possessed could be coveted by others. The most obvious ones were the powers of the Universe's 8 great flow zones, and all of them looked towards the Great Eastern Alliance. It was only a planet that had been sucked away by Jupiter. Logically speaking, nothing should have happened to Lu Yin, as he could easily destroy such a planet. However, the Hall of Honor's reaction made it clear that Lu Yin would not appear again. Otherwise, his place in the top 10 would not have been taken so quickly. All of this could only mean one thing: Lu Yin would not return. Even the sacred heavenly master had not been able to bring him back. The blazing mist flowzone Sylvan dragons and the Ross Empire even began to gather their forces. They would not touch Lu Yin's friends and family, as he had Leon's armada and Master Yuan behind him. It would be troublesome to touch them, but the Great Eastern Alliance would definitely crumble. Across the Outerverse 72 weaves, the powers at the helm of the various weaves were all in a state of panic. However, just as some people were about to make a move, the Hall of Honor and the Interstellar Supreme Court sent out a message. The Inquisitor had ordered that the Innerverse and Outerverse were not to start a war and that everything would remain the same. No one was to act rashly, or it would be a declaration of war against the Interstellar Supreme Court. This news shook the entire universe. The Interstellar Supreme Court was a judicial organization that had never intervened in the disputes between the Innerverse and Outerverse powers. This time, however, they had taken a stand to protect everything that Lu Yin owned, which was somewhat inconceivable. Lu Yin already had many powerhouses supporting him, and an existence like Master Yuan had made it so that the Innerverse did not dare to touch Lu Yin's friends and family. Now, even the Interstellar Supreme Court had stepped in. This left the Innerverse and Outerverse powers speechless. How could Lu Yin's disappearance still have such a huge impact? What was Lu Yin's relationship with the Inquisitor? Even Lu Yin himself did not know why the Inquisitor was so supportive of him, as this went against the Interstellar Supreme Court's rules. Despairing Mu immediately sought out the Inquisitor, but it was to no avail. The Inquisitor was determined to protect everything that Lu Yin owned. However, Lu Yin did not know any of this at the moment, as he had already lost consciousness. The dark blue waters stretched far into the distance, and strange seabirds occasionally flew across the sky, chirping softly. Above the surface of the sea, a ship was sailing in a certain direction. It was not large, and its hull was covered in scars. It was obvious that it had been through a battle, and some of the scars were still fresh. On the deck, a valiant middle-aged man stared into the distance with a deep gaze. He seemed to be thinking about something, and his fingers were subconsciously tapping. Behind him, an old man walked over with a terrified expression. His eyes were filled with sorrow and confusion about the future. Mr. Shou, can we really succeed? If this matter is exposed, we won't be able to survive. The middle-aged man turned around and stared at the old man. What are you afraid of? Your old life should have ended with your young master a few days ago. I was the one who pulled you up, and I've already considered everything. The old man trembled and looked back at the cabin. But what if that young man wakes up? Is he willing? The middle-aged man with the surname Shou sneered. Why wouldn't he be willing to become the son-in-law of the White Dragon clan's main bloodline? I'll just wait for him to wake up. The old man's body continued to tremble, and he sighed and looked up. This was a strange place, because above their heads, in the boundless sky, there were stars shining brightly. Above the stars, there was a blurry outline. There was an even higher land, and people of even higher status lived there. Everyone called that place the top world. Looking out from the sea, one could see a rainbow that connected the heavens and the earth even though it was extremely far away. In a certain direction, there was a blurry, wall-like existence that blocked one's vision. This was a strange world, the astral tree. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yin vaguely heard someone say, "He's moving, the kid's moving. Quickly report this to Mr. Shou. Mr. Shou, the kid's moving. Be careful what you say, he's the seventh dragon." Yes, the seventh dragon. The seventh dragon is moving. He was attacked a few days ago, and he was severely injured. Fortunately, he managed to survive. Everyone, remember this. Even in your dreams, you can only call him the seventh dragon. Yes, Mr. Shou. The voices quickly disappeared, and Lu Yin could no longer hear them. The new volume has arrived. Thank you for your support, brothers. I've been thinking about this for a long time, and I've lived up to your expectations. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1349. There was both day and night in this space. The ocean at night was filled with danger, and the ship wasn't very large. From time to time, huge sea creatures would sweep past, threatening to overturn the ship at any moment. Only Mr. Shou stood at the bow of the ship, chasing away the powerful sea creatures. Within the cabin, Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. His complicated thoughts pulled him back to the attack of the Neo-Human Alliance, Baruta, Jiang Qin, the Witchling God, the High Sage Heavenly Master, and Jupiter. Right, he had been sucked away by Jupiter. Where am I? A hand reached out in front of him. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he grabbed the hand before twisting it forcefully. There was a crack, followed by a scream. Let go. Mr. Shou, let go. Help. Mr. Shou, Mr. Shou. Shut up. Lu Yin barked as he pressed the person to the ground once more. The door opened, and Lu Yin looked up. A group of people had rushed in, and he stared at the valiant middle-aged man at the very back. This person wasn't weak, and Lu Yin's eyes turned into runes. He couldn't see any rune lines. No one could see any rune lines. Could this be the interior of Jupiter? Even if it was, there should be rune lines. The rune progenitor's power covered the entire fifth mainland. Unless this wasn't the fifth mainland, then where was this place? All of you, leave, Mr. Shou said, and everyone else retreated. The man who had been pressed to the ground by Lu Yin grimaced in pain. Mr. Shou looked at Lu Yin and smiled. Little brother, you fell into the Zhongping Ocean. We were the ones who saved you. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he released his grip. He looked down at his body and frowned. He didn't have much star energy left, and his meridians had been blocked. He wasn't injured, but he didn't know why. His body also had many external injuries, and some of them looked sinister and terrifying, almost as if they had been cut open. His injuries seemed serious, and he was in a lot of pain, but these were just minor injuries to him. Fortunately, he still had his cosmic ring, and as long as he took out the healing pills inside, he would be able to recover in a few days. His blocked meridians weren't a big problem either. With his cosmic ring, he could take out his universal armor at any time, and he wouldn't have any problems protecting himself. When he thought to this point, he relaxed considerably. Sorry, he said before releasing his grip. The man hurriedly stood up and fearfully glanced at Lu Yin before retreating. Mr. Shou was accompanied by an elder. Lu Yin looked at them. Thank you for saving me. Mr. Shou smiled. You're welcome. It was fate that brought us together. My name is Shou Xing, and I'm an explorer who belongs to the Roots. Lu Yin replied, He was just about to say his real name, but then decided against it. I'm Ah Qi, a wandering cultivator. Shou Xing's eyes flashed and he smiled. Brother Seven is a rogue cultivator? That doesn't seem to be the case. Although I can't see your cultivation level, your physical strength isn't bad. It doesn't seem like something a rogue cultivator can cultivate. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. I accidentally ate some natural treasures. Shou Xing smiled. I know the hardships of being a rogue cultivator. Brother Seven, you should rest well. I won't disturb you any longer. Lu Yin really wanted to know where this place was, but he wasn't a hothead and couldn't ask. This person had a valiant appearance and seemed simple and honest, but he gave off a treacherous vibe. Lu Yin grew wary. "Thank you, Mr. Shou." Shou Xing nodded and left with the old man. From the beginning to the end, the old man had not said a single word. When they left the cabin, the old man grew anxious. "Mr. Shou, why didn't you tell him? It won't take long for us to reach our destination. If he doesn't agree, won't we be dead for sure?" Shou Xing shook his head. "I didn't plan on telling him now. That kid was evasive when he spoke, and it was obvious that he was hiding something. Who knows where he came from? Then why did you let him impersonate my young master?" The old man grew anxious. Shou Xing stared at him sharply. "What else can I do? Will you be able to survive in this dangerous middle plane realm? Not only will I not be paid, but I might even be hunted down by the White Dragon tribe. Neither of us can afford to take responsibility for that. Then what if we're exposed?" The old man was terrified. Shou Xing sneered. "That's his problem. We'll be long gone by then. Bring him to his destination, and you'll receive a large sum of money. I'll give you a special price when the time comes. Hire me to send you to a safe place so that you can enjoy the rest of your life." The old man gulped. He was still uneasy, but he couldn't say anything. "Don't worry. That tube of blood has already been injected into his body, and the White Dragon tribe's blood should be able to suppress his blood. When the time comes, the White Dragon tribe's experts will appear, and that kid will have to cooperate even if he doesn't want to. Otherwise, he'll die, and no one wants to die. What do you think?" Shou Xing's vicious gaze swept over the old man. The old man trembled. Yes, yes. Lu Yin had wandered the universe for more than 10 years, and he was no longer a fledgling. Shou Xing gave him a bad feeling, and he wanted to leave this ship as soon as possible. The next day, Lu Yin walked out of his cabin and saw an endless ocean. He saw a distant wall that seemed to block out another world, a rainbow that connected the heavens and the earth, and the blurry land above him. He was stunned. What was this place? As a cultivator who had wandered the universe for more than 10 years, Lu Yin had seen many strange places. Even so, this place still shocked him. Footsteps sounded behind him as Shou Xing walked out. Lu Yin didn't show any signs of being unfamiliar with this place. He took a deep breath and stretched his arm. "Brother, your body recovers very quickly," Shou Xing laughed heartily as he walked over to Lu Yin's side. Lu Yin smiled. "How thick-skinned. Mr. Shou, where are we going?" Shou Xing casually replied, "Not too far ahead." Lu Yin nodded. This was the vast ocean, and he didn't want to leave rashly. It would be best if he could walk on land. With his strength, he could even travel through outer space, let alone the ocean. However, this was still an unfamiliar place, and it was best not to take too many risks. He looked up and saw the faint outline of land above him. This piece of land actually covered the sun and the stars. Could this be the interior of Jupiter? Shou Xing saw that Lu Yin didn't like to talk, so he didn't say much. He calculated the time, and it was almost time. Lu Yin returned to his cabin and waited until nightfall. He raised his hand and his die appeared. He had to recover his body first, so he thought about it and placed his cosmic ring aside before rolling the die. The die slowly spun and quickly stopped. His luck was very good, as he immediately obtained 4 pips. Lu Yin grabbed his cosmic ring, and the scene before him changed as he arrived at the time-stop space. He relaxed upon arriving and opened his cosmic ring to retrieve the ancient pills that had been upgraded. There were a total of 12 of these pills, and all of them had been upgraded to the point where their rune lines were close to that of an enlighter's. 3 of them had even been upgraded to the point where their rune lines neared 300,000. Lu Yin's power level was very high, and he could defeat an enlighter with a power level of over 400,000. However, he was only a hunter, so these pills were just right for him. He still had the pills that the Sirius sect elders had given him, and they were even useful for envoys. However, those pills were too effective, so there was no need for them. He immediately swallowed them, not caring if they were useful or not. The pills were quite effective when they entered his body, and the injuries on his body healed at a visible rate. His wounds began to itch, and his internal injuries were quickly recovering as well. However, his blocked meridians did not improve at all, and he didn't know how they had gotten blocked. Lu Yin wasn't in a hurry, as he could recover for a long time in the time-stop space. He silently recited the Stonewall scriptures and practiced his other battle techniques. A month passed, and his blocked meridians were much better. Lu Yin immediately absorbed the star essence to restore the star energy in his body. 2 months, 3 months, and 5 months later, Lu Yin's star energy was completely restored. He let out a long sigh. As long as he recovered, he would be able to protect himself. With the defensive capabilities of his universal armor, he should be able to protect himself even in this strange place. The scene in front of him changed, and Lu Yin returned to his cabin. He had been in the time-stop space for 5 months, but only an instant had passed here. He deliberately restrained his aura and suppressed his star energy, as he did not want others to see through him. As the sky brightened, Lu Yin walked out and left the ship as soon as it docked. When he reached the deck, he looked up and saw that it was pitch black in the distance. It was a sign that a storm was approaching. Shou Xing's face was solemn, and he even looked a little unsightly. There were other people on the deck as well, and they all looked apprehensive and fearful. The elders saw Lu Yin walk out and hurriedly said, Little brother, you should return to your cabin. It's dangerous." Lu Yin did not ask any more questions, as he was afraid that his questions would be too common and would be seen through. He turned around and returned to his cabin. Soon after, an indescribable sense of danger appeared, causing Lu Yin's scalp to go numb. He was not used to the Aeon evolution scripture not working, and his vigilance towards the outside world had decreased. He raised his hand, and the star energy in the air trembled. Ordinary people would not be able to see it, but Lu Yin's control of star energy had reached the level of a world realm cultivator. He could clearly see that the star energy was actually disintegrating, and it was disintegrating faster and faster. A kind of power descended, and the appearance of this power caused Lu Yin's back to turn cold. He immediately donned his universal armor. In the distance, the black sky grew closer and closer. A roar shook the world, causing the seas to boil and the star energy to rapidly disintegrate. A violent hurricane swept past, causing the ship to bob up and down and almost capsize. Shou Xing despaired, as this was indeed the power of an emissary. It was over. He was only an enlighter, and he had no way of resisting an emissary. For enormous eyes appeared in the pitch-black sky, and they flickered with flames. Following that, an enormous creature flapped its flaming wings and evaporated the surface of the sea as it slowly descended. It was an incomparably enormous two-headed beast that was no smaller than the Devourer during the Sovereign Tournament. Its 2 heads were raised high, and its 2 enormous claws flickered with cold light as they floated in the air. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This was the power of an emissary. He instinctively tried to check its power level, but he discovered that his gadget was gone. The air trembled, and the seas boiled. Countless dead fish floated about as terrifying flames covered the sky, dyeing it red. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. This power was no weaker than Red Lord's at his peak. Where exactly was this place? How could he encounter an emissary so casually? Wait, if this was an emissary, then this power should have been able to tear through the void. Lu Yin seemed to think of something, and he casually waved his hand. From what he knew, this palm strike should have been able to slice through space, but in this place, it only sliced through the air and not the void. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1350. This space was much sturdier than the fifth mainlands, and even with his strength, he could not tear through the void. To that envoy-level monster, this ship was even more insignificant than an ant. Shou Sheng and the rest watched in despair, hoping that the monster would not attack them. Shou Sheng hurriedly stabilized the ship and looked up to see one of the monster's heads descend, its mouth wide open as it tried to swallow them whole. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, and he subconsciously tried to escape. Suddenly, there was an angry shout. "Evil creature, back off!" The pitch-black sky was sliced apart and sunlight poured down, illuminating the ship. Lu Yin had one foot on the ship's railing, but when he heard the shout, he retracted his foot and looked up to see the enormous and awe-inspiring monster howl as it landed on the surface of the sea. Its entire body slowly sank into the water, and its eyes were filled with grief. Even the flames that had been burning in the sky were extinguished. Lu Yin was stunned. This was an envoy-level powerhouse. Who was it trying to show its grief to? In the sky, a tall and sturdy man who was more than 2 meters tall stood there, his head lowered as he looked down at the ship. Shou Sheng and the rest hurriedly bowed. "Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives." The man's body flashed, and when he reappeared, he was already on the ship. Behind him was the incomparably enormous monster that looked particularly terrifying. Lu Yin retreated to the cabin and watched the scene unfold. The man's gaze swept past Shou Sheng and the rest before settling on the elder. His gaze softened. "You're from the Dalian mountain branch, right?" The elder trembled and hurriedly knelt down. The steward of the White Dragon tribe's Dalian mountain branch greets the elder. The man asked, "Did you bring him?" The elder was terrified, and he saw Shou Sheng's pale face from the corner of his eye. I brought him. We were attacked along the way, and the young master was injured. He's resting in the cabin." The man was delighted. "He's not dead." The elder trembled. "No, he's not dead." The man looked at the cabin excitedly. Lu Yin had already taken off his universal armor, as he did not want to attract attention. But why was this man looking at him like that? And why was the man looking at him like he was some kind of treasure? There was a problem, and Lu Yin had to leave quickly, even if there was danger outside. Not long after, the man left, but the enormous monster did not. Instead, it came to the bottom of the ship, lifted it, and flew off in a certain direction. Lu Yin was shocked. Not good. How could he escape with this monster around? The universal armor could protect him from certain attacks, but it couldn't help him escape the pursuit of an emissary. There was a knock on the door, and Lu Yin felt uneasy. "Come in." Shou Sheng and the old man came in. One had a smile on his face, while the other had a terrified expression. "Little brother, how's your recovery?" "I didn't scare you, did I?" Shou Sheng smiled happily. Lu Yin forced a smile. "No." "By the way, what happened? Where are we going?" He couldn't care less about being exposed and hurriedly asked. Shou Sheng smiled. "Let's go to the White Dragon tribe's middle realm." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Judging from Shou Sheng's expression, the so-called White Dragon tribe was definitely very famous, and Lu Yin should know about it, but he didn't dare to ask. "What are you going there for?" "Can you put this Junior down first?" "Junior will take his leave." I still have matters to attend to. Shou Xing looked at him with a smile. Little brother, I'm a wise man. In other words, your opportunity has arrived. Lu Yin was taken aback, and his gaze turned cold. A stranger saying such things for no reason definitely didn't have good intentions. What do you mean? Shou Xing glanced at the old man. The old man helplessly replied, Little brother, you saw the Lord just now. He's an elder of the White Dragon tribe, and he's a powerhouse. The monster below is his mount. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. So what? What does that have to do with me? The White Dragon tribe recently announced to all branches that all males within the tribe must report to White Mountain. We are one of the branches, but we were ambushed on the way here, and the young master died. Now, little brother, you are the young master of our White Dragon tribe's Lianshan branch, Long 7, the old man slowly explained. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and he looked at the old man in confusion. Shou Xing continued, the White Dragon tribe has strict rules, and anyone who fails to report on time will be severely punished. Since the young master was killed, all of us will be charged with failing to protect him. This is a serious crime. Is that why you want me to impersonate him? Lu Yin was puzzled. Shou Xing nodded. The old man slowly nodded as well. Little brother, you look very similar to our young master. The tribe only has a portrait of our young master when he was young, so you should be able to fool them with your appearance. Actually, you've already fooled them. The White Dragon tribe's elder took a look at you, and your appearance passed. All that's left is for you to enjoy your life. Little brother, that's the White Dragon tribe we're talking about. Now that you've become a member of the White Dragon tribe, you're no longer an independent cultivator. You're a member of the White Dragon tribe, one of the 4 scales of the top realm, Shou Xing excitedly said, his tone full of envy. Lu Yin sneered. You guys are really naive. Do you think it's possible for an outsider like me to pass the inspection and become a member of the White Dragon tribe? Just based on appearance? Shou Xing confidently said, Of course not. We've already injected the blood of that young master into your body. The blood of the White Dragon tribe, even if it's just a branch, is far from what your own blood can compare to. You already have the blood of the White Dragon tribe in your body, and your own blood has already been assimilated. Little brother, don't you want to join the White Dragon tribe? Lu Yin's eyes flashed with mockery. Did they think he was an idiot? If it was that easy to fool the White Dragon tribe, it would be too much of a joke. Who knew what these two were planning? Shou Xing's lips curled up. Little brother, it seems like you're not very willing. Unfortunately, there's no other way. The White Dragon tribe's elder has already confirmed your identity. If you're unwilling, you should have heard of the White Dragon tribe's methods. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly as he stared at Shou Xing. Aren't you afraid that I'll be exposed and die with you? The old man was even more terrified. Shou Xing's gaze was sinister, and he no longer bothered with his pretense. I failed to protect the young master of the White Dragon tribe. This crime is enough for me to die 100 times over. Since I'm going to die anyway, little brother, do you think I'll take the risk? Lu Yin fell silent. If it were him, he would definitely take the risk as well. Based on Shou Xing's tone, the White Dragon tribe was probably comparable to the Sirius sect in this dimension. Lu Yin didn't even have the desire to escape, or rather, he didn't have the time to do so. Yes, he didn't have the time. If Lu Yin could temporarily pass the inspection, it would be the same as buying time for Shou Xing. Shou Xing would then be able to easily escape, and Lu Yin's life or death would have nothing to do with him. After understanding Shou Xing's intentions, Lu Yin decided to take the risk and leave immediately. Facing an envoy-level monster was better than facing the so-called White Dragon tribe. That white dragon tribe elder was much stronger than this one. Monsters were much harder to deal with, and Lu Yin had the Tianhuang array sourcebox and the walnut power vessel. It was enough to deal with one monster. As for Shou Xing, he couldn't stop Lu Yin at all. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he was just about to act when the ship swayed. Shou Xing stood up. "We're here." Lu Yin's heart sank, but it was too late. Envoy-level monsters were too fast, and they had arrived at their destination in the blink of an eye. That white dragon tribe elder and the other powerhouses of the white dragon tribe were definitely there, so there was no way to escape. "Young master, please." Shou Xing bowed respectfully to Lu Yin and gestured for him to leave. The elder stood up shakily. "Young master, please." Lu Yin was helpless, as it was impossible to escape under these circumstances. As for explaining the situation to the White Dragon tribe, they would have to believe him. He would not place his hopes on the White Dragon tribe's kindness. He would just have to take it one step at a time. If he really couldn't do it, he could only go all out. It wasn't that he didn't have the ability to resist, but it depended on whether it was worth it. Lu Yin walked off the ship and stepped onto the giant monster's back. He was a bit nervous, as this was an envoy-level monster. Roar! There was a loud roar that was accompanied by the shaking of the earth, and Lu Yin almost put on his universal armor. Shou Xing and the others beside him were also scared out of their wits. This was a mountain that stretched far into the distance. Lu Yin could not see clearly, but it covered a large area. In the distance, there were floating peaks with white waterfalls hanging down from them. Strange beasts and fish flew through the sky from time to time. When Lu Yin and the others appeared, terrifying auras swept past them. Lu Yin roughly estimated that there were at least 10 enlighters here, and with the envoy-level monster and the White Dragon tribe elder, the powerhouses here were definitely not weaker than those on Night King Planet. Lu Yin was a bit shocked. Where had he come to? There were actually so many powerhouses here. Was this really Jupiter? Were these people all from the Primeval Surname Alliance? They were also on a floating mountain peak. From a distance, it looked like a mountain peak, but its size was comparable to Earth's. It was clearly a mountain peak, but it looked like floating stars. The mountain range beneath their feet reminded Lu Yin of the Glory Realm. Only the Glory Realm's continents could contain planets. Another roar came from behind them, and Shou Xing and the others turned pale. They looked back from time to time, afraid that the monster would swallow them whole. In the distance, a group of cultivators dressed in white were lined up neatly. It was obvious that they were an army, and every one of them had the strength of an explorer. They held spears in their hands and looked straight ahead. Even further away, there were buildings with mountains and rivers that were as beautiful as a painting. Lu Yin and the others were led by a pretty girl, and they saw an incomparably large building that resembled a white python. Its mouth was wide open, and it looked like it could swallow the sky. The closer they got to the building, the heavier Lu Yin's heart became. He did not know why, but when he arrived here, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. At the same time, there was also an indescribable pressure. Although it was very weak, he could feel that this pressure far surpassed that of the envoy-level monster. After entering through the python's mouth, they arrived at a place that resembled an ancestral hall. It was solemn, and white was the main color of the hall. The walls were carved with lifelike patterns that resembled both dragon and python scales. The powerhouses that Lu Yin had sensed were all gathered here, and this place could be considered the belly of the python. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1351. The elder from the Lianshan branch was excited as he stared at the ancestral hall. This is the main ancestral hall. I never thought that I would be able to come here one day. I can die without regrets. Shou Xing looked around with a burning gaze. This was the White Dragon tribe's ancestral hall, and every powerhouse from the White Dragon tribe would walk through it. It didn't look too grand, but enlighters, envoys, half-ancestors, and even legendary progenitors had all left their marks here. This place had recorded time and the passage of time. Lu Yin had never thought that he would one day be able to see this legendary place up close. Shou Sheng and the rest didn't even dare to breathe loudly. How many people in the entire astral tree domain could reach this place? All around them, the gazes of the powerhouses were enough to make them tremble in fear, even if Lu Yin had a power level of over 400,000. This was because there was more than one envoys here. Lu Yin looked around and saw that everyone was staring at him, but he didn't care. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. At this moment, his gaze was drawn to a woman who was standing in front of him. She was just as beautiful as Wendy Yushan and the others. Her appearance was refined, and her long blue hair fell to her waist. She had a light aura, and her eyes were like limpid autumn waters with amber pupils. She was so beautiful that she could see the reflections of all things. Her gaze was gentle, but there was also a trace of sharpness to it. When she looked at Lu Yin, it felt like she was scrutinizing him, but for some reason, Lu Yin couldn't find it repulsive. This woman's attire was also different from the people around her. Shou Xing, the White Dragon elders, and even the people around them were dressed in an ancient style. Only this woman was dressed casually, which made her stand out from the crowd. Coupled with her long blue hair, if not for her strength, he would have thought that she was a student from some university. She wore long boots that were custom-made, and every stripe was the same as the engravings in the ancestral hall. When Lu Yin met her eyes, it was as if a gust of wind had blown past him, bringing with it a delicate fragrance that was intoxicating. Lu Yin was observing her, and she was doing the same to him. Lu Yin's appearance could not be considered outstanding, and he could only be considered ordinary. This was something that the woman had long since known. As for his power level, she was rather surprised, as he was actually a hunter. Ignoring his true power level, his current realm was already pretty good. Even though he could not compare to the best of their group, he could still be considered a respectable figure. She did not expect the branch to produce such a talent, but it made sense. After all, they were from the White Dragon clan. Even if it was a branch, it was normal for a talented elite to occasionally appear. Is he from the Lianshan branch of the White Dragon clan? A discordant voice sounded. Everyone looked in the same direction, where an old man in green robes was staring at Lu Yin. His gaze was unfriendly, and it could even be said to be filled with murderous intent. Lu Yin frowned, but he didn't say anything. Shou Xing said, "That's right, he." But before he could finish speaking, the green-robed old man's eyes widened. "Do you have the right to interrupt when I'm speaking?" As his voice fell, a finger pressed down from the void and pointed at Shou Xing. Shou Xing had not expected the old man to attack without any warning. He had no ability to resist at all, and his heart sank into despair. When he saw the finger descend, Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and his mind buzzed. This was the dream finger. There was no mistaking it, it was the dream finger. Although there were some differences, the feeling that it gave him was definitely correct. The White Dragon elder looked up, but he did not seem to move, and the finger's power dissipated. Elder Green Apricot, whether or not he is from the White Dragon clan will be determined by the White Dragon clan. It has nothing to do with your frigid immortal sect. Elder Green Apricot snorted. He's just an ant. So what if he dies? Since when has Brother Long Kue been so kind? The elder spoke up. After all, he has performed meritorious service by escorting a member of the White Dragon clan. From Elder Green Apricot's attack to the White Dragon clan's elder's intervention, the woman's expression did not change at all. She merely stared at Luin. When she saw that Luin had remained motionless in the face of that finger, her pupils shrank, and her brows furrowed. He was too cowardly. He was clearly a hunter, but he did not even dare to move. That attack had not been aimed at him, and he did not have the willpower of a cultivator. His future achievements would probably be limited. She was somewhat sorrowful, as she had never thought that the princess of the White Dragon clan would have to give herself to such a person. The elder glanced at Luin, clearly dissatisfied. This kid was too cowardly. Luin did not have the time to care about what they thought. He looked at Elder Green Apricot and thought about that finger. He thought about those 3 words, Frigid Immortal Sect. This elder was from the Frigid Immortal Sect. Did the dream finger originate from that sect? Frigid Immortal Sect. Frigid Immortal Sect. Luin had heard of it before. The first time he had gone to the day-night flow zone to rescue a mother and daughter, he had heard them mention the Frigid Immortal Sect. The day-night flow zone had also been called the Frigid Immortal Flow Zone in ancient times. Was that the Frigid Immortal Sect? It should be, or else it would not be so coincidental. The words frigid immortal were not commonly used. If that was the case, then this place was not the 5th mainland, as the Frigid Immortal Sect had long since disappeared. So where was this place? What did it have to do with his background? What did the Frigid Immortal Sect have to do with him? Luin did not want to leave. He wanted to investigate everything, and there was nothing more convenient than starting with the White Dragon tribe. The Frigid Immortal Sect also had to take care of the White Dragon tribe. Lu Yin's starting point was very high. Now, he just had to find a way to hide it from the White Dragon tribe and replace Long 7 from the Lianshan branch. He was even more eager to join the White Dragon tribe than Shou Xing and the others. Elder Long Kuei, is he Long 7? The woman asked. Her voice was pleasant and soothing, like a clear stream flowing past. Elder Long Kuei respectfully replied, yes, he is Long 7. He has the bloodline of the White Dragon tribe. No matter what, we still need to verify it. Long Kuei replied, all right, I'll verify it. She shook her head. In the future, he will be my husband, so I'll verify it myself. Lu Yin was still thinking about the dream finger when he suddenly heard some shocking news. Who, husband? What the hell? He subconsciously looked at Shou Xing. Shou Xing's eyelids twitched, but he pretended to be calm. He had not told Lu Yin that he was going to marry into the White Dragon tribe, as no one could resist the temptation of becoming the son-in-law of the main bloodline of the White Dragon tribe. He thought that he had done it flawlessly, and while Lu Yin had been unconscious, he had worked with the elder to inject Long 7's blood into Lu Yin's body. The White Dragon tribe's bloodline was enough to suppress a normal person's blood, and even though it was only effective for a short period of time, it was enough to deal with this verification. As for whether or not he would be exposed later on, it would have nothing to do with him. The elder trembled, and his fear grew. At this point, he could only pray that he would pass the verification. The Frigid Immortal Sect's elder Blue Apricot did not stop him, as there was no need for him to do so. Even though the Frigid Immortal Sect could suppress the White Dragon tribe, they could not be too ruthless. They had already wiped out many of the young masters from the White Dragon tribe's branches, and the White Dragon tribe had been lucky enough to send one over. Everything had been decided the moment they had stepped into White Mountain. To him, the verification seemed like the White Dragon tribe was mocking the Frigid Immortal Sect. Elder Blue Apricot did not care anymore, as he was thinking about how to explain things when he returned. They had paid such a high price and risked offending the White Dragon tribe to kill all the young masters from the various branches, but they had still failed. No one had thought that Lu Yin was a fake, as no one had expected Shou Xing to be so daring as to ask someone to impersonate him. They had also not expected that someone who looked like Long Seven would actually appear. Disguises could not fool these experts, and Lu Yin really did look like Long Seven. It could only be said that this was the will of heaven. The woman walked in front of Lu Yin, and a delicate fragrance wafted over. Lu Yin subconsciously took a deep breath. It smelled good. Lu Yin's actions caused the woman to frown, and she glared at him sharply. He smiled apologetically. The woman looked at Lu Yin for a while, and her heart grew more and more sorrowful. Since ancient times, the women of the White Dragon tribe had never married outside of the tribe. They had always married the elites of the tribe, and she was naturally the same. However, there were very few men in this generation of the White Dragon tribe. They were either married, too young, or forced by the Frigid Immortal sect to not marry her. The Frigid Immortal sect wanted to marry her not because of love, but because they coveted the White Dragon tribe's future. Everyone knew this, and she could not let the Frigid Immortal sect succeed. The White Dragon tribe did not want to fall out with the Frigid Immortal sect, so she could only choose one of the branch members to marry. These people did not dare to disobey the orders of the main family, and the Frigid Immortal sect's threats were ineffective. There were many branches in the White Dragon tribe, and she could have chosen one. Who would have thought that the Frigid Immortal sect would be so ruthless as to directly send people to kill one of the branches? They no longer cared about the White Dragon tribes falling out with them. This made the White Dragon tribe even more fearful. Ever since that woman had taken over, the Frigid Immortal sect had gradually risen above the upper realm and could not be stopped. Even the White Dragon tribe, which was also one of the four cardinal scales, did not want to start a war with the Frigid Immortal sect. Even if one of the branches was killed, they could only feign ignorance. Fortunately, one of the branch's young masters had survived and had been sent to her. If she did not want to marry someone from the Frigid Immortal sect, she could only marry this person. She had no other choice. Everyone waited for the woman to verify Lu Yin's identity. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he was prepared to put on his universal armor and escape at any moment. Drip your blood. The woman took out something that looked like an inkstone and had Lu Yin drip his blood onto it. Lu Yin casually cut his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the inkstone, but there was no reaction. The woman's expression changed. Behind them, Elder Green Apricot was still thinking about how to explain things to the Frigid Immortal sect, so she did not pay too much attention to Lu Yin. The woman's eyes flickered, and she stared at Lu Yin with murderous intent. Lu Yin's heart sank. Not good, he had failed. He clenched his fists and prepared to put on his universal armor at any moment. At that moment, the woman made an imperceptible cut on her finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the inkstone. The inkstone glowed, and then a white light shot into the sky and transformed into a python that roamed the void before finally dissipating. Elder Green Apricot saw this and was not surprised, but her gaze grew even colder. The woman coldly said, "There's no problem with your identity." She then glanced at Lu Yin with an intense warning in her eyes. Lu Yin fell silent and did not say anything. His identity was fake, but the woman had verified it and helped him hide it. Clearly, this was to deal with that elder from the Frigid Immortal sect. It seemed that his identity was very useful to the White Dragon tribe, to the point that even if they found out that he was fake, they would still have to admit that he was real. This was interesting. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1352. From start to finish, only the woman and Lu Yin knew about this. Everyone else had not seen it, as the woman had blocked their view. Shou Xing heaved a sigh of relief, as he had managed to get away with it. Now, all he had to do was wait for the reward. No one noticed that the woman's White Dragon clan blood had fused with Lu Yin's within the inkstone. Afterward, the White Dragon clan blood was broken down and devoured, as if it had never existed. This was a very domineering scene, as it was a bloodline suppression. The White Dragon clan was one of the 4 scales in the top realm, and they could be considered one of the rulers of this region. No one could have imagined that their bloodline would be forcefully devoured. This was also why the test had failed. Shou Xing had thought that the White Dragon clan's blood would be able to suppress Lu Yin's, and that the blood would definitely be effective during the test. However, he did not know that Long Qi's blood was immediately broken down and devoured after entering Lu Yin's body. Elder Green Apricot, Long Qi and I will be getting married tonight, and we will soon pay our respects to the ancestral Mang. Would you like to stay for the wedding? The woman smiled at the elder from the Frigid Immortal sect. Elder Green Apricot's expression turned ugly as he looked at the woman. Princess Long Qi, you'd best think this through. The White Dragon clan might be doomed because of your decision. Green Apricot, you're too presumptuous. The White Dragon clan is one of the 4 scales, and it's not up to you to tell them what to do. Even Bai Xiaohong is just a junior, and he has no right to decide the future of the White Dragon clan. Long Kuei shouted, glaring at Elder Green Apricot. Elder Qing Xing waved his hand and left. Just you wait. This won't end here. You won't be able to bear the wrath of the White Ancestor. He paused for a moment, then turned around and looked at Long Kuei and the others. He pointed upwards. You won't be able to bear the wrath of that person either. Even the White Dragon clan won't be able to bear it. Long Qi's expression changed. Elder Green Apricot's words, especially his gesture, caused a figure to appear in her mind. It was a figure that stood above all living beings and was worshipped by all races. That dreamy face was clearly a woman, but it was peerless and unparalleled. It was as if she could cover the sky with one hand. Long Kuei's face turned pale. Apparently, he had also thought of something, and his eyes were filled with fear. Xiao Qian, bring Long Qi to rest, ordered Long Qi. The girl who had led them here was Xiao Qian, and she gestured for Lu Yin to enter. Lu Yin glanced at Shou Xing. He wanted to remind him that his plan had failed, but there were too many people here, and he couldn't do so. Lu Yin found it funny when he saw Shou Xing's expression of relief. Shou Xing probably wouldn't even know how he had died. Forget it, it had nothing to do with him. It didn't take long for Xiao Qian to bring him to an antique bamboo house that had been built on top of a pond. Beneath their feet, they could see fish swimming through the gaps between the bamboo leaves. The house was surrounded by mountain walls, and there was even a waterfall in the distance. Young master, please rest for a moment, Xiao Qian said coldly. She didn't even look at him as she turned around and walked out of the bamboo house, where she stood there quietly. He sat down and stroked his cosmic ring as he thought about his next steps. Obviously, the finger in his dream came from the cold immortal sect. Did the woman he saw in his dreams come from there as well? If that was the case. Lu Yin thought back to the war between the Outerverse and the Sixth Mainland. That finger had traversed a vast distance and tried to crush him. If not for Mr. Mu's jade, he would have been finished. Since that woman had been able to travel through space and descend into the Outerverse, then this region of space was definitely connected to the Fifth Mainland. He was already certain that this was not the interior of Jupiter, as he could tell just from the distance. The size of Jupiter was just a floating mountain. Lu Yin would have believed it if this was the glory realm. This was not Jupiter, but he had been sucked in by Jupiter. Did that mean that this was a passage? Then, Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui were also in this region of space. The primeval surname alliance was also here. He would definitely be able to find clues about his origins in this region of space. If he joined the White Dragon clan, it would be easier for him to find out about his origins, and it would also be easier for him to come into contact with the Cold Immortal sect. But now, the problem was that he did not want to get married. White side. Shou Sheng was excited after being rewarded. The White Dragon clan was indeed generous, and they had casually rewarded him with something that was equivalent to what he had accumulated in the first half of his life. What he needed to do now was leave as quickly as possible. That brat's draconic 7 blood would not last for more than a few days, and they would definitely find out that he was not a member of the White Dragon clan. He had to hide first. Behind him, the elder from the Lianshan branch was deathly pale, and he followed Lu Yin as if he was sleepwalking. Shou Sheng glanced at the elder. "What's wrong with you? Don't let yourself be exposed. Hurry up and leave." The elder smiled sadly and looked at Shou Sheng in despair. "Do you think you've fooled them?" Shou Sheng was stunned. "What do you mean?" The elder closed his eyes. "If I can fool them, I won't be expelled. After all, I've served the Lianshan branch for many years, and the White Dragon clan won't be so heartless. Do you understand?" Shou Sheng's expression changed, and at that moment, the envoy-level monster stood up and seemed to be stretching. Shou Sheng did not even dare to breathe loudly. The monster then raised its claw, and a huge shadow loomed over him. "No!" Shou Sheng roared. The monster's claw descended, and Shou Sheng, the elder, and the rest of the people were all crushed into a pool of blood. This scene played out before Long Shi's eyes. This group of people had given her hope that she would not have to marry Bai Xiaohong from the frigid immortal sept, but they had dared to deceive her and the White Dragon clan. This was a crime punishable by death. Within the bamboo house, Lu Yin was bored out of his mind. The fish beneath his feet jumped up and down, splashing water onto the backs of his feet. "Your Highness," Xiao Qian bowed respectfully. Long Shi walked over and looked at Lu Yin coldly. "Xiao Qian, you can leave now." "Yes, Your Highness." Lu Yin and Long Shi looked at each other calmly. Long Shi's tone was stiff, but her voice was pleasant. "You've got guts. How dare you deceive the White Dragon clan?" Lu Yin was helpless. "Your Highness, this has nothing to do with me. I was injured and floating on the Midland Sea. Shou Sheng and the rest saved me and then forced me to replace Long 7. I actually refused, but you know that I couldn't resist." Long Shi naturally knew that with the White Dragon clan's abilities, it would be easy for them to investigate everything. "But you impersonated a member of the White Dragon clan. This is a crime punishable by death." Lu Yin blinked. "All right, then Your Highness, please grant me death." Long Shi stared at Lu Yin, feeling strange. This guy had been so afraid of death when he had faced Elder Green Apricot's attack that he hadn't even been able to react in time. Why was he so stubborn now? "It seems like you're certain that I won't kill you. You're quite clever." "You flatter me," Lu Yin replied. Long Shi's long blue hair fluttered in the breeze, brushing past the back of Lu Yin's hand. It was a little itchy, but it was very comfortable. The fragrance from her body also cleared his mind. Long Shi stared at Lu Yin coldly. "I can't kill you, but that doesn't mean that I can't punish you. You can be burned by fire or cut by 1,000 blades. Which one do you want to endure?" Lu Yin raised his brows and looked at the fish swimming beneath his feet. "Princess, I'm just like these fish, and I can't escape. You can do whatever you want, and I'll listen to you. Just don't hit me. I'm afraid of pain, and I'm even more afraid of death." Long Shi's eyes flashed as she looked at Lu Yin's calm face. She didn't know why, but she felt a little annoyed. She didn't care about ordinary people like him, and even if they had some innate gifts and cultivated to the hunter realm, she still wouldn't care about them. There were many rare treasures in this region of space, and there were many people who had cultivated to the hunter realm at a young age. There was more than one hunter among the younger generation of the White Dragon clan, and there were even a few who had cultivated to the Enlighter realm. She shouldn't have any emotional fluctuations when speaking to such an ordinary person, as she only needed to follow orders. However, the calmer Lu Yin was, the more annoyed she felt. It was as if he didn't care about her at all. His temperament and tone made it seem like he was high and mighty. Are you very pleased? Lu Yin was stunned and confused. Pleased about what? Long Shi's tone was icy. You know that I'm using you to get through this crisis and that I won't marry anyone else for the rest of my life, so you think that you're my husband and won't be in danger. That's why you speak to me without respect for seniority. Lu Yin was at a loss. Should there be respect for seniority? He didn't understand. Was there something wrong with his attitude? A petty person intoxicated by success, Long Shi said as she stared at Lu Yin. She suddenly raised her hand, and 5 strange metal tokens revolved around Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he lightly tapped his feet in an attempt to avoid them. However, he discovered that he couldn't pass through them, as the space around him had been separated. He struck out with his palm, but it only contained 150 stacks. This sort of overlaying stacks was considered outstanding among hunters, but it wasn't too eye-catching. Lu Yin's palm struck a metal block, but it didn't budge at all. This feeling was very similar to the sourcebox array that Hui Zhu had used to trap him. However, one was a sourcebox array, while the other was a battle technique. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're a little smart. This is the White Dragon clan, and even if I don't kill you, I have countless ways to make you beg for death, Long Shi said coldly before turning to leave. You're getting married tonight. Before that, reflect on your actions and recognize your attitude. Lu Yin hurriedly replied, getting married. I'm not ready yet. Long Shi ignored him. The White Dragon clan was high and mighty, and they didn't need to pay attention to a normal person. After Long Shi left, Xiao Qian returned and gave Lu Yin a cold look. She then stood guard outside the bamboo house without saying a word. Sister, can you help me undo this seal? Lu Yin called out. Xiao Qian ignored him and calmly looked at the waterfall in the distance. Lu Yin called out a few more times before sighing helplessly. What had he done wrong? Was his attitude wrong? It seemed that this region cared a lot about one's attitude. The White Dragon clan was high and mighty, so he had to act humble. Lu Yin felt helpless, as he didn't know what to do. The 5 pieces of metal around him were still spinning. Lu Yin glanced at Xiao Qian and then raised a hand to press down on one of the pieces of metal. He suddenly exerted 200 stacks on the metal block, but it still didn't budge in the slightest. He didn't believe that 220 stacks, 230 stacks, and all the way to 250 stacks wouldn't budge the metal block. Lu Yin sighed in amazement, as even the power of this technique was comparable to Hui Zhu's. That woman was probably an enlighter, and she would be considered one of the top powerhouses in the sovereign tournament. This region's cultivation system seemed to surpass the 5th and 6th mainlands, and he could casually encounter such an expert. There were even a few envoy-level powerhouses. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1353. It would not be easy to break through these pieces of metal, so Lu Yin did not use his emptiness palm to test it out. No matter how powerful the woman was, this seal would definitely be weaker than Huizu's seemingly sealed seal. His emptiness palm might be able to shake it or even break it, but once it was broken, it would be a huge problem. He did not want to attract too much attention. It was better for him to just be a normal hunter. At least for now, he would not be in any danger. It was a pity that he could not see rune lines in this space. Otherwise, he would be able to more accurately judge the woman's strength and the strength of the White Mountains. The sky quickly darkened as red clouds covered the White Mountains. Above them was a boundless starry sky filled with countless twinkling stars. At the very top was the top realm that Shou Sheng and the others had mentioned. A continent was pressing down on another continent, and there was actually a starry sky in the middle. It was a wonderful world. After a few hours, when the sky was completely dark, Longxi arrived at the bamboo house. The moment he saw her, Lu Yin squeezed out a smile and tried his best to appear humble. Ahem, princess. My attitude was bad before, but I won't do it again. Longxi frowned. She did not know why, but she felt that there was still something wrong with this guy's attitude. She could not feel the sincere respect he had for the White Dragon clan, especially for her, the princess. However, the time had come, and she did not want to delay any further. Correct your attitude and don't say anything. Just follow me. Yes, princess, Lu Yin answered softly. Longxi's expression improved slightly. Although she still did not like Lu Yin, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future to slowly teach him. Lu Yin did not want to get married, but he could not risk fighting the White Dragon clan for this. One of the 4 Libras was not simple, and there were definitely powerhouses with power levels over 1,000,000. He did not want to die, and he still wanted to find out about his origins. He had thought that the marriage of the princess of the White Dragon clan would be sensational and lively, but he had not expected that it would just be to pay respects to the ancestors in the ancestral hall. Longxi had not even changed her clothes, this was too sloppy. There was only one elder around, Elder Long Kuei. Of course, he did not know if anyone else had seen him. Lu Yin wanted to ask, as this was the first wedding of his life. However, when he saw Longxi's cold expression, he rationally chose not to ask. He was now thinking about the most important thing, the wedding night. In this starry sky civilization, it was called the wedding night. Thinking about it, he was quite nervous. He had not even reached this step with Ming Yen. When he thought of Ming Yen, he felt guilty. He didn't know how she was doing, where she was, or how she had managed to obtain information on Lu. Right now, it's just a ceremony. My White Dragon clan has 3 steps to a marriage. The first step is to pay respects to our ancestors, the second step is to pay respects to the ancestral Mang, and the third step is to register our names in the clan records. Only then will we truly get married. At that time, we will invite guests from all over. As the princess of the White Dragon clan, I will naturally get married in the top realm, Longxi explained. Lu Yin understood that this was not a real marriage. It was just a ceremony to make the frigid immortal sect give up. Even if I didn't complete the third step, I'm already your wife. Longxi looked at Lu Yin seriously. Lu Yin could see his own reflection in her amber eyes. From now on, even though we won't be husband and wife, we will still be husband and wife in name. I'll use you to get through this crisis, so I won't let you down. In this life, Longxi, will only be your wife, Longxi said indifferently, as if she was talking about something unrelated to her. Lu Yin felt a little depressed. He looked at Longxi and saw that her eyes were filled with sorrow and even a bit of despair. What was going on? Did she have someone she liked? Do you know why I'm willing to marry you? Longxi asked. To get through this crisis. Longxi's eyes dimmed. Because you're 7 as well. She then extinguished the candle. Stay away from me. Lu Yin looked at Long Shi's back. She was so beautiful, but also so bleak. She definitely had someone she liked. It was the wedding night, but he couldn't do anything in front of such a beauty. Lu Yin was speechless. Life was full of mysteries. The stars twinkled, and the speckles made it look like a painting. Silver light shone into the room. Lu Yin was resting obediently when he suddenly smelled a familiar fragrance. He opened his eyes and saw Long Shi standing in front of the window with her back to him. Long Shi turned around and looked at Lu Yin, her eyes bright and beautiful under the night sky. She raised her hand and made a cut with her delicate fingertip, shooting a drop of essence blood towards him. Lu Yin didn't understand, but Long Shi said, "This is my essence blood. If you absorb it, your true identity won't be discovered. It can also increase your strength." When he heard that it could increase his strength, he didn't reject it. Essence blood wasn't poison, and he allowed it to fuse into his body. Long Shi looked at him deeply and then left the room. Even if she didn't like this person, he would be her husband in the future. She would do her best to help him. Even if she didn't reach great heights, she would at least be worthy of his efforts. To a woman, her husband was the most important person. No matter how she felt about Lu Yin, she had to slowly accept him in the depths of her heart. Lu Yin did not have the time to care about what Long Shi was thinking. Ever since the essence blood had fused with his body, his blood had been boiling. This was not the blood of an ordinary white dragon, but the purest essence blood of a white dragon princess. As the essence blood entered his body, an indescribable power descended. Behind Lu Yin, a giant python appeared out of nowhere. The python was like an illusion, but it was also like an imprint. It appeared behind Lu Yin and slowly expanded. Outside the room, Long Shi wasn't surprised. Her essence blood had triggered the power of the ancestral mandala, which was enough to increase a person's cultivation. As for how much it increased, it depended on how much that person could bear. The power of the ancestral mandala wasn't something that an ordinary body could bear. Elder Blue Apricot, who was outside White Mountain, saw everything that happened here. Elder Blue Apricot was furious. This phenomenon clearly meant that Long Shi had already given her essence blood to that brat. To the White Dragon clan, this was equivalent to their first night. In other words, the moment this phenomenon appeared, it officially meant that Long Shi was no longer a young girl, but a married woman. The frigid immortal sex plan had failed, and Elder Green Apricot left with an ashen expression. The junior ancestor would not let this matter rest. Long Shi watched as the ancestral mandala grew larger and larger, and her gaze dimmed. She naturally knew what this meant. From today onwards, that figure would disappear forever. No, that wasn't right. He had already disappeared, and he would never appear again. The colossal python phenomenon appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly. In the distance, Long Kuei sighed. Beneath his feet, the envoy-level beast's entire head was buried in the ground as it trembled. The ancestral mandala's power terrified it, and it didn't even dare to look at it. Within the room, the ancestral mandala didn't disappear. Instead, it turned into a current that rushed into Lu Yin's body and replaced his star energy circulation. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yin reached his 14th cycle as a hunter, but he didn't stop there. As the ancestral mandala's power entered his body, Lu Yin's body began to bear a terrifying pressure. Even though his eyes were closed, he could still see an incomparably large python that stretched from the heavens to the earth. The higher he looked, the more he couldn't see the top, and the greater the pressure on his body. After his 15th cycle as a hunter, Lu Yin's body tensed up, and his veins popped out. Traces of blood seeped out of his body and dyed the ground red. In the blink of an eye, the 16th cycle ended, and his body began to crack. He couldn't bear it any longer. Suddenly, he heard an earth-shattering roar in his mind. It was the ancestral mandala's roar, and Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood. His right hand pressed against the ground as the ancestral mandala's power disappeared from his body. Lu Yin looked at the bloodstains on the ground in disbelief. He had worked so hard on his cultivation in the fifth mainland, thinking of all sorts of ways to increase his cultivation speed and enduring the pain of being tempered by flames. Here, he had actually used a single drop of essence blood to increase his cultivation by 3 minor realms. This was too fast. The power that had helped him increase his cultivation level was the power of a progenitor. There was a progenitor in this space, and if Lu Yin's guess was correct, it should be the incomparably large python that he had seen earlier. A python had cultivated to the progenitor realm. In that case, could this so-called White Dragon clan borrow the ancestral mandala's power because it was a descendant of the ancestral mandala? The progenitor realm was beyond the fifth mainland's reach. The sixth mainland had 3 progenitors, but Lu Yin had never seen them before. He had only sensed their vast power. However, in comparison, he felt that the sixth mainland's martial progenitor might not be as powerful as this ancestral mandala, as the aura it gave off was completely different. The White Dragon clan had this ancestral mandala and could borrow its power. In that case, the frigid immortal sect, which was suppressing the White Dragon clan, must also have a progenitor. This was terrifying, as there were 4 scales in the top realm. Did this mean that there were at least 4 progenitors? Moreover, all of them were not inferior to that ancestral mandala. The more Lu Yin thought about it, the more terrifying it became. This region of space far surpassed the fifth mainland and even the sixth mainland. Where exactly was this place? Lu Yin suddenly recalled the incident that had caused the inner verse and outer verse to be separated. The Sea King had broken through the upper 3 gates, so could this be the place behind the upper 3 gates? There was the sound of footsteps as Long Shi walked in. She looked at Lu Yin with a curious gaze. Lu Yin stood up and coughed twice. "Thank you." Long Shi sized him up. "How is it?" Lu Yin replied, "I'm a 16-cycle hunter now." It was strange, as the realms here were exactly the same as those in the fifth mainland. Lu Yin increasingly felt that this place was related to the fifth mainland. Long Shi frowned. "Your body can't take it anymore." Lu Yin nodded honestly. Long Shi was disappointed, as the White Dragon Princess Essence blood was enough to raise a cultivator who had just become a hunter all the way to the peak of the hunter realm unless their physical body was too weak. After all, they had borrowed the power of the ancestral mandala, which was the power of a progenitor. However, this person's body had only improved by a small amount, and his physical body could not take it anymore. Some people could challenge those at a higher realm, while others could not even defeat a powerhouse at the same realm. From her point of view, Lu Yin was clearly the latter. Pay more attention to your physical body's cultivation in the future. It's not enough to just increase your realm, Long Shi said. She thought that Lu Yin had focused all of his previous cultivation on increasing his realm, but then she thought about the 150 stacks that Lu Yin had displayed during the day. The overlaying stacks path had very high physical requirements. When she thought about this, she looked at Lu Yin strangely. If this person's physical strength was not too weak, then why had he only improved by a small amount? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1354. Lu Yin was already very satisfied, as he needed to absorb a huge amount of star energy for each cycle, far surpassing that of others. Being able to reach 16 cycles in one go was quite impressive. He didn't explain much to Long Shi. From that night onwards, their relationship would change from that of strangers to that of husband and wife. A few days passed peacefully. Ever since he had become a hunter with 16 cycles, Lu Yin had been constantly replenishing the star energy in his body. He had borrowed the power of the ancestral python to advance, so he needed to replenish the empty star energy. Long Shi was very generous and gave him 200,000 star essence. It wasn't much, at least not in the eyes of a princess of the White Dragon clan. She had only given him so little because, in her words, it was enough for Lu Yin. A normal person would need at most 30,000 star essence for their 16th cycle, and she had given him 200,000, which would be enough for him to cultivate until he became an enlighter. From now on, I'll give you some resources every month. As the son-in-law of the White Dragon clan's main bloodline, you can't be too poor. Long Shi's words echoed in Lu Yin's ears as he looked at a brand new cosmic ring. This one had also been given to him by Long Shi. She had used a dismissive tone to ask Lu Yin to change to this one that she thought was bigger. She didn't even care about Lu Yin's previous one. He didn't know where this brat had gotten her confidence from, but this one didn't even have a tenth of the space in Lu Yin's current one. As for star essence, how much would he have left? 200,000 star essence wasn't even enough for him to complete a cycle as a cruiser. Now that he had reached his 16th cycle as a hunter, he needed 3 million star essence. If word got out, that brat would be scared silly. Even the so-called elite White Dragon clan couldn't possibly need that much for their 16th cycle. Lu Yin looked up at the sky and saw mountains the size of planets. Waterfalls cascaded down like the Milky Way, and giant creatures wandered about from time to time. However, once they got close, they would be scared away by the envoys. Every mountain here was inhabited by at least a few billion people. Some of the mountains had even developed their own unique civilizations, and these people wanted to leave their world and head to a higher world. They had no idea that the moment they left their mountain peaks, they would be enslaved by the White Dragon clan. The saddest thing in a person's life was to work hard to the end, only to realize that it was still the beginning. Lu Yin didn't see many people over the past few days, and the only person he could talk to was Xiao Qian. Unfortunately, she didn't pay much attention to him. Someone's coming. Son-in-law, let's go back, said Xiao Qian. A group of people passed by in the distance. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Why? Can't I meet people? Can't take it out. Xiao Qian pursed her lips. She really wanted to say yes, but he was still her son-in-law. Even if he was a useless son-in-law, he was still her son-in-law. She couldn't be so impudent. The princess has ordered that the son-in-law is not allowed to see outsiders. Lu Yin sighed. Forget it, there was no need for him to force himself before he could familiarize himself with this region of space. He then decided to leave with Xiao Qian. The group of people in the distance noticed him and immediately chased after him. Lu Yin turned around and saw a young man leading the group, who was staring at him with mockery and killing intent. Xiao Qian's expression changed. Young master, let's leave quickly. Unfortunately, it was too late. The young man in the lead was extremely fast, and his footsteps were light as he used a strange footwork technique to circle around the two of them and block their path. Look at who this is. Isn't this the husband of our White Dragon clan's Princess Long Shi? Ha! Xiao Qian's expression turned ugly. Young Master Zhang, the son-in-law wants to go back. Please move aside. The young man glared at her. Is there a place for a lowly servant like you to interrupt when I'm speaking? Xiao Qian frowned. I wouldn't dare. It's just that the princess has ordered for the son-in-law to go back. The young man sneered and looked at Lu Yin mockingly. You want to go back? At that moment, a group of people caught up and surrounded Lu Yin and Xiao Qian. Lu Yin calmly replied, yes. The young man laughed, and the group beside him laughed as well. Lu Yin frowned. Where had this group of lunatics come from? Did you hear that? Our precious son-in-law wants to go home. The young man laughed. The group beside him laughed heartily. Xiao Qian's face paled. Young Master Zhang, please move aside. Lu Yin did not speak, as this group did not pose any threat to him. Even if this young Master Zhang was a peak hunter, Lu Yin still did not place him in his eyes. Listening to their conversation was a good way to understand their current situation. Young Master Zhang ignored Xiao Qian and instead looked at Lu Yin. You're from the Lianshan branch, right? You must have burned some incense to enter the main branch. But remember, you're just an adopted son-in-law, and a useless one at that. In the future, when you see me, you have to bow before you scram. Do you hear me? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This brat was asking for a beating. At that moment, a voice came from afar. Long Zhang, who are you asking to bow? Do you want this princess to bow as well? The speaker was Long Shi, and she had come from afar. Long Zhang and the rest heard the voice, and their expressions changed as they looked behind them. Long Shi leisurely walked over, and her absolute beauty stunned the group. Even Long Zhang was a little infatuated, and the more infatuated he was, the more jealous he felt towards Lu Yin. What right did a piece of trash have to obtain Princess Long Shi? She was a treasure of the topmost realm, and her essence blood alone was enough to drive anyone crazy. Even the frigid immortal sects by Xiaozu coveted her, but a piece of trash had obtained her. Princess, Xiao Qian bowed. Long Shi arrived and looked at Lu Yin calmly. She then looked at Long Zhang. You're getting more and more impudent. Long Zhang smiled. Princess, our brothers couldn't stand it. A piece of trash from a branch like this is an insult to you. Is that so? I gave you a chance back then, Long Shi said indifferently. Long Zhang's expression changed, and his heart was filled with regret and jealousy. He dreamed of obtaining Long Shi, but the people behind him wanted her as well, so he didn't dare to speak up. What are you doing here? Long Shi asked. Long Zhang replied, Congratulations on your marriage, princess. I also wanted to learn from the new son-in-law. Long Shi's tone turned cold. There's no need for that. Go back. Princess, Long Zhang refused to give up. Long Shi's gaze turned cold, and she suddenly attacked. 5 pieces of metal surrounded Long Zhang, shocking him. Wake Dragon Divine Mirror. Long Shi's hand pierced through the metal and landed on Long Zhang's chest. Long Zhang spat out a mouthful of blood and fell off the mountain peak. The people around him rushed over to save him. Long Shi looked down from above. This is just a lesson. If you dare to provoke the son-in-law again, I'll make you beg for death. She then stared at Lu Yin. Go back. Lu Yin trembled. What a fierce woman. Xiao Qian smiled and gestured for Lu Yin to leave. This way, young master. Lu Yin pursed his lips and followed Long Shi out of the mountain peak. At the bottom of the mountain, the metal around Long Zhang disappeared, and he slammed the ground angrily. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, but he didn't dare say anything. Long Shi's status was higher than his, and even if she killed him, she would at most be punished. He knew her well, and she was someone who would do what she said. Let's go, young master. Let's see how long he can live, Long Zhang muttered. He looked into the distance once more before leading the group away. Elsewhere, Lu Yin returned to the bamboo house. He liked the environment here, no one would disturb him, and it was very remote. Long Shi sized him up. This will happen more often in the future. If you don't want to be bullied, work harder. Lu Yi nodded and looked at Long Shi curiously. What was that battle technique of yours? Long Shi replied, White Dragon Mirror. It can even trap opponents who are much stronger than me and render them powerless. It's an inherited battle technique of the White Dragon clan. Does Long Zhang know it? Lu Yin asked. Long Shi shook her head. Not everyone can learn it, and not everyone is qualified to learn it. He doesn't have a main bloodline, so he can only learn the White Dragon roaming steps. Lu Yin was interested. White Dragon roaming steps. Is it powerful? Can I learn it? And the White Dragon mirror. Long Shi looked into the distance. You can learn it, but it'll be difficult for you. Even Long Zhang took more than 10 years to learn it. It'll take you at least 10 years to learn it. I can learn it even without the White Dragon bloodline. Lu Yin was happy. Long Shi frowned and glared at Lu Yin. Remember, don't ever say that. The essence blood I gave you is enough to keep you hidden for a while. Lu Yin quickly agreed. This woman's temper was too bad. Long Shi was irritated. She had already arrived when Long Zhang had provoked her, but for some reason, she had not shown herself. In the end, she had seen Lu Yin being submissive and not daring to retort. Perhaps she had hoped that Lu Yin would resist bravely and not just be stubborn in front of her. This was a man's responsibility. After all, this man was going to be with her for the rest of their lives. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. This man was afraid of others and only dared to retort in front of her. A man like this would never be useful. More people will visit in the near future. Don't go out, Long Shi said. Lu Yin did not refute. It's too boring to be alone. Find me some books to read. Long Shi was annoyed. You don't know how to cultivate. What could Lu Yin say? Cultivate. He had never relaxed, but how could he dare to cultivate in a place like this? He could only recite the Stonewall scriptures. He did not dare to release his domain or spiritual force at all. Otherwise, he would be strictly investigated. Let Xiaoqian take you to the library. Don't go out until I call for you. The more Long Shi looked at Lu Yin, the more annoyed she became. She simply stopped looking at him and left without looking back. Even though he was just a substitute to deal with the frigid immortal sect, she still hoped that he would be able to live up to her expectations. Unfortunately, he was disappointing her more and more. With Long Shi's orders, Xiaoqian brought Lu Yin to the White Mountain Library. Human civilization could never be separated from inheritances. If there were inheritances, there would definitely be a library. Regardless of whether it was an ordinary person or a power like the White Dragon clan, the more books there were, the better. The White Mountain Library was huge. There are at least 100 million books there. It's enough for you to read, Xiaoqian said coldly. It seemed like she wanted him to read until he died. Lu Yin glanced at her. Thank you. At the same time, he also knew that the 4 scales of the top realm were divided into the White Dragon clan, the Frigid Immortal sect, the Shinwu Plain, and the Wang family. The Frigid Immortal sect's main family was surnamed Bai, while the Shinwu Plain's main family was surnamed Xia. In the Middle Realm, there was a seed garden that mainly belonged to the Farmer clan, as well as a sword steel that was guarded by the Lu family. However, there was no Lu. There was no Lu, and there was no Lu at all. There wasn't even a mention of the surname Lu. Why? They were all primeval surnames, so why wasn't there a Lu surname? Lu Yin flipped through many biographies, but he discovered that there was no Lu surname. It was as if this surname had never existed. It shouldn't have existed. Could it be that the Lu's surname didn't exist? Could it be that the Lu's surname wasn't a primeval surname? No, the fifth mainland recognized the Lu's surname as a primeval surname, so why wasn't it here? This was too strange. Lu Yin flipped through the biographies, but he couldn't find any Lu surname. Lu Yin closed the book and fell into deep thought. This starry sky revered the primeval surnames, and the fifth mainland was hostile to the primeval surnames. Could it be that this starry sky was the fifth mainland's enemy? There were many things that he couldn't figure out, but Lu Yin had no choice but to stop reading. He had read many books, and this did not match his rather lazy personality. The more he discovered something strange, the more he didn't dare to be careless. In his opinion, this starry sky was far more dangerous than the fifth and sixth mainlands combined. This was because there were an unknown number of progenitors here, and there were also many powerhouses below the progenitor realm. This starry sky was rather dangerous. He was now curious about the ancestral Mang. How big was it? How many times could it wrap around the mother tree? Didn't that mean that the ancestral Mang was long enough to pierce through the outerverse 72 weaves? It was unimaginable. Lu Yin felt a little dizzy, and he shook his head before walking out of the library. Just as he was about to leave, the hunter guard raised his spear to block him. Go back. Lu Yin frowned. What do you mean? The guard's tone was stiff. Before Miss Xiaoqian left, she instructed that you should not leave the library. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Is this an order from Princess Longxi? The guard did not reply. Lu Yin was furious, as he did not want to appear like Zhang Yang, but he also could not allow a guard to bully him like this. If he went too far, then he would not be able to do so. If he appeared too weak, then it would be easy for him to arouse suspicion. As he thought about it, he grabbed the spear and used 150 stacks in his palm. Although the guard was a white dragon cultivator, he was not a member of the white dragon tribe. He was just an ordinary cultivator who had been recruited by the white dragon tribe. How could an ordinary hunter resist Lu Yin's 150 stacks? Lan Si had relied on 150 stacks to stabilize his position as one of the 10 arbiters, and even an enlighter with a power level of over 200,000 was not his opponent. At that time, Lan Si had been able to deal with an enlighter with a power level of over 300,000 with his bare hands. The spear trembled as 150 stacks traveled along the spear and forced the guard back. Even the hand that had been holding the spear was injured, and his wrist was twisted. He helplessly let go of the spear and looked at Lu Yin in shock. Lu Yin grabbed the spear and pushed it forward with one hand. The spear spun in the void, and a fierce force swept out in all directions, causing the surrounding cultivators to spit out blood and retreat. The hunter hurriedly tried to grab the spear, but Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He casually waved his hand, and an enormous force sent the hunter flying 1,000 meters away. He crashed heavily onto the ground, and the spear fell to the ground at the same time. Everything had happened in an instant, and no one in the library could react in time. The surrounding guards were shaken, and they all looked at Lu Yin in shock. They had never thought that the rumored weak son-in-law would have such a powerful side to him. This strength should be enough to challenge an enlighter. Who had said that the son-in-law was trash? Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and walked out of the library. He glanced at the hunter in the distance. Can I come out now? The hunter was terrified, and he stood up with blood at the corner of his mouth. He hurriedly half-knelt. This lowly one was reckless. Thank you for your mercy, son-in-law. Thank you for your mercy, son-in-law. The surrounding cultivators bowed in unison. Within the library, many people looked outside. They saw Lu Yin's back, but no one dared to say anything. It seemed like this son-in-law, who had buried his head in books, had an unyielding side to him. In the distance, Long Kuei's cold expression softened a little. At least there was still some vigor left, and the difference in strength could be made up for. However, if there wasn't even any vigor left, then the princess's life would not be good. At this moment, Xiao Qian arrived and looked at the kneeling guard in shock. "Son-in-law, what happened?" Lu Yin looked at her coldly. "Were you the one who forbade me from leaving the library?" Xiao Qian shook her head. "I only told you to wait for me if you wanted to leave. I didn't forbid you from leaving." At this point, Xiao Qian understood, and she coldly glanced at the surrounding guards. During this period of time, many people in White Mountain had been secretly mocking this son-in-law, saying that he was weak and incompetent, and that he would only be able to lower his head for the rest of his life. It seemed like it was no longer as simple as just mocking him, and it had even escalated to the point that someone was behind this. At the same time, she was also rather surprised. She had also thought that this son-in-law was weak and easy to bully, but she had not expected him to have such an unyielding side. "Son-in-law, Xiao Qian will report this matter to the princess and let her handle it," Xiao Qian said, her tone much better than before. Lu Yin nodded. "Son-in-law, please come with Xiao Qian. The princess invites you, and the junior ancestor wishes to meet you," Xiao Qian said. Lu Yin raised a brow. Junior ancestor was a title that he now understood. It specifically referred to a few youths who were recognized throughout the cosmic tree as having the potential to reach the progenitor realm. They were supported by the greatest resources in the cosmic tree realm, and they were known as junior ancestors. The one who coveted Long Shi was the frozen immortal sex junior ancestor, Bai Xiaohong. The White Dragon clan also had a junior ancestor named Long Tian, who was Long Shi's brother. Now, Lu Yin's brother-in-law had appeared. In the cosmic tree realm, the mother tree also had an age. Just like how ordinary trees were determined by their growth rings, the mother tree also had growth rings. However, they were not determined by years, but rather by epochs. Each epoch was equivalent to an additional year, which was known as the origin wheel. That day was known as the origin wheel ceremony, as the entire cosmic tree realm would decide on a candidate for the position of junior ancestor. The position of junior ancestor wasn't held every year, or even every 100,000, or 10,000 years. Instead, it had to be determined through the origin wheel ceremony. The specific reason for the origin wheel ceremony was not recorded in the books, but it might have something to do with the mother tree. Becoming a junior ancestor would give one unimaginable resources. This generation's origin wheel ceremony had ended long ago, and Lu Yin could not compete for it even if he wanted to. Not long after, Lu Yin saw Long Shi and a young man in front of her. He was handsome, and his facial features resembled those of Long Shi's. The man had clearly just gone through a battle. His clothes were tattered, and there were a few injuries on his body. However, this was only an image and not the man himself. Lu Yin could not determine the man's strength through this image. He subconsciously glanced at Long Shi's wrist. The 5th and 6th mainlands should have had gadgets, but here, it was just a flat, round stone that looked very ordinary. He had noticed it before, and from the biographies he had read, he knew that it was called a cloudstone. It was similar to a gadget, but it was more convenient. It did not require a network, and it ignored distance. It could be used to communicate regardless of distance, and it could even measure one's power level. It was a specialty of the cosmic tree realm, but Lu Yin did not know where it was produced. If possible, he wanted to bring some back to the 5th mainland. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1356. The moment Lu Yin arrived, the man's gaze never left him. He was the White Dragon clan's junior ancestor, one of the 4 junior ancestors chosen by the astral wheel of the Tree of Stars, Long Tian. Greetings, elder brother. Lu Yin bowed respectfully, as this was an important person. Long Tian sized Lu Yin up, his gaze calm and his expression unperturbed. His tone was so stiff that it made Lu Yin uncomfortable. Call me junior ancestor. Long she couldn't help but say, elder brother, he's my husband. Long Tian frowned and looked at her. A piece of trash has no right to call me that. Long Shi's gaze turned cold. Am I trash in elder brother's eyes? He's just a substitute to help you blocked by Xiaohong. As long as I have time, I can find many people like him, Long Tian said coldly. But before he appeared, elder brother didn't say anything. Bai Xiaohong even used the commoners to massacre our White Dragon clan's branches, but elder brother didn't say anything. Long Tian sighed. I'm cultivating. You know that I don't care about these things. Long Shi stared at him. Since that's the case, don't worry about it in the future. He won't call you elder brother in the future because you won't meet again. I believe that elder brother also believes that he doesn't have the right to meet you. Long Tian growled, Little Shi, you're becoming more and more presumptuous. Long Shi looked up. Elder brother, please show some respect to my husband. Your attitude will determine the White Dragon clan's attitude. I don't want him to live in ridicule and oppression. Lu Yin looked at Long Shi's back and felt inexplicably moved. Even though he knew that Long Shi would protect anyone standing here, she had truly protected him. He had rarely been protected by a woman like this, and it made him feel very comfortable. Long Tian and Long Shi looked at each other for a moment, and then Long Tian said helplessly, all right, he can call me elder brother. I'll order the clan members not to be rude to him. Elder brother, is there anything else? Long Shi asked. Long Tian said seriously, you know that the 4 of us are going to explore the sovereign realm soon. This is a reward for the junior ancestors. Every junior ancestor can bring a few people with him. I hope that you can come with me. Long Shi was astonished. Based on past practice, it's rare for the junior ancestor to bring someone from the same clan when exploring the sovereign realm. Exploring the ruler's realm is extremely important, and there are too many ancient relics there. The stronger the people who are exploring the ruler's realm together, the better. At a time like this, we can't care about our fellow clansmen. Furthermore, after the previous origin cycle ceremonies, there are often stowaways from the abandoned lands that sneak into the ruler's realm. Those stowaways aren't weak, so I need someone absolutely reliable to help me. Your strength is enough, Long Tian said. Lu Yin heard it. Abandoned land. Stowaways. Long Shi pondered. Long Tian continued, in the past, during the origin alchemy ceremony, the junior ancestor suppressed his fellow clansmen too fiercely. His clansmen were quite weak, and most of their fate was taken by the junior ancestor, which was why they couldn't travel together. However, there are quite a few decent elites in this generation, and you're one of them. The Wang clan and Shenwu Heaven both have experts, so there shouldn't be any stowaways from the abandoned lands. Our competition is the most intense, so I hope you can help me. At the very least, I won't have to worry about being ambushed from behind. Long Shi said, aren't you close to Bai Xiaohong? Why are you afraid of being ambushed? Long Tian frowned. What happened with Bai Xiaohong was Big Brother's fault. The things that the ruler's realm can obtain are too important, and there's even a chance of obtaining an ancestor's inheritance. Think about how terrifying those ancestors are, and they're far more powerful than progenitors born in recent times. Even in our eyes, those ancestors can be considered gods. If we can obtain an ancestor's inheritance, our White Dragon clan will definitely rise to prominence and surpass the frigid immortal sect. Long Shi's eyes flashed. All right, but I have a condition. What is it? Long Tian demanded. Long Shi looked at Lu Yin and then said to Long Tian, I want you to arrange for him to enter the humble class and give him a way out. Long Tian raised his brows. Are you afraid that if he dies in the ruler's realm, no one will take care of him? Long Shi fell silent. Long Tian was put in a difficult position. I don't have the final say in the humble class. You should know that it has its own management system, and there's even an ancestor behind it. That's why I want you to find a way to send him in. Once he enters the humble class, no one will be able to make things difficult for him. Long Tian had no choice but to grit his teeth. Fine. He then looked deeply at Lu Yin. Cultivate as much as you can. Although the humble class is a good place to eat and wait for death, if you're discovered, your fate will be miserable. He then disappeared. Long Shi exhaled, and Lu Yin realized that her fists had been tightly clenched the entire time. Only now did she slowly relax them. What did that mean? She would only react this way to an enemy. Wasn't that her big brother? Once you enter the humble class, know your place. Before we go to the ruler's realm, I'll do my best to help you make contributions. Then, you'll leave the humble class. That way, you'll have the status of a retired humble class member, and no one will dare to touch you. This is my compensation to you. It's best if I can come back alive, but if I can't, Long Shi looked at Lu Yin and said seriously, leave the White Dragon clan and live a low-key life. Never go to the top realm. Lu Yin pursed his lips. What a serious atmosphere. Why should I leave the humble class? Long Shi's eyes narrowed. You don't really think that the humble class is a place for the rich and powerful, do you? People like that die every year. The humble class is independent of the 4 cardinal scales and has a progenitor backing it. Countless traitors are captured and killed every year, and it's all thanks to the humble class. Most of the rumors in the outside world can't be trusted, so don't even think about living in the humble class. It seemed that this so-called humble school was similar to the Interstellar Arbitration Institute of the Hall of Honor, but it was much more powerful than the Interstellar Arbitration Institute. They had a progenitor backing them, but why were there so many progenitors in this region? The White Dragon clan had 3 steps to a marriage, and as the princess of the White Dragon clan, Long Shi had a noble status. Even if everyone knew that her marriage was to deal with the frigid immortal sect, it was still a marriage. This was a fact, and many people came to congratulate her. However, most people could not see Long Shi. On this day, Lu Yin was reading in the library when Xiaoqian arrived and asked him to accompany Long Shi to receive an important guest. Lu Yin was shocked, and he guessed that it was one of the 4 cardinal scales. Otherwise, who would be worthy of Long Shi's attention? However, that did not seem right. The cardinal scale's congratulations should be the last step, and Lu Yin would have to follow Long Shi to the top realm to officially add his name to the White Dragon clan's main bloodline. Only then would the cardinal scales congratulate him, but it was still too early. Before they even reached the guest hall, Lu Yin could hear Long Shi's cheerful voice and a man's laughter. Lu Yin was unhappy. Although he was not actually married to Long Shi, his wife was smiling so happily in front of other men, but she was so serious in front of him. Anyone would be angry. Lu Yin walked into the guest hall and glanced around, and his attention was immediately attracted by a man. What a weirdo. Lu Yin had seen many people in his life, beautiful, ugly, handsome, and pretentious. There were even people like Yao Xian who were ridiculously handsome, but he had never seen someone like this. It was not that there was anything wrong with the man's appearance, but with his attire. Was he really not here to farm? When he saw Lu Yin walk in, the man stood up and smiled brightly. I'm Nong Lai. You must be Long 7. Lu Yin nodded in a daze and blinked. This man called Nong Lai was dressed simply, and the material of his clothes looked very ordinary. It was even worse than some ordinary merchants. His hands were full of calluses, but they were not from cultivation. They looked more like calluses from farming. His head was wrapped in a white cloth, and more importantly, his trousers were rolled up. There was mud on the soles of his feet. Lu Yin was stunned. This was his first time seeing someone like this. How should he describe it? He was down to earth, yes, down to earth. He's greeting you. Long Shi's dissatisfied voice traveled to Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin reacted and smiled. I'm Long 7. Nice to meet you, Brother Nong Lai. Nong Lai's eyes lit up. Brother Long 7, you're from a branch of Mount Lian, so you must be living a good life. I've heard that wild beasts run rampant there. Are you farming at home? Lu Yin choked. Farming. What an unfamiliar term. Brother Lai, let's sit down and talk, Long Shi said. Nong Lai slapped his head. Look at me, I feel like old friends with Brother Long 7. Come, sit down, Brother Long 7. Lu Yin nodded, speechless. Whose house was this? And since when did they feel like old friends? He'd never farmed before. But he'd destroyed a lot of it. Brother Lai, it's rare for you to have time to come out. I wonder how Sanyang is doing. Long Shi asked. Lu Yin's eyes twitched. Sanyang was a nice name. Nong Lai replied, my sister is still farming. When Brother Long 7's name is engraved into the White Dragon clan's main bloodline, she'll definitely go and congratulate you. Long Shi nodded. It's been a few years since we last met. I really miss Sanyang. Ha, little princess, now that you're in the Central Realm, you should visit the Seed Garden when you have time. Sanyang misses you as well, and it's not that she doesn't want to come. You know the reason. Long Shi nodded and didn't say anything else. Long Lai's gaze shifted to Lu Yin. Brother Long 7, what hobbies do you have? Lu Yin was puzzled. This guy was being too friendly. Studying. Nong Lai's eyes lit up. Studying. That's so elegant. I thought you'd be cultivating all year round, but that's boring. You might as well farm. Of course, studying isn't that bad either, haha. Lu Yin was really curious about what he meant by farming. Could it be the literal meaning? Brother Nong Lai's words make sense. Hearing Lu Yin's agreement, Nong Lai's smile grew even wider. At that moment, his rolled-up trousers moved, and a palm-sized, round creature that looked like a peach jumped out. It had eyes and a mouth, and it made soft noises. It was very cute. Little guy, stop messing around. Go back, Nong Lai growled. Lu Yin looked on in surprise. What was this? A giant beast. Yee! The little thing cried out and looked at Lu Yin curiously. Nong Lai was surprised. You like Brother Long 7? Yee! The little thing cried out before jumping towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin subconsciously caught it, but it didn't weigh much. He looked at Nong Lai. What's this? Thanks to you, Chitsao. Only by the wind. Brother's reward, I'll give it to you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1357. It's a creature called the Pyrolite. It's not very useful, but it can help us find good mountains, water, and land for farming, Nong Lai said as he stared deeply at Lu Yin. He then said to the Pyrolite, hurry up and come back, little thing. The Pyrolite looked at Lu Yin reluctantly and let out a cry. It then jumped onto Nong Lai's pants and hid again, not even caring about the mud there. Long Shi said, the seed garden collects strange creatures from outer space. It's like the seed garden of all things, and there are as many creatures as there are stars in the sky. Nong Lai smiled. It's not that exaggerated. It's just some small creatures that are close to farming. The earth is the foundation of life. His expression changed, and he looked at Long Shi seriously. Have you heard? The Wang family's second brother is injured. Long Shi was surprised. Wang Yi. Yes. I don't know what happened, but he was severely injured when he came back. He shouldn't appear for the next 10 years, so he needs to be treated. He's not fated for this trip to the sovereign realm. I heard that the entire Wang family is in chaos because of this. That bitch Wang Su is furious, Nong Lai said. Long Shi was indifferent. It has nothing to do with us. Wang Yi isn't weak, and he's so fast. Only the junior ancestor can injure him. It's probably someone from the older generation who's targeting the Wang family. Maybe, but I hope it's not me. Nong Lai only likes farming, and I don't like to do unnecessary things. The Wang family, while Long Shi and Nong Lai were conversing, Lu Yin's heart was in turmoil. Wang Yi had actually come from this place, one of the 4 cardinal scales of the top realm. It was no wonder why he was so obscure and yet so powerful. If Wang Yi could go to the 5th mainland, then what about the other 3 sides of the 4 scales? Could they go? Wang Yi was representing the technocracy in the sovereign tournament, so did that mean that the technocracy had a passage that connected to this region of space? The technocracy had always been mysterious. From what Lu Yin knew, half of the technocracy's mainframe was controlled by the 6th mainland, and this region of space clearly surpassed the 6th mainland. Did that mean that the other half was controlled by this region of space? It was also possible that the Wang family controlled the other half. Lu Yin suddenly recalled that the 6th mainland had sent people to participate in the tournament of the strongest. There was a woman called Yun, who was extremely strong. She couldn't have come from the Wang family, could she? The technocracy was clearly created by the Hui ancestor, so why was it controlled by the 6th mainland and this starry sky? And the 5th mainland was constantly at war with the 5th mainland. He couldn't figure it out. He couldn't figure it out. Nong Lai came to congratulate them and then left. Before he left behind a congratulatory gift. Lu Yin didn't receive them as long she had kept them all. Don't underestimate the farmer's school. It's not much worse than the 4 cardinal scales, Long Shi said to Lu Yin and told him to continue reading. Lu Yin wasn't interested in reading any more books, as he already knew quite a bit about this region of space, and he wouldn't be able to glean any more secrets from them. Xiao Qian had been sent away by Long Shi to sort out the gifts, and Lu Yin was bored as he wandered to one mountain peak after another. According to Long Shi, every mountain peak was equivalent to a world. He could play around as much as he wanted. There were countries, wars, and other civilizations in those places. Lu Yin was not interested in such things. The 5th mainland 72 weaves in the outerverse were all under his rule, so what kind of civilization had he not seen before? Once a man has gone to a high place, he cannot go back to a low one unless he is beaten. The attack came. Lu Yin looked up and saw the envoy-level beast, Elder Long Kuei's mount. When the beast saw Lu Yin, it sneezed. Although it was just a sneeze, it was enough to change the weather for Lu Yin. He hurriedly dodged and narrowly avoided being swept by the sneeze. The beast's 2 heads and 4 large eyes stared at Lu Yin with interest. It sneezed again, but the range was not large. Lu Yin still managed to avoid it by a hair's breadth. He looked up sullenly. This beast was doing this on purpose. The beast's interest grew, and Lu Yin couldn't understand it. It was clearly an envoy-level beast, but its temperament was like a child's. Lu Yin couldn't escape even if he wanted to, as the beast easily blocked his path. If not for the White Dragon tribe, Lu Yin would have used the walnut power vessel to attack it. Evil creature, back off. Long Kuei appeared, his loud voice echoing throughout the mountain peak and causing Lu Yin's head to hurt. The beast felt wronged and let out a low cry. It glanced at Lu Yin with some reluctance before flying away. Elder Long Kuei stood high up in the sky and looked down at Lu Yin. Go read your book and don't run around. There are some places where your life is in danger, and I don't want my White Dragon clan's son-in-law to die in our own territory. It would be a disgrace if word got out. He then left. Lu Yin had never been looked down upon like this before, and he had been treated with disdain all this time. One day, he would find a junior ancestor to fight. A few days later, another important person came to visit and congratulate him. This time, it was someone from Shinwu Plain's Xia family. Since the Xia family had come, Lu Yin and Long Shi naturally had to receive them together. This time, they didn't receive them in the guest hall, but rather on the grass outside. The Xia family's gift was rather special. It was a 3-meter-long spear that was silvery white in color and had dragon scale carvings. There were dark red lines between the scales that flowed like blood vessels. The spear stabbed into the ground and emitted a sharp aura that prevented the clouds from gathering. Lu Yin could see it from afar. It was clearly only 3 meters long, but it seemed to support the heavens and earth. What a great spear, what a peerless weapon. Long Shi stared at the spear with a burning gaze. This spear was called Dragon Blood, and it had been made by the White Dragon tribe's ancestor by soaking it in the blood of the tribe's ancestors. It was made from the heaviest metal in the cosmic tree realm, and it was as heavy as a mountain peak or a planet. Even an enlighter wouldn't be able to lift it. More importantly, even if one had the strength, they would still have to endure the pressure that came from a progenitor. During an ancient battle, this spear had been lost, but it had been found by Shinwu Plain and given as a gift. Long Shi hadn't expected Shinwu Plain to be so generous as to give him the Dragon Blood spear as a gift. Not too far away, the group from Shinwu Plain was calm, and there was a young girl in the middle. Her face was delicate and cute, and she had a slight smile on her face. She seemed to be looking at Long Shi with pride. She wore a green dress and exquisite boots, and she tapped her toes from time to time. Lu Yin arrived, and everyone looked over. Long Shi looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. He felt a little helpless, but also a little hopeful. This expression was worth thinking about, especially since there had been so many people causing trouble for him recently. Could it be that they were here to cause trouble for him as well? This is Shinwu Plain's prime genius, Xia Taili. She's the younger sister of Shinfei, Long Shi introduced. He then looked at Xia Taili. That's Long 7. Xia Taili looked at Long 7 and smiled. She was very cute, and her eyes flickered with a hint of craftiness. Hello, brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. Lu Yin was stunned, but then he smiled. Hello. Xia Taili smiled happily. Rumor has it that your martial prowess is unparalleled and that you've conquered the princess of our White Dragon clan. Can I take a look? She then pointed at the spear. That spear is called Dragon Blood, and it's a wedding gift for you. Please take it. Long Shi didn't understand. Dragon Blood. Not Dragon Blood. Xia Taili stuck out her tongue. You've misunderstood, sister. This is a spear made from dragon blood. A senior from Shinwu Plain saw the dragon blood spear with his own eyes and was envious, so he made a replica. Although it's not as powerful as the dragon blood spear, it's very suitable for the White Dragon clan. Long Shi was disappointed, but her gaze deepened. Even she thought that this spear was made from real dragon blood, so a replica couldn't possibly be that authentic. There was only one reason why it could pass off as the real thing. This spear had come into contact with real dragon blood. The dragon blood spear was definitely in Shenwu Plain. Xia Taili looked at Lu Yin and smiled brilliantly. What do you think, brother-in-law? Let me see it for myself. Lu Yin raised a brow. Why was everyone causing trouble for him now? Was Bai Xiaohong's influence that great? He looked at Long Shi. Long Shi frowned and said to Xia Taili, Long Qi was injured and hasn't recovered yet. Let's talk about it later. Xia Taili's expression changed, and she looked at Long Shi pitifully. Princess, it's been so long. With the White Dragon clan's medical abilities, brother-in-law should have recovered by now. This gift was specially made for you, and if you don't take it, I won't be able to report back. Long Shi's expression turned ugly. When did Shenwu Plain become so close to the frigid immortal sect? They're actually helping him. Xia Taili rolled her eyes. Don't misunderstand, sister. This has nothing to do with Bai Xiaohong. It's just that my brother has always admired you, and now that you're getting married, I naturally have to give you a congratulatory gift as your sister. Lu Yin couldn't help but look at Long Shi. His wife in name was quite charming, and everyone wanted her. She had quite a few love rivals. Long Shi frowned. We don't want this gift. Xia Taili raised her brows. That's not necessary, sister. It's just a gift. Are you worried that brother-in-law won't be able to pick it up? Sigh, forget it. She then took out a sword and stabbed it into the ground. She looked at Lu Yin and smiled. Brother-in-law, can you pick up this sword? It's very light. Long Shi was furious. You! Lu Yin suddenly walked out and smiled at Long Shi. He then looked at Xia Taili. Your brother is Shenwu Plain's junior ancestor, Xia Shenfei. Xia Taili nodded with a proud expression. Lu Yin shrugged and smiled. The junior ancestor isn't that great. The woman he likes is my wife. The moment he said this, the entire room fell silent. Long Shi was stunned. Xia Taili stared at Lu Yin in a daze. What did you say? Lu Yin smiled, I won't repeat myself. He then raised his hand and grabbed the fake dragon blood. With a low grunt, the earth trembled as a blinding white light tore through the sky and shot up into space. Lu Yin pulled out the fake dragon blood and brandished it twice before suddenly thrusting the spear toward Xia Taili. The Xia family members shouted, How dare you! How dare you! Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1358. Xia Taili watched the spear head towards her, but she didn't move. Finally, the spear stopped when it was less than 10 centimeters away from her. Lu Yin gripped the fake dragon blood tightly. Good spear, I like it. Too bad it's not real. He then exerted some force and stabbed the fake dragon blood into the ground in front of Xia Taili. Give me the real one, little sister. How dare you! The person behind Xia Taili was enraged. It was a middle-aged man with shocking strength, and his rage could shake the world. Long Kuei stepped forward and looked at the middle-aged man. Long Shi stepped forward and stood in front of Lu Yin, exchanging glances with Xia Taili. Xia Taili looked deeply at Lu Yin and then at Long Shi, smiling sweetly. Congratulations, sister. You found a good husband, but brother-in-law is a little stingy. I like stingy men, Long Shi said indifferently. Xia Taili blinked and chuckled. You two are a perfect match. My big brother is too magnanimous, so he's not suitable for you. She then tilted her body slightly, letting her long hair fall behind her as she waved goodbye to Lu Yin. "Brother-in-law, today was a happy day. See you later." She then left with the group from Shinwu Plain. Lu Yin watched them leave and turned to leave. He felt like he had caused trouble. Long Shi called out, "Where are you going?" "To study," Lu Yin hurriedly replied. Long Shi looked at him. "You did well." She then left on her own. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief, as he had thought that she was going to get angry. Actually, with his temperament, he would have definitely taught that brat Xia Taili a lesson. However, this was not the fifth mainland, so he held himself back. He had actually been a little impulsive just now, as he had been afraid that Long Shi would consider the bigger picture and blame him. Long Kuei looked at Lu Yin with admiration for the first time. They didn't doubt Lu Yin's strength, as it was just a fake dragon blood spear. Anyone would know that Lu Yin wasn't simple if he could pull out the real thing. However, even if it was just a fake dragon blood spear, Long Shi's heart still stirred when she saw how Lu Yin had brandished the spear. That man was standing up for her, which warmed her heart. Thus, not long after Lu Yin pulled out the spear, Long Shi called him out of the library again. Under his puzzled gaze, she said calmly, "As the son-in-law of the White Dragon clan, you have the right to learn inherited battle techniques." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. "Inherited combat skills? Which one?" "The one who trapped him. That's the White Dragon Heaven Inspecting Mirror. It's very difficult to learn." "I'll teach you the White Dragon swimming steps," said Long Shi. Lu Yin was disappointed. Although he was interested in footwork battle techniques, he was still more interested in the White Dragon Sky Survey Mirror. He was already very fast, and even if he couldn't compare to Wang Yi with his physical strength, he was still faster than most people. Moreover, he also had the secret art of plan. "You don't like the White Dragon swimming steps?" Long Shi said indifferently. Lu Yin hurriedly smiled. "Of course not. After all, it's an inherited battle technique of the White Dragon clan. Our race." Long Shi's tone grew heavier as she glared at Lu Yin. "Say it again." Lu Yin choked. "Of course not. After all, it's an inherited battle technique." Long Shi's beautiful amber eyes stared at Lu Yin. "Remember, don't say anything wrong in the future. If you do, I'll seal you for a day." Lu Yin pursed his lips. This woman's temper was too bad, and she wasn't suitable to be a wife. Long Shi didn't know what Lu Yin was thinking. She brought him to the peak of a mountain that was as large as a planet. There were civilizations on it, and they were at a height that those civilizations couldn't reach. A huge waterfall cascaded down from the peak, and it was impossible to see the bottom or the sides. This waterfall was large enough to drown an entire planet. The White Dragon swimming steps imitates the movements of the ancestral python. You can observe the changes in the earth and travel through the void. It's one of the fastest footwork battle techniques in the entire astral tree domain. There are very few footwork battle techniques that can compare to it. Once you master it, you can enter the astral source universe, Long Shi explained seriously. Lu Yin was shocked. The astral source universe? Long Shi replied, "That's a void that only powerhouses above the emissary level can enter. Ordinary people can't even touch it." She looked at Lu Yin seriously. "My elder brother, Long Tian, can use the White Dragon swimming steps to temporarily enter the astral source universe. It's on another level." Lu Yin's expression changed slightly. He naturally knew about the astral source universe. It was the real universe where emissaries fought. It wasn't something he could touch, and he could only see it through the improved spring water. Of course, that was in his normal state. If he was in the Reaper transformation state, he wouldn't know. However, he was certain that no one in the top 10 of the Sovereign Tournament had been able to enter the Astral Source universe. Long Tian, however, had managed to do so. That alone made him surpass the top 10. The junior ancestor of the four-way balance was even stronger than the top 10. Thinking about it, it made sense. During the Supreme Tournament, he had become a Supreme with his invincible God of Death transformation. Next to him were the Prime Clear, Wang Yi, and Wu Tai-bai. Wang Yi had yet to reach the level of a junior ancestor in this part of the starry skies. Then, the so-called junior ancestor would at least be on the same level as the Prime Clear, or even stronger. Long Shi grabbed his shoulder and said, "Feel it well." She then took a step forward, and the next moment, the scene in front of Lu Yin's eyes distorted and retreated at an extreme speed. It wasn't a change in scenery, but rather Long Shi walking with the white dragon roaming body. This wasn't just pure speed, but a specific path that matched the mountains and rivers. They moved faster and faster until they reached the fastest speed Lu Yin could reach with his physical strength. Lu Yin was shocked. This speed wasn't any slower than Wang Yi's. This woman's speed alone was enough to enter the top 10 of the Sovereign Tournament. With Long Shi's speed, it didn't take her long to circle around the mountain peak. The civilizations that developed on the mountain peak didn't even notice. Not long after, Lu Yin was still at the same waterfall. "You're so fast. How do you compare to the Wang family's second brother?" "You mean Wang Yi?" Long Shi was confused. Lu Yin nodded. "You know him?" Long Shi asked. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. "How could I know him? But from Nong Lai's tone, this Wang Yi should be quite powerful. I'm just making a comparison." Long Shi thought about it, pretty much. Lu Yin nodded and recalled Wang Yi's speed. That speed had shocked the entire Sovereign Tournament. "Did you feel it?" Long Shi asked. Lu Yin was stunned. "What?" Long Shi frowned. "White dragon swimming steps." Lu Yin blinked. "You only took me to experience it once. I'm not a cultivation genius." Long Shi stared at him until he felt goosebumps. She grabbed him again, and he thought that she would take him to experience it again. Who knew that a strong push would throw him down the waterfall? Go observe how the fish rush up the waterfall. Lu Yin fell down the waterfall and almost cursed out loud. Was this woman crazy? Even if she wanted him to go down, she shouldn't have pushed him. What was the meaning of this? If he didn't have a few tricks up his sleeve, wouldn't she be trying to murder her husband? Lu Yin stabilized himself in midair. The waterfall's impact was powerful enough to crush a Lammeter into a puddle of blood, but it posed no threat to a hunter like him. Lu Yin found a protruding rock and stood on it. He looked up, but all he saw was the waterfall and not Long Shi. This woman really wasn't suitable to be a wife. Lu Yin didn't have much desire for the white dragon swimming steps. Long Shi had said that Long Zhang had spent more than 10 years cultivating it, and he also needed the same amount of time, so he wasn't in a hurry. However, even though he was not in a hurry, what else could he do here other than cultivating the white dragon swimming steps? Lu Yin thought about it for a long time, but he was helpless. "Forget it, I'll just cultivate the white dragon swimming steps." When the fish swam against the waterfall, they didn't go straight up. Instead, they swam along the waterfall's weakest point, and the white dragon swimming steps followed the same principle. Lu Yin looked at a fish swimming up the waterfall for a few days, and he almost couldn't resist the urge to throw it up. He kept reciting the Stonewall scriptures in his mind. A few days later, Long Shi looked from afar, and beside her was Long Kuei. Although he might not have a great talent for cultivation, his diligence is not bad, Long Kuei said. Long Shi didn't say anything and silently left. More than 10 days passed, and Lu Yin was still observing the fish. In fact, he understood a little. He didn't know how long Zhang had cultivated for more than 10 years, but he understood. In his mind, he replayed the experience Long Shi had given him over and over again. If not for the fact that he didn't dare to use the serious arts, he could even understand Long Shi's white dragon swimming steps technique. Now, he just needed to learn the technique. How is it? What did you learn? Long Shi asked coldly. Lu Yin blinked. Very deep. Long Shi frowned, and her eyes showed her dissatisfaction. Lu Yin was confused. What did she mean? He had said very deep, which meant that he had learned something. This woman's attitude was wrong. If you can't learn, then you can't. Lying only proves your vanity and arrogance. Long Shi's tone was cold, and her previous good impression of Lu Yin was gone. Lu Yin opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to explain himself. Was it wrong for him to learn something? Did he have to apologize for being smart and outstanding? My White Dragon clan spear techniques are invincible. There is no fixed spear style, and every clan member has a deep understanding of the spear. You have to learn spear techniques as well. You don't have to reach the standard of an ordinary clan member, but you have to at least be able to use it. Lu Yin replied, I don't know how to use a spear. Then learn it. You'll need at least 10 years to learn the White Dragon swimming steps, and a lifetime to learn spear techniques. Lu Yin felt like she was teaching him like a son. He suddenly thought of a question and asked, if my clan spear techniques are invincible, then what about the frigid immortal sect? What do they have to offer? Long Shi's frown deepened, and she became even more dissatisfied. She felt like Lu Yin was mocking her. It's none of your business. I'll take you to the ancestral Mang in 3 days. Lu Yin really wanted to know more about that finger. There were no records of it in the biographies or books, so it should be a battle technique from the Frigid Immortal sect. The Frigid Immortal sect would not allow such a powerful battle technique to be casually recorded. Unfortunately, Long Shi did not respond. This girl's temper was getting worse and worse, and one day, she would be suppressed. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1359. 3 days passed quickly, and Lu Yin finally left White Mountain with Long Shi. Their mount was the emissary-level beast that Elder Long Kuei had called Ho. The emissary-level beast was quite fast, and it flew from a high altitude. In the blink of an eye, White Mountain gradually disappeared. According to Long Shi, their destination was the mortal realm to pay respects to the ancestral Mang. Every main bloodline member had to pay respects to the ancestral Mang at their wedding. Lu Yin was both nervous and excited at the thought of seeing the enormous ancestral Mang that could wrap around the mother tree. That was a progenitor, and it would be the first progenitor Lu Yin had ever seen. Mountains and rivers flashed by quickly, and the emissary-level beast's speed was far beyond what Lu Yin could see. On the fifth mainland, everything would avoid an emissary-level powerhouse, but in the central realm, there would occasionally be provocative roars. There was no lack of emissary-level creatures here, and Lu Yin trembled when he heard them. He was afraid that they would encounter a creature with a power level of more than 1,000,000 and be swallowed whole. The central realm was huge, and even with Ho's speed, it would take them some time to reach the Bifrost. An invisible layer of air on Ho's back helped Lu Yin and the others block the wind pressure caused by their speed. Lu Yin touched its back, and when he saw that Long Shi and the others weren't paying attention, he pressed harder. Its skin was very thick, and when he pressed harder, the thick scales on Ho's back began to flatten. Lu Yin immediately stopped when he saw this, afraid that he would crush the scales and be discovered. However, his worries were unnecessary. Ho was a beast, and its defense was incomparable to a human's. Lu Yin had been able to repel Emperor Luo and injure Crimson Lord with his bare hands, but it was impossible for him to injure Ho, let alone press down on it. Ho didn't even notice. The mortal realm is dangerous, and only the two of us can pay respects to the ancestral Mang. No one else can protect us, so follow me closely, Long Shi said calmly as she sat in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded. The Bifrost was getting closer and closer, and White Mountain wasn't too far from it. There was a large area further away, and the farmer's seed garden was even further away. Sometimes, Lu Yin couldn't understand how a tree could be so big that it could support a continent that was even larger than the outerverse. He couldn't imagine how a python could wrap itself around such a huge tree. This part of the sky was overturning his common sense. Something that defied common sense occurred. He stepped onto the rainbow. Rainbows could also be walked on like land, and there were buildings, armies, and even rivers. The rivers were colorful, exactly the same color as the rainbows. Is this a rainbow bridge? The rainbow bridge was very large. From White Mountain, one could see the width of the rainbow bridge. It ran through the three realms from top to bottom. Even if the entire White Mountain was moved over, it wouldn't be much to the rainbow bridge. And it was said that this place was under the control of the Shenwu heaven. There was a red glow beneath his feet that was as soft as sand. Lu Yin was rather surprised, but he didn't show it. Within the rainbow, the colors flowed, and there was no need for Lu Yin to run. Each color alternated with each other, and there were 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. The red color flowed towards the lower realm while the orange color flowed towards the top realm at an extremely fast speed. Lu Yin and Long Shi's group weren't the only ones heading towards the lower realm. There were many others who came from the middle realm, and most of them were exploration teams. Even they didn't dare to approach Lu Yin's group. From the books, Lu Yin had learned that the lower realm was one of the most dangerous places in the astral tree realm. In layman's terms, it was the root of the tree. It was filled with terrifying creatures that survived by destroying the mother tree. If even the mother tree could be destroyed, then the people who lived on it would be even more terrifying. The ancestral Mang also lived in the lower realm. The red color flowed towards the lower realm, and Lu Yin's group was very quiet. There was no one around them, and the closest person to them was at least a few 100,000 kilometers away. Just as Lu Yin's group was heading towards the mortal realm, group after group of people stepped onto the Bifrost Bridge. They recalled Lu Yin's appearance in their minds. This person was their target for this trip. There was no place darker than the lower realm, and the white dragons were worshipping the ancestral Mang, so they couldn't be protected by others. This was the best time to act. He followed the Bifrost towards the mortal realm, and soon, he saw an endless underground world. This was the land of the middle realm, and it took a while for his vision to brighten up. The air had also changed, and it was now slightly damp. There was also a strange smell of decay in the air. Looking into the distance, Lu Yin saw clouds beneath his feet, and even below that, he could vaguely make out the outline of a continent. That was the lower realm. After arriving in the lower realm, the aura of the pyrolite suddenly changed. It became incomparably terrifying, as if it was trying to intimidate something. Long Shi asked Lu Yin, "Have you been to the lower realm before?" Lu Yin didn't know how to answer, as he was afraid that he would be exposed. "It's normal that you haven't been here before. There's no need to hide it." Lu Yin coughed but didn't say anything. The lower realm is extremely dangerous, and there are all kinds of creatures there. The only purpose of these creatures is to destroy the roots of the mother tree. All living things grow and absorb nutrients, and the mother tree is no exception. You can see these creatures as the mother tree's enemies, but they are also the enemies of humanity, Long, she said. She paused for a moment before continuing. According to statistics, unknown creatures are born every year, and every year, members of the White Dragon clan die in the lower realm. The 4 cardinal scales are no exception. As for the exploration teams in the middle realm, the number of deaths is incalculable. Some of these people are hired by the Mother Tree, while others are there to make a fortune or to search for valuable things, such as natural treasures. Lu Yin understood that since the Mother Tree absorbed nutrients, the roots of the Mother Tree in the lower realm would definitely be the place with the most nutrients. This way, it would be easier for rare treasures to be born. Everything had 2 sides. The Mother Tree absorbed nutrients from the universe to survive, but the universe couldn't allow the Mother Tree to absorb them without limit. There would definitely be creatures that would destroy the Mother Tree, just like how there would always be antidotes within 100 steps of a poisonous snake. It was as if everything in the universe had been arranged. There are many regions in the lower realm, and the overall area exceeds the middle realm and the top realm. We're going to the 3rd region where the ancestral Mang's head is. Because of the head, there isn't much danger there. Even so, we don't have Elder Long Kuei and Tian Ho to protect us, so we have to be extremely careful. Over the years, many of our clansmen have died in the 3rd region, Long, she explained. If not for the fact that they needed to investigate the frigid immortal sex finger, this would be the best place to leave the White Dragon clan. Lu Yin stretched out a hand, and a layer of cloud streaked across his palm. It was cold. In the distance, a strange current of air crashed over, distorting the void and bringing with it a world-shaking might. Lu Yin's expression changed slightly. What a fierce attack. Tian Ho raised a claw and slashed down, tearing through the air as it roared into the distance. In the distance, a huge head with a long neck looked up at Tian Ho with a ferocious gaze. It opened its mouth and roared as well. Tian Ho was furious. How dare a beast that wasn't even an emissary provoke him? It didn't even have as many heads as he did. How presumptuous. Just as it was about to roar again to show its might, another head appeared beside it. This one was 10 times larger than the previous one, and its neck was completely raised. It was almost at the same level as Lu Yin and the others, and then it roared at them. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. This was a beast that had surpassed the emissary level, and not just any ordinary level at that. Was this the lower realm? Tian Ho was clearly stunned for a moment, and then it cowered. Its 2 heads drooped as it howled. Long Kuei's mouth twitched. How embarrassing. At this moment, another head that was even bigger and taller than the second beast that had appeared was raised high up in the air. Long Kuei was stunned. The 3 heads were raised high and stared at them, and a chill ran up his spine. Lu Yin was stunned. Was this a family of 3? How was this possible? Long Shi's expression turned ugly. They had just arrived in the lower realm, and they had already encountered more than one of these monsters. Tian Ho immediately laid down, fully expressing what a coward was. Fortunately, the family of 3 didn't attack them. The smallest one roared happily and looked very proud, but it was pushed down by the tallest one. It opened its mouth and ran away, while the other one growled anxiously. If these 3 beasts weren't that big and were just like pets, it would have been a very harmonious scene. Lu Yin relaxed. He glanced at Tian Ho. He had thought that this guy was very powerful, but he was actually so cowardly that he could only bully him a little. Long Kuei coughed. Princess, be careful. The lower realm changes every year, and sometimes even every day. Leave immediately after paying your respects to the ancestral Mang. Don't linger, and don't try to take any strange items you see. It's easy to lose your life. Long Shi nodded. I know. Lu Yin began to feel that he had been too naive. He had thought that the lower realm was the best chance to escape from the White Dragon clan, but in a place like this, he could lose his life if he wasn't careful. The lower realm wasn't the end of the Bifrost Bridge, so Lu Yin and the others climbed onto Tian Ho's back. Tian Ho was much more obedient now, and he didn't dare to Zhang Yang too much. He quietly led them away from the Bifrost Bridge, and his huge body slowly landed in the forest near the bridge. Long Kuei said, "Princess, this is as far as we can go. Take care." Long Shi nodded, "Thank you, elder." She then looked at Lu Yin, "Let's go." Lu Yin nodded to Long Kuei and followed Long Shi in a certain direction. "Do you know the way? We're very familiar with the third region. Even if we haven't been here before, we've memorized the map." "How big is the third region?" Lu Yin asked. Long Shi muttered, "It's about the distance between Baishan Mountain and the Bifrost Bridge." Lu Yin was speechless, as this place was too big. Even with Tian Ho's speed, it would take them several days to fly through it. It would take them at least 10 days to traverse it, and that was under the assumption that they would be flying through the sky without any obstructions. If they dared to fly in this place, they wouldn't be far from death. Lu Yin and Long Shi headed in a certain direction while Long Kuei quietly stood in place. Half a day later, a group of people arrived. The leader was a sturdy man who carried a huge metal weapon that was 10 meters tall. He led a dozen people towards the third region. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1360. When the group saw Long Kuei and Tian Ho, they bowed and greeted them as a sign of respect. "Wait," Long Kuei said. The group stopped, and the sturdy leader looked at Long Kuei in confusion. He bowed again. "Senior, what are your orders?" Long Kuei stared at him. "You stay." The man was stunned. "Has this junior offended you in any way?" Long Kuei indifferently replied, "If I tell you to stay, then stay. Everyone else is free to do as you wish." The man's expression turned ugly. "Senior, my exploration team accepted a mission and headed to the third district to complete it. Without me, they wouldn't have been able to complete it. It has nothing to do with me." "There's no need to waste time," Long Kuei said. The man was helpless. He was just an enlighter who was close to becoming an emissary, and there was still some distance between him and Long Kuei. Tian Ho could easily destroy him. "May I know Senior's identity?" "I can answer to my employer," the man said unwillingly. Long Kuei closed his eyes. "The White Dragon Tribe." The man was shocked, and the group behind him was similarly shocked. "So you're one of the 4 Libras. Forgive me for not recognizing you, but since Senior has given the order, I dare not disobey." He then turned to the group behind him and said, "I can only stay here. If you're willing, you can head to the third district to search. If not, I'll explain to my employer." The group behind him discussed for a while and eventually decided to head to the third district. It was not easy to come to the mortal realm, and not just anyone could come. Furthermore, the Bifrost Bridge was not something that could be climbed at will. The price was too high, and they were unwilling to give it up. Not long after, the group headed to the third district. Long Kuei did not stop them. He had only stopped the man because the man's strength was close to that of an emissary, which was enough to cause trouble or even threaten Long Shi. Long Kuei was not afraid that this person would attack Long Shi, but he was afraid that this person would attack Lu Yin. If Lu Yin died, it would be difficult for them to find another Lu Yin. The Frigid Immortal sect was not a charity, and they would not do such a thing. Long Kuei had stayed here to stop this group of people. Whether or not they really wanted to assassinate Luin, he had to stop them. However, there was more than one entrance to the third district. Long Kuei could only stop the experts in this direction, but he was powerless in the other directions. The White Dragon tribe had developed into the Four Libras since ancient times, and they had not relied on protection. Kuei had experienced life's death situations. In the lower mortal world, countless skeletons were buried there. Here, no one would even know if one died. Not even a corpse would be left behind. It was one of the cruelest places in the starry sky tree. At the same time, in the central plains, a city was lifted up by an unknown strength. It floated high up in the air and slowly swayed. Surrounding the city were chains formed from strange patterns, locking down the entire city. This was the sky cage, the nest. Only serious criminals would be imprisoned in the nest. This sky cage was constantly under the threat of death. An unknown power would only ensure that it did not fall to the ground, but it would not stop any creatures from attacking. Occasionally, there would be giant creatures that would rush into the sky cage and snatch some of the prisoners as food. This place was both a cage and a meal for many creatures. This was the cruelest prison. No one would register the prisoners here because there were people dying every day and people being sent in every day. At this moment, in a corner of the sky cage, the void distorted, tearing apart as it approached. If anyone else saw this, they would be shocked. Only a powerhouse at the level of an emissary or above could tear apart the void of the central plains, and to do so without being detected required even greater strength. The nest was not without experts, and there was no prohibition against using force here. A figure fell and smashed into the ground. Due to being eroded by storms for many years, the ground had long since dried up. The figure propped himself up with one hand and looked around. Where was this? At this moment, a man walked over from afar, trembling in fear. The figure looked over, and when their eyes met, the man's pupils shrank as he pointed behind the figure. The figure turned around and saw a giant bird-shaped beast rapidly approaching and swiping out with its claws. 3 streams of chi revolved around the figure's body and violently blasted out, forcing the bird-shaped beast to retreat. The bird-shaped beast only had around 300,000 enlighters, which was not enough to threaten the figure, so it had no choice but to retreat. In the distance, the man heaved a sigh of relief and looked at the figure. The 3 streams of chi around the figure made him seem like a deity. This figure was none other than Shangqing. Recalling everything that Elder Chan had said, Shangqing looked into the distance. Was this the legendary place behind the 3 upper gates? Only here could one obtain the origin item and obtain the opportunity to become a progenitor. The only way to obtain this opportunity was to join a group that had become a young ancestor through the origin will sacrifice and follow that so-called young ancestor into a place called the Sovereign Realm, where there were countless ancient ruins. So this was the reward for the Sovereign Tournament, and it was that opportunity. Here, Shangqing was everyone's enemy as he was a stowaway. Once his identity was discovered, he would be surrounded and attacked. In the history of the Fifth Mainland, there was no lack of elite geniuses like him who had snuck into this place, but very few had ever returned alive. Should he approach a young ancestor? Shangqing pondered over what to do. Far away in the distance, there was a dazzling and beautiful golden wheat field. From above, the wheat field formed various patterns, like a child's drawing. Qiu Shi fell into the wheat field and immediately dodged. She looked up and saw the blurry image of the top realm, as well as the stars in the sky. This was the place where she had to approach one of the junior patriarchs after the upper 3 gates. The middle realm had the middle calm sea, and beneath the middle calm sea was a strange underwater city. Xia Luo had fallen into this underwater city. The top 10 had all fallen into the middle realm, and they could only fall into the middle realm. The lower realm was too dangerous, and the top realm was too easy to discover. Lu Tianmu stood quietly in the middle of the ruins. She lowered her head and looked at the broken ground. This was a sword scar. She squatted down and touched the sword scar with her finger. Her finger trembled slightly. Lu Tianmu's expression, which had never changed in 10,000 years, was now filled with excitement. She could feel the terrifying sword intent. It might even surpass the 13 swords. She looked up and saw a giant stone tablet in the distance. Ascension Mavis appeared in a river. It was not a normal river, but a strange ring-shaped river. Layer upon layer, it extended into the starry sky, as if it could connect to a certain star. She appeared in this river. There was a civilization, a ship, and a city here. Yao Xian appeared on the rainbow bridge. He looked at the yellow light beneath his feet and was a little confused. What the hell? Color. It was not the earth, nor was it the starry sky. On this yellow, there was a city. It did not seem too glaring. There were many powerful families in the Middle Realm, and there were many emissaries. Some of these families were attached to the 4 cardinal scales, some were attached to the Nong family or the Lu family, and some were independent. The Bei family was one of them. They did not attach themselves to anyone, and their huge family occupied a vast territory. They could survive because the Bei family had emissaries. Similar to the civilization at the peak of White Mountain, the Bei family also had pawns. Each pawn had its own civilization. Some civilizations were cultivation systems. Occasionally, someone would cultivate to a certain level and break out of the pond, only to realize that they were just ants in the Bei family's pond. Some pawns developed technological civilizations. Some technological civilizations developed too quickly, and they developed something similar to a spaceship and broke out of the pond. Wu Tai Bai appeared in one of the pawns. Here, technological civilizations developed. Ziyi appeared on a mysterious island that was not made of stone or soil. Instead, it was made of food. Even though Ziyi had cultivated for so long and had seen countless strange things in outer space, she had never imagined that she would one day appear on an island made of food. Drunkard appeared on a barren land, but this was not the Middle Realm. This was because Drunkard could see the Middle Realm when he looked up. This was space between the Middle Realm and the Top Realm. She appeared on a planet in this space, and this planet's civilization had been destroyed due to the chaos of war. The last person in the top 10 was Obscured. The Hall of Honor had originally sent Starsabil to replace Obscured, but Starsabil had not been willing, so Obscured could only take her place. He arrived in the Middle Realm and arrived at a dusky place that was completely devoid of human habitation. Drunkard released his domain, but he did not see a single person. This was practically a no-man's land. At this moment, Lu Yin did not know that the top 10 were all here. He had been one step ahead of the others, and he was rather depressed and sullen. Stay away. Don't leave that circle, Long Shi's voice came from afar. She was fighting against an 8-legged, frog-like creature. Lu Yin had been ordered by Long Shi to stay in a circle and not move. The circle was a power vessel that isolated the void and protected Lu Yin. In the cosmic tree realm, only envoys could isolate the void. This power vessel was meant for Long Shi to protect herself, and it was now protecting Lu Yin while she faced off against these monsters alone. The 8-legged frog-like creatures were not easy to deal with. They had a variety of colors, and it was obvious that they were poisonous. Their strange cries affected even Lu Yin, as his spiritual force was enough to resist Yao Xian. Long Shi was also uncomfortable. She raised her hand and used the white dragon heaven-inspecting mirror in an attempt to trap the monster. However, the monster's venom was so fierce that it corroded the mirror, and it viciously slammed into Long Shi. Long Shi's figure moved and avoided the monster's attack, but it did not attack her. Instead, it stared at Lu Yin and opened its mouth, shooting out multicolored venom. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine, and he almost put on his universal armor. "Don't leave the circle," Longshi warned, afraid that Lu Yin would flee. Lu Yin did not move, and the venom slammed into the circle, distorting the void. However, it did not touch Lu Yin. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this monster only had a power level of 400,000 at most, which was not enough to break out of the circle. Still, it was strange no matter how he looked at it. After a long time, Longshi finally killed the monster. Its skin was soft but tough, and Longshi's spear could not pierce through it. In the end, she had to stab it through its mouth to kill it. Panting heavily, Longshi put away her spear, and the circle automatically returned to her cosmic ring. Lu Yin walked over and handed her a bottle of water. Longshi indifferently replied, "No need." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1361. Lu Yin wanted to tell Longshi that he didn't need her protection, but after some thought, he decided against it. If he acted too well, it would arouse suspicion. Right now, he was most curious about the White Dragon clan's secret technique. Longshi hadn't used any during the difficult battle just now, which was too strange. The four-way scales couldn't possibly have any secret techniques. He turned to look at the eight-legged frog-like monster. One could easily encounter such a monster in the lower realm. If the entire lower realm was thrown to the fifth continent, wouldn't the fifth continent be flooded with blood? "Let's go," Longshi said. She identified the direction and walked off. Lu Yin followed closely behind her. A day later, they were attacked again. This time, it was a bug that burrowed out of the ground and tried to burrow under Lu Yin's feet. Lu Yin was so frightened that he quickly dodged, but the bug was too weak. It was an explorer at most, and Longshi instantly killed it. However, when the two saw that the ground was filled with bugs, they quickly fled. There were just too many of them. From Lu Yin's perspective, these towering trees in the mortal realm weren't trees at all. They were roots. The two trekked for a few more days, and during this time, they were attacked by various creatures no less than 10 times. As their field of vision widened, Lu Yin saw a gigantic white head in the distance that almost covered the entire sky. It was the ancestral Mang's head. Lu Yin couldn't see its full appearance at all. Most of the head was above the clouds, and only a small portion was visible. Even so, that small portion was so huge that it looked like a continent hanging upside down in the sky. Lu Yin was stunned. No wonder it could wrap around the mother tree. He couldn't even see the end of the head. It was just a head, but it was so huge. Longshi's eyes burned with respect when she saw the ancestral Mang's head. She slowly bowed, and Lu Yin followed suit. The ancestral Mang should be the most powerful existence in the mortal realm, Lu Yin said. Longshi's voice carried a rare hint of shock and excitement. Of course. Without the ancestral Mang, these creatures would have rushed to the middle realm. The ancestral Mang suppressed the entire mortal realm on its own. What's the most powerful creature in the mortal realm besides the ancestral Mang? Lu Yin was curious. Longshi muttered, "I'm not sure." It said that a few thousand years ago, a monster at the level of a half-ancestor was killed, and even before that, there was a catastrophe. Everyone who entered the lower realm died, and it even caused a white dragon to rise. Even before that, it was said that there was a fish in the lower realm's ocean that was incomparably huge. It was comparable to the ancestral Mang, and it was recorded in history as the ship fish. Despicable fish. Lu Yin immediately thought of Lord Fish on top of Shi Qi's head. Long Shi glanced at him. The word ship means that the fish is so huge that it's comparable to the ancestral Mang and the sovereign realm's divine eagle. However, it's just a legend, and there's no concrete evidence. There are no historical records to prove that it's true. Lu Yin sighed. The lower realm is truly mysterious. Many people hope that this place isn't so magical, especially the Roots organization, Long Shi said. The Root organization had been established by the Four-Way Scales, and it was a respectable organization that specialized in killing creatures that could easily cause damage to the mother tree. Despite the rewards, the death rate was simply too high. Lu Yin remembered Shou Xing mentioning that he belonged to the Root organization. Shou Xing would rather have Lu Yin impersonate Long Qi and trick the White Dragon tribe than come back to the lower realm, which showed just how much Shou Xing feared this place. They walked step by step towards the ancestral Mang's head. As time passed, Long Qi's attitude towards Lu Yin improved, perhaps because they had experienced life and death together. Lu Yin had never experienced something like this before, and it felt pretty good to be protected by a woman, even if it was a little stifling. The third district was huge, and the two walked for a few days, but they still didn't get close to the ancestral Mang's head. This had to do with the fact that they didn't dare to move too quickly. Previously, they had been moving too quickly, which had caused fluctuations in their star energy and attracted attacks from some monsters. Now, however, the frequency of monster attacks had clearly decreased. Suddenly, Long Shi stopped and glanced behind them. Someone's here. Lu Yin was a step faster than her, but he had discovered it not through a domain but through star energy. Long Shi's control of star energy wasn't as high as his, and he had long since sensed that there was someone behind them through the star energy fluctuations. Furthermore, they had been following them for quite some time. The two of them stopped and waited just like that. The other party suddenly stopped as well and didn't approach. Lu Yin frowned, as this person had ill intentions. Long Shi took out a ring and wrapped it around Lu Yin. Don't go out. Lu Yin was speechless as he watched Long Shi walk away. Not long after, she returned, her gaze even colder than before. There was a drop of blood on her cheek that belonged to someone else. Someone who wants to kill me? Lu Yin asked. Long Shi replied, let's go. She didn't want to talk about it, so Lu Yin didn't ask. Actually, he didn't need to, as no one would come down to the mortal realm to assassinate Long Shi. Their target was obviously Lu Yin. Had the frozen immortal sex junior ancestor not given up yet? Long Shi was already married to him and had given him her essence blood. To the White Dragon tribe, this was a marriage between husband and wife. If Bai Xiaohong didn't care about this, then it was either that he really liked Long Shi, or he had such a grand scheme that he didn't even care about his reputation. Right, Long Shi had mentioned something about a white dragon turning over. What's a white dragon turning over? Lu Yin asked. Suddenly, his heart clenched. Not good. If Long Shi had told him about it, then it wasn't some secret. It might even be common knowledge. Long Shi paused and looked at Lu Yin strangely. Lu Yin pursed his lips and didn't say anything. You're not from the White Dragon tribe, so it's normal that you don't know, Long Shi said. Lu Yin relaxed. Right, he had become a son-in-law using Long Qi's identity. Although Long Shi knew, sometimes she would unconsciously treat him as Long Qi. It seemed that the so-called White Dragon turning over wasn't common knowledge in this part of the universe, but rather common knowledge among the White Dragon tribe or the Four Cardinal Scales. The ancestral Mang is the White Dragon. When the White Dragon turns over, the ancestral Mang will turn over, Long Shi explained. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why would the frozen immortal sect want the ancestral Mang to turn over? Long Shi looked up at the ancestral Mang. Because once the ancestral Mang turns over, it might topple the entire mortal realm. Lu Yin didn't understand. You don't need to know too much. Bai Xiaohong covets me because he wants the White Dragon tribe's power to turn over. For that, he'll do anything to deal with you. The only thing he'll be wary of is the humble class. Other than that, even the White Dragon tribe, Xinwu Plain, and the Wang family aren't enough for him to be wary of. The Four Cardinal Scales has its own rules, and the humble class is independent. So you want your brother to think of a way for me to join the humble class? Lu Yin asked. Long Shi replied, once you join the humble class, keep a low profile and don't reveal your identity. With Bai Xiaohong's abilities, he can arrange for someone to join the humble class, but even if he wants to deal with you, he'll have to abide by the rules of the humble class. As long as you don't make any mistakes, no one can do anything to you. In half a year at most, my brother will let you retire, and it won't be so easy for Bai Xiaohong to deal with you then. Lu Yin sighed. Just listening to it makes me tired. Long Shi looked at him. From the moment you agreed to impersonate Long Qi, your life's trajectory changed. You can either die or do as I say. She then walked away. Why was her temper so bad again? Lu Yin felt helpless. With Bai Xiaohong's methods, there's definitely more than one group of people, Long Shi said and threw the circle to Lu Yin. Protect yourself. Just as Long Shi had said, they were ambushed by many people along the way. Some of them were even openly besieged. These people didn't just come from the 3rd district, some had come from other districts. They had suffered heavy losses, but Lu Yin didn't know what conditions Bai Xiaohong had given them, but they were willing to risk their lives to kill him. Lu Yin could feel Bai Xiaohong's influence. If they were in the 5th mainland, Lu Yin could also arrange for countless people to assassinate Bai Xiaohong. Lu Yin's status in the 5th mainland was similar to Bai Xiaohong's in the heavens. He could already imagine how exciting the next few days would be. Long Shi dealt with group after group of people. Blood dripped from the tip of her spear, and there were still 3 people around her who looked at her in fear. They then looked at Lu Yin, who was in the middle of the circle. They growled and attacked at the same time. Long Shi's spear drew an indescribable trajectory and pierced through the necks of 3 people. In Lu Yin's eyes, it was only one spear, but it also seemed like 3 spears. He saw the movement of the spear being retracted, but he didn't see the moment when it was pulled out. The White Dragon clan's spear techniques were invincible, and he had seen it for himself during this period. Long Shi's spear was just as threatening as Wang Yi's 4 ultimates. Lu Yin walked out of the circle and looked around. There were 15 people who had surrounded them openly, but they had all been dealt with by Long Shi alone. Long Shi had also been injured this time, and her thigh had been cut open. However, this injury was nothing to her. Long Shi didn't say anything and just walked forward, as if she was used to this. Lu Yin hurriedly followed, but suddenly, he felt a sense of danger. He subconsciously released his domain and restricted it to a radius of 1 meter. An old woman who had been killed before suddenly appeared and raised her arm. There was nothing in her hand, but Lu Yin's domain seemed to have been pierced by something. He raised his foot to avoid it, but Long Shi hadn't expected anyone to still be alive. She stabbed out with her spear. Long Shi's spear also pierced into Lu Yin's domain, and she looked at him in shock. She hadn't expected Lu Yin's domain to be so powerful. Lu Yin's domain's might was comparable to invisible lights. Although it couldn't predict attacks like invisible lights, it wasn't too far off in terms of defense. Long Shi's spear was extremely powerful, but after it pierced into Lu Yin's domain, it was restrained as if it had fallen into a quagmire. The old woman's attack was the same. Lu Yin suddenly retracted his domain, and Long Shi's spear pierced through an invisible weapon. Sparks flew in all directions. Lu Yin still couldn't see the old woman's weapon, but his control of star energy allowed him to sense that it was an invisible thread. The old woman's figure flickered, and she rushed in the same direction as Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised a brow. If he hadn't known about her weapon, he would have thought that she was trying to escape. The old woman clearly wanted to use the thread to cut off his neck, and even Long Shi thought that she was trying to escape. Lu Yin immediately took out the circle, and the old woman's thread slashed at it. It distorted the void and was unable to penetrate. The old woman's eyes flashed, and she immediately fled. Long Shi's palms were sweaty. If Lu Yin hadn't taken out the circle in time, he would already be dead. She couldn't let this person go, or she wouldn't have the confidence to deal with him and the monster from the mortal realm at the same time. She also knew the old woman's origins, and she couldn't afford to be careless. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1362. Stay in the circle and don't come out, Long Shi barked at Lu Yin before chasing after the old woman. The white dragon's swimming step was even faster than the old woman's, so Lu Yin quickly caught up to her. Lu Yin looked at Long Shi's back and sighed. Get up, stop pretending. There were no abnormalities in the surroundings, and Lu Yin scanned the dozen or so corpses on the ground before fixing his gaze on one particular man. He walked out of the circle and looked down at the man. The man's eyes suddenly widened, and he stood up, looking at Lu Yin in shock. Are you curious how I found out that you're still alive and that you dared to walk out of the circle? Lu Yin smiled. The man's eyes narrowed, and a bloodthirsty killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. He suddenly turned around and left decisively. This person was an enlighter, while Lu Yin was a hunter who had walked out of the circle. The man had not even tried to assassinate him. Lu Yin was shocked. This man was definitely a professional assassin, and only such an experienced assassin would be so decisive. If he did not succeed in one hit, he would immediately flee. If he had even the slightest bit of hesitation, he would not attack. Lu Yin's departure from the circle had clearly frightened this man. Shaking his head, Lu Yin summoned the star chessboard beneath his feet and moved. He did not move, but instead moved the man in front of him. Under the man's incredulous gaze, Lu Yin raised his hand, and a gust of wind shot out from his fingertip, piercing through the wound that Long Shi had left behind. The man had never imagined that Lu Yin's strength would be so terrifying, to the point that he could not even resist. Lu Yin tossed the man to the spot where he had pretended to be dead and returned to the circle to wait for Long Shi. This was his first time killing someone in this part of the universe, and he had not expected to do it here. After a while, Long Shi returned and relaxed when she saw that Lu Yin was safe. She then looked at the corpses. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Did it go well? Long Shi coldly replied, someone from Boundless. Boundless? Lu Yin was afraid that this was common knowledge, so he did not dare to ask further. Long Shi looked at the corpses one by one, and Lu Yin was afraid that she would discover something strange about the man's death. Long Shi suddenly shouted, "Don't come out." What's wrong? Lu Yin was confused. Long Shi's eyes narrowed, and she scanned the area again. She heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that everyone was dead. She looked at Lu Yin. Boundless? Lu Yin's mouth. How should he answer? No. Or not. However, judging from Long Shi's tone, he probably didn't know about it, so he shook his head. The Realmless is the biggest assassin organization in the starry sky of trees. That old woman is a Realmless assassin. Her whereabouts are mysterious, and she's good at hiding her aura. Her methods are unique, and she has never failed. I didn't expect Bai Xiaohong to hire someone from the realmless to deal with you. We underestimated the cold immortal sect's desire for the white dragon to rise again. Long Shi's face turned ugly, and he gritted his teeth. Lu Yin's heart sank. They'll probably send more people after this failure. Of course, Long Shi said. I'm being hunted down because of you. Can't you be nicer? Long Shi stared at him. I'll give you that treasure. Protect yourself well. The boundless assassins are not easy to deal with. If there's any trouble, immediately hide inside. Lu Yin nodded, but he was not happy about it. A power vessel was not enough to trade for his life. The boundless assassins were not easy to deal with, and Lu Yin was only a hunter. Does the boundless assassin have any envoy-level assassins? Long Shi's expression was solemn. More than one. Lu Yin swallowed his saliva. He hated this answer. You're a princess of the White Dragon clan, and I'm also a member of the White Dragon clan. How dare the boundless assassins act against me without restraint? Long Shi replied, the boundless assassinated the sect master of the cold immortal sect. Fine, Lu Yin shut his mouth. The boundless assassins had even dared to assassinate the sect master of the cold immortal sect, let alone a mere son-in-law like him. Lu Yin believed that if there was a suitable price, the boundless assassins would be willing to kill anyone. The boundless assassins were probably the last wave of assassins. Over the next few days, the two were attacked by monsters from the mortal realm, but they did not encounter any other enemies. Occasionally, they would see other people appear, but they remained vigilant and did not fight. Your domain ability is not bad. Few people in your generation can compare to you, Long Shi said. Lu Yin knew that Long Shi would ask this. I have some talent in this area, but I've reached my limit. I don't know how to cultivate from here on out. Long Shi explained, there are many ways to use a domain. The most common is to form protective armor, use special force fields to attack, or predict attacks. Even more profound is the spirit transformation, or even the legendary void spirit. I don't know much about this, but when we return to the clan, I'll ask the elders to teach you. If you have talent in this area, your future achievements will not be low. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Spirit transformation. Void spirit. He had never even heard of it before. The fifth mainland did not have such a realm, or he would have definitely known about it. The sixth mainland even believed that a domain was a low-level cultivation path. The fifth mainland was most likely missing a cultivation method, while the sixth mainland had taken a different path. Regardless of whether it was the cultivation level or the path, this space was similar to the fifth mainland, but it was a level higher. Could it be that the fifth mainland had been separated from this space? They had been in the mortal realm for almost half a month, and while the two were resting, a figure rushed over from behind them. Long Shi was on high alert, but Lu Yin did not say anything and just hid in the circle. They had seen this person before a few days ago. This person belonged to an expedition team, and they had met but had not spoken. Run, run. The fear ants are passing by, the person shouted in fear, quickly passing by Lu Yin and Long Shi and fleeing into the distance. Long Shi's expression changed when she heard this, and she looked behind her. She could vaguely hear rustling sounds, and a chill rose from the bottom of her feet as she saw a large patch of black. Her face paled, and she rushed to Lu Yin's side and used the white dragon's roaming steps. The scenery on both sides quickly receded, and a flock of strange birds flew out in all directions. On both sides of the ground, beasts would occasionally charge out, completely ignoring them as they fled. Long Shi quickly overtook that person, and her expression turned ugly. What fear ants? Lu Yin asked. Shut up. Long she barked. Lu Yin looked back and saw that the black shadow was getting closer and closer. It was fast and huge, and more importantly, there was a large patch of emptiness behind it. There had clearly been trees there, no, the roots of the mother tree, but they had all been flattened, and not a single blade of grass grew. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he extended his domain. Don't be rash. Those are fear ants that can pierce through domains and spiritual force. Even your circle can't block them, and they can devour the void. Long she scolded. Lu Yin quickly stopped, and at this point, he could clearly see that the black shadow wasn't a single creature, but rather countless palm-sized ants. They formed a round ball that rolled towards them at an incredible speed, and wherever they passed, not a single blade of grass would grow. Similar ants could be found in many places, but none of them could scare someone like Long Shi. These so-called fear ants from the mortal realm actually terrified her. Not long after, the person who had warned them was caught up by the fear ants, and he screamed before falling silent. The fear ants weren't just a single ball, there were many of them, and they could transform into all sorts of shapes. The person was pierced by the ants, and not even his bones were left behind. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. Faster, it's too late. The fear ants were moving faster and faster, and he subconsciously hugged Long Shi. The sensation was quite good, and she stiffened, but she didn't stop him. Escaping was more important. Lu Yin couldn't help but want to put on his universal armor. These fear ants definitely wouldn't be able to destroy it. Suddenly, the fear ants stopped chasing them. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief, and Long Shi stopped as well, panting heavily as she looked behind them. Why did they stop? Lu Yin asked. Long Shi pointed upwards. Lu Yin looked up and gaped. This was the ancestral Mang's head. They were so close to it that he could even touch it if he soared into the air. It was no wonder that the fear ants didn't dare to chase them anymore. The ancestral Mang's aura was enough to protect them. If the ancestral Mang hadn't restrained the fear ants, what would we have done? Lu Yin asked. Long Shi replied, there's no time for nonsense. Let's go. She then continued forward, not bothering to pursue the matter of Lu Yin hugging her. Lu Yin looked back at the fear ants, even the circle couldn't protect him. This thing could devour the void, and even the envoys would be in grave danger if they fell in. The mortal realm was too dangerous. The further they went, the lower the ancestral Mang's head became. 2 days later, it was only a few dozen meters above the ground. Lu Yin could touch it if he jumped, and he really wanted to do so, but Long Shi stopped him. They were safe here, and with the ancestral Mang's aura present, no beast dared to approach except for humans. Another day passed, and Lu Yin finally encountered the ancestral Mang. The moment he touched it, he didn't know how to describe that feeling. It was bone-chilling, and a shiver that came from his soul spread throughout his body. He didn't even dare to move, and the image of the ancestral Mang soaring appeared in his mind. What followed was a merciless gaze from the ancestral Mang that filled him with boundless fear. There was a thump, and Lu Yin was kicked away, breaking free from that bone-chilling cold. Long Shi glared at him. I told you not to be rude to the ancestral Mang. With your strength, you're lucky to not die after touching it. Lu Yin sighed and sat on the ground, rubbing his waist as he looked up at the ancestral Mang. He couldn't see the end, and all he could see were scales. He would remember that feeling for the rest of his life. This was the first time he had encountered a progenitor, and no one would believe him, let alone the fifth mainland. Speaking of which, the fact that this ancestral Mang could live for so long was terrifying. It could even push the entire top realm away with a single movement. Right, in the sovereign realm, there was an incomparably huge divine eagle at the top of the tree. He really wanted to take a look. After nearly 20 days, the two finally arrived at the ancestral Mang's location from the entrance of the 3rd district. Lu Yin looked up, but he still couldn't see the face. All he could see was the jaw, which was boundlessly large. Is this all? We don't have to look at the face. Long Shi looked at the ancestral Mang with a pious gaze. This is all we can do. Lu Yin really wanted to see the ancestral Mang's face, but of course, he definitely wouldn't be able to see the entire thing. You're tuning in to the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.